Shun Yi stepped on the dog demon's head, his hand steady as he pulled his blade from the flesh. First time killing a demon, yet it felt like he'd done it a million times before. Like it was burned into his instincts. Covered in blood, the putrid stench of iron and rot filled the air, enough to make anyone gag. By all logic, his stomach should be flipping, his guts churning. But no, he was eerily calm. Too calm, even. This was the demon-slaying blade technique. Killing demons was as natural to him as eating or drinking. He pulled his blade free, eyes locked on the dog demon's lifeless, unblinking stare. Slowly, methodically, he wiped the blood off the blade using its fur. Forget the beast, it even caught Shun Yi off guard how quickly the fight had ended. 33 years of training. Every ounce of his strength honed to near human limits. Once done, he turned to the father and daughter huddled in the corner. Their eyes mirrored the same disbelief, but now mixed with an even deeper fear. Gratitude? Not even close. Shun Yi shifted his gaze away, unfazed. After all, just half an hour ago, he'd been tearing at the little girl's clothes. How could they possibly trust him? They probably thought he and the demon had some sort of falling out mid-battle. He sheathed his blade and kicked the demon's corpse aside before striding toward the courtyard. Master Shun, do you maybe want to? The young girl, looking at her still aching wrist, hesitated before cautiously speaking. Bandage the wound on your head first? The old man's face darkened instantly. What a fool. Of all times to bring that up, she picks now? She'd do well to remember how that wound even came to be. In his eyes, this Shun Yi standing before them was 10 times more terrifying than the dog demon. Shun Yi slowed to a stop. After a moment, he turned back. All right, he hadn't done much good in either of his lives. This time, he was finally trying to do something decent. If there wasn't even the slightest shred of acknowledgement, how could he claim it didn't bother him? What kind of hero just storms off home anyway? Forget some grand gesture of gratitude, at least offer a cup of hot tea to soothe the throat. Shun Yi swaggered back to the bed and sat down. The skinny girl clumsily helped him remove his outer garment, while the old man, though bitter, quickly found a relatively clean cloth and wiped the blood from the back of his head. That's when a system panel suddenly appeared. One line of unfamiliar text caught Shun Yi's attention. Awakened dog demon. Below initial realm. Total lifespan. 175 years. Remaining lifespan. 63 years. Absorbed. Current martial arts. Bone-piercing grappling hand mastery. Demon-slaying blade technique perfected. Remaining personal lifespan. 1 year. Demon lifespan. 63 years. Demon lifespan can be infused into martial arts, but cannot be converted to personal lifespan. Shun Yi instructed the two to clean up the demon's corpse while he sat back, trying to process this new development. He couldn't deny it, this post-power-up emptiness was hitting hard. Looking at his own pitiful lifespan, just 1 year left, Shun Yi fell into a long silence. Then, out of nowhere, he wanted to slap himself in the face. He could perfected the demon-slaying blade technique in just 29 years. But no, he had to show off. Wasted 4 extra years for nothing. Even if he didn't feel tied to this world, wouldn't it be better to stick around a few extra years to enjoy it? So, you're telling me as long as I slay demons, I can use their leftover lifespan to push my martial arts further? A dog demon with intelligence can live nearly 2 centuries? That's insane. Shun Yi was taken aback. But then another thought hit him. If demons could live that long, couldn't humans extend their lifespans too? If that were possible, wouldn't the ones patrolling the streets with swords at their sides be demons, not humans? Whatever. No point overthinking it now. When I was advancing the demon-slaying blade technique earlier, there seemed to be some kind of progress notification. Holding on to the 63 years of demon lifespan, Shun Yi couldn't shake the feeling that he just hit the jackpot overnight. Let us start small, inject 10 years, and see what happens. He always felt there was something extraordinary about the demon-slaying blade technique. In his past life, it only took 3 to 5 years to master bone-piercing grappling hand. But this blade technique? Even with his full focus, it took him 8 years just to reach minor success. A whopping 33 years to perfect it and finally glimpse a shred of enlightenment. If he could fully grasp that glimmer, the results would undoubtedly leave typical martial arts in the dust. With a single thought, Shun Yi funneled 10 years of demon lifespan into the demon-slaying blade technique. You continue refining the perfected demon-slaying blade technique. 10 years pass in a blink. That glimmer of enlightenment becomes clearer, but your average aptitude prevents you from fully comprehending it. That's it. Shun Yi's heart sank. 10 whole years. 10 years of unwavering focus, abandoning all distractions for a single goal. Even if he spent that time working a regular job, cutting out all entertainment, he could have saved enough to buy a house in a small town. But throwing it into this martial art? Not even a ripple. After putting so much into it, Shun Yi couldn't just let it go. So, he decided to pour even more of his energy into it. Year 17. You finally caught a glimmer of inspiration and began trying to record it in a book. Year 27. You exhausted all your energy perfecting it and named it Demon Slaying Sunblade. Remaining lifespan of the demons, 36 years. Creating my own martial art? Out of nowhere, a flash of insight about blade techniques popped into Shun Yi's mind. As he absorbed all of that understanding, he realized it wasn't exactly what he had thought at first. On the interface, a new line of small text appeared beneath the Demon Slaying Blade technique. Initial stage, Demon Slaying Sunblade. This wasn't a completely new martial art, but more like an advanced skill derived from the original blade technique, so it didn't come with a mastery-level system. After 60 years of relentless refinement, Shun Yi came to the crushing realization that human effort had its limits. With a mortal body, no matter how skilled his blade techniques became or how rigorously he trained day after day, he still couldn't match up to those truly monstrous demons. That's when he had an idea. Harnessing his vital energy first, refining it into inner strength, and then channeling it through the blade to control that power. Initial stage? Shun Yi stared at the prefix. The last time he saw that term was in a notification during his fight with the demon dog. That intelligent demon dog hadn't even reached the initial stage. In other words, the Kaiyang blade technique had already touched upon a certain boundary. What if I keep refining the demon-slaying blade technique? Could I possibly create an entire martial art system at the initial stage, instead of just a single blade move? Shun Yi closed the interface, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. But almost immediately, he rationally suppressed the urge to pour all his remaining lifespan into it. It was obvious that creating a martial art from scratch was a thankless task. The same amount of lifespan invested into an existing martial arts school would yield far greater results. He remembered that the Demon Suppression Bureau officer had passed down more than one martial art technique last time. With his position in the local office, it wouldn't be too hard to obtain them. Better take a break for now. After everything he'd been through, Shun Yi relaxed, and exhaustion quickly overtook him. He was just about to lie down when the Liu family father and daughter brought in a basin of hot water they had prepared. The little girl carefully placed his feet in the basin and used her rough, small hands to massage them earnestly. Shun Yi closed his eyes and let out a long breath. It was the first time he had ever experienced being cared for by someone else. Looking at the timid expressions on their faces, Shun Yi thought to himself that if he decided to become a local tyrant starting today, it wouldn't be hard at all. But when he opened his eyes, he simply said softly, "That's enough. You can leave now. I'll stay for one night and leave tomorrow." He kept his emotions restrained. After all, the misdeeds of his predecessor were glaringly obvious. No matter how kind he acted now, it would only make the father and daughter even more frightened of him. Hearing this, old Liu froze for a moment, a mix of doubt and relief flashing across his cloudy eyes. But he quickly snapped out of it, pulling his daughter along as he nodded repeatedly. "Master Shun, no need to be so formal. Stay as long as you like, and let us know if you need anything." They stumbled as they carried the water basin away, retreating into another room. The little girl stood by the window all night, unable to sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, she dreamed of Shun Yi's sinister grin. When she opened them, she saw the lifeless body of the demon dog lying in the courtyard. She endured until the roosters crow at dawn. Her bleary eyes suddenly caught sight of a figure outside. It was the young man, draped in a black constable's uniform, his tall figure carrying a blade at his waist. He looked sharp and composed. He quietly left the courtyard and, as he passed, propped up the broken door that the demon dog had destroyed, barely shielding the room from the wind. "Father, Master Shun is gone." "Gone?" "He has gone." "Good, good." The morning dew still clung to the ground, and a thin mist curled along the streets. Shun Yi walked out of the fog and stopped in front of two stone lion statues. Baiyun County Office. He entered the office grounds through the side door, familiar with the path, and headed straight for the constable's quarters. The criminal division of Baiyun County had 7 or 8 small units, and Shun Yi was the leader of one of them. He commanded 8 constables, and his direct superior was Song Changfeng, the head of the criminal division. He sat down at his desk, casually flipping through the records on it, only to realize he couldn't make sense of any of them. This not only revealed his lack of education, but also hinted at how little his predecessor cared about official duties. The Great Qin dynasty had been plagued by demonic disasters for years. Even though the Demon Suppression Bureau had been established, its manpower was always severely lacking. Most demon extermination work fell to the local offices. The Demon Suppression Bureau would only intervene when the situation spiraled completely out of control, launching a large-scale purge. The result was usually disastrous for the local offices, as they lost face and completely forfeited their authority over the region. It was in this chaotic environment that Shun Yi's predecessor had found his opportunity. By making deals with demons, he not only kept Baiyun County superficially calm, gaining trust from his superiors, but also spared his subordinates from risking their lives in direct combat, reducing casualties and earning significant respect. Through his cunning methods, over the years, he had subtly positioned himself as a likely successor to Song Changfeng. Of course, not everyone was convinced. Shun Yi's gaze swept across the empty office. He noticed a few wine jars scattered under the table, casually picked one up, and said nothing. Just then, a skinny young man barged in. The moment he saw Shun Yi sitting in the chair, a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes. But he quickly concealed it, took off his straw hat, revealing a handsome face, and said, "At your service, Sir Shun." The newcomer was Chun Ji, the most junior member in the office, but his reputation was anything but small. It stemmed from his absurdly impressive martial arts talent, which even earned him praise from the Demon Suppression Division's officers when he was younger. Unfortunately, arrogance got the best of him. He suffered multiple losses at the hands of demons and was chastised by his superiors. In the end, they tossed him to Shun Yi for training. Orphaned young, Chun Ji had been wandering around Baiyun County with his younger sister. But here's the kicker: he used to be a bit of a womanizer. After some subtle and not-so-subtle clashes between the two, Chun Ji finally caved. Shun Yi promised to leave his sister alone, and they reached a reluctant truce. Yikes, I must have a death wish. Shun Yi rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. It was Chun Ji who broke the silence. "Sir Shun, I just got back from Liuli Temple. Something's happened in the village." Thinking of the orders from above, Chun Ji hesitated but quickly pressed on. "I know you've said not to interfere with affairs outside the city for now, but this time, the demon broke the rules. It's actually settled in the village." He spoke faster and faster, like he was afraid Shun Yi would cut him off clearly. He'd been shut down like this before. "I hope Sir Shun will go negotiate." When he got to the word negotiate, Chun Ji's face turned a bit awkward. Still, he forced his tone to stay respectful, not daring to offend. After all, given Shun Yi's temperament, he often dismissed these matters with indifference, showing little interest. If you wanted him to act, you'd first have to butter him up. "I remember the Demon Suppression Division officers left 3 martial arts manuals last time. Didn't you borrow them?" Shun Yi stood up, walked to the doorway, and stretched with an exaggerated yawn. "Huh." Chun Ji froze. "Wait, did this guy not hear a word I just said?" "Bring them here and let me take a look," Shun Yi said, extending his hand. Taking a deep breath, Chun Ji walked to the desk, pulled out 3 well-preserved manuals, veins bulging on the back of his hand. He stood there for a moment, visibly reluctant, before finally handing them over. Knowing Shun Yi's habits, precious demon-slaying techniques like these would usually end up propping up a wobbly table or gifted to some lover as a novelty. The odds of him actually reading them? Practically zero. Shun Yi took the manuals, leisurely walked out the door, and disappeared. Chun Ji was left standing there, gripping his blade tighter and tighter. Does this guy not care at all? Do the lives of the villagers outside the city mean nothing to him? Just then, half a figure popped back in through the doorway. It was Shun Yi, who had just left. He looked puzzled. What are you standing there for? Lead the way already. Two donkeys trotted out of the city, with Shun Yi and Chun Ji riding one after the other. Chun Ji kept his head down, his expression unusually serious. He couldn't believe Shun Yi actually agreed to leave the city, and even more surprising, he brought him along. This should have been good news, but looking back, Chun Ji saw Shun Yi perched lazily on the donkey, flipping through one of the martial arts manuals with great interest. In the past, whenever dealing with demons, someone would usually be sent ahead to bring gifts, good wine, and fine meat. They called it showing respect. Chun Ji had always hated this so-called respect, finding it infuriating. But today, they were heading straight there empty-handed. He couldn't help but worry. If they couldn't settle things with those two demons, the hundreds of lives in Liuli Temple Village would be in grave danger. Why do you keep looking back? Focus on leading the way. Don't be jealous of my handsome face, Shun Yi said, casually flipping through the pages. After skimming a few, he slowly closed the manual. Two lines of text appeared before his eyes. Cloud-breaking fist not started. 8 serpent steps not started. One was a fist technique, the other a movement skill along with the demon-slaying blade technique from before. These were all the martial arts passed down by the Demon Suppression Division. If he could master all three to even a basic level, he'd have enough power to handle some minor demons. Without wasting any time, Shun Yi began channeling the remaining years of the demon's lifespans into the movement skill he lacked the most. After all, no matter how sharp the blade, you've got to catch your target first. You already have a solid martial arts foundation and a strong body. In just 1 year, you've mastered the basics of 8 serpent steps. 3 years in, your movements become increasingly unpredictable. The skill is now at an intermediate level. 6 years pass. 8 serpent steps has become second nature to you, reaching advanced mastery. By the 11th year, your movements are ghost-like, your steps invisible. The skill is now perfected. Remaining demon lifespan, 25 years. Shun Yi felt the changes in his body, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. Once Shun Yi infused martial arts into his life force, his progress seemed to align with his physical state at the time. It made sense like how an old swordsman obsessed with blade techniques would naturally pick up other skills faster. He subconsciously adjusted his posture on the donkey, and suddenly, his body felt so light, like he could leap 3 to 5 yards in a single step. Too bad he couldn't test it out right now. Shun Yi composed himself, channeling the remaining demon life force into the cloud-piercing fist. As he refined the technique, he hoped to gain new insights into the initial realm. But the results this time left him a bit disappointed. You're not naturally skilled in hand-to-hand combat, but after 18 years of refinement, your fists strike like thunder, and your palms can shatter stone. Cloud-piercing fist has reached perfection. In the 20th year, you made no progress, felt lost, and thought you'd wasted all that time. By the 23rd year, you began doubting yourself, sensing that once this fist technique reached perfection, it hit a dead end. In the 25th year, after years of reflection, your understanding of fist techniques deepened, and your talent in this area improved. When all the demon life force was used up, the results were laid bare on his status panel. Cloud-piercing fist perfected. 8 steps of the serpent perfected. Mastery in fist techniques. Reduces training time for hand-to-hand combat techniques and increases chances of breakthroughs. Aside from perfecting those 2 techniques, he gained a talent like boost, but still no clues about the initial realm he sought. He raised his gaze slightly. By my count, shouldn't the Demon Suppression Bureau be patrolling our county soon? Chun Ji, who was leading the way, flinched slightly at the remark. His eyes flashed with a complicated expression as he responded without turning around. About a month away, sir. He knew full well that this was Shun Yi indirectly reminding him. The entire Bayun County office was on edge, their top priority being to pass the Demon Suppression Bureau's inspection and present a facade of peace and order. If anything went wrong, at least half of the people in the office would end up hanging at the marketplace gallows. And the first head to roll would likely be the young, handsome one belonging to Shun Yi. No wonder the man was acting out of character today. He'd been waiting for this moment. If there was anyone in the office who actually wanted the Bureau's patrol captain to arrive, It was Qinji. Honestly, he wouldn't mind at all if the court decided to flay Shun Yi alive. If not for Shun Yi's deceit, the office wouldn't be struggling to suppress the truth. The demon suppression army would be long since swept through and eradicated the surrounding monsters. A month. Shun Yi massaged his temples. From his memory, he was just a low-ranking official, nowhere near qualified to deal with the Demon Suppression Bureau. If he wanted to learn more advanced martial arts, he'd have to wait patiently. But if he could fully step into the initial realm within a month, wouldn't that give him a shot at joining the Bureau? Still, the demon life force he had wasn't enough. As his thoughts churned, the two donkeys came to a stop by the edge of a field. He glanced toward a dilapidated temple on the hillside. The statue inside was exposed, covered with straw, its altar half collapsed, and weeds growing everywhere. The fact that the local farmers didn't even bother worshipping it anymore spoke volumes about their resentment. This way, sir. Qinji tied up the donkeys and pointed ahead. They walked quickly along the field path, where a group of ragged farmers stood scattered in the distance. Their faces were gaunt, their eyes hollow as they watched the two approach. When they saw how the two were dressed, they squatted back down, neither crying out for help nor raising grievances. Deep down, they knew exactly who was responsible for their suffering. Under those stares, Qinji's already youthful face betrayed a hint of shame. But seeing Shun Yi's calm, indifferent demeanor, his shame turned into resentment. He pulled his hat lower, covering half his face, and said, "It's this household. They were attacked by the offspring of the Yellow Skin King. Last night you'll understand once you're inside." The Yellow Skin King wasn't just a weasel. Monsters had their hierarchies too, often bound by bloodlines and carving out territories like little kingdoms. Different factions had different demands. Some sought fresh meat, others desired beauties, and some craved treasures. One particular pack of dog demons had the closest ties to Shun Yi. Their leader was an old yellow-furred dog who called himself the Yellow Skin King. "Open the door." Shun Yi gestured with a nod. Qinji pushed open the wooden door, and the moment they stepped in, the dark crimson seen inside hit like a punch to the gut. The room was dim. On the table lay dismembered limbs, neatly piled. The ones that didn't fit were strung up with straw and hung from the beams. A dog demon sat at the edge of the bed, casually gnawing on a femur, its expression cold and emotionless. Its sharp gaze resembled that of a loyal guard dog. But when it recognized who had entered, its tense posture relaxed a little. "Oh, it's you. I thought it was someone else. What brings you here?" Shun Yi stepped further into the room, his nose assaulted by the stench. Qinji had seen this scene before, but stepping into this house a second time, his face under the bamboo hat twisted slightly. His hand gripping the blade trembled violently, and he couldn't help but draw the sword 3 inches out of its sheath. He was no ordinary man. In just 3 years, he had mastered the demon-slaying techniques passed down by the Zhenma division to a decent level. He was fully capable of facing off against this dog demon, and with some luck, he might even win despite the mortal risk. The only reason he suppressed his killing intent earlier was to first return to the office to report, partly for the sake of his younger sister at home, and partly because he knew he wasn't yet a match for the likes of Huang Lu. Acting rashly would likely lead to even greater disaster. At that moment, a strong hand quietly reached out and pressed his long blade back into its sheath. Qinji snapped back to reality, his eyes fixed on Shun Yi's profile, trying to see what he would do. No matter how cold-hearted this man was, surely he'd have some reaction to seeing his own kind being devoured, right? In his gaze, Shun Yi finally turned to look at the old dog demon. His eyes betrayed neither sorrow nor joy. The corners of his mouth lifted, revealing a set of sharp, white teeth as he let out a light laugh. Seeing this, Qinji's heartbeat gradually steadied. He averted his eyes in disappointment, no longer wanting to hear the two exchange pleasantries. "Just came to check on you," Shun Yi said with a slight chuckle as he stepped forward. "Brother Huang Lu, why do you come down from the mountain without saying a word?" The dog demon paused its chewing, stayed silent for a long time, then shifted slightly to reveal the scene on the bed. A thinner dog demon lay quietly on the bed, slowly gnawing on a piece of tender organ meat. Beneath it, a palm-sized puppy was curled up, nursing. "Too many enemies on the mountain. Came down to lay low," Huang Lu replied gruffly. Don't talk to me about rules. There's plenty to eat and drink here. I'm staying for half a year until my pup grows up. Then we'll talk. Hearing this, Shen Yi's smile widened. Congratulations. Congratulations, both mother and child safe. Huh? As he spoke, he walked over to Huang Lu's side, not minding the blood on the bed planks. He shifted his body and sat down casually. Shen Yi reached out and placed a hand on the dog demon's neck. With such good news, why didn't you give your brothers a heads up in advance? Huang Lu glanced at him, but didn't he shake off the hand. Don't try to get chummy with me. Even if you're here today, I'm not leaving. Not even if the county magistrate himself shows up. Not leaving. Not leaving, Shen Yi said with a cheerful grin, his black and white eyes gleaming even brighter. His words brought a faint smile to Huang Lu's face. Just as the dog demon was about to respond, its pupils suddenly contracted. In the midst of their seemingly friendly gestures, a steel blade had already plunged into its chest. Huh. Hearing the noise, Shinji jerked his head up, his entire body trembling. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Shen Yi was holding Huang Lu, his face calm as he said, "Guests are always welcome. Why would I ever ask you to leave?" Before the sentence was even finished, he drove the blade straight into the dog demon's heart. Blood sprayed onto both of them, giving the dimly lit room an unsettling, crimson glow. "You should just stayed here, don't leave." Shen Yi's voice grew softer, his movements more methodical. Thud, thud, thud. With every word he spoke, he drove the blade deeper, tearing that sturdy body apart. Huang Lu struggled desperately, but no matter how much strength it used, it was like sinking into an abyss under Shen Yi's grip, completely futile. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like a compliant child sitting quietly, watching wide-eyed as its own body was pierced. After a long while, Shen Yi finally let go, coldly watching the lifeless dog demon collapse to the ground. He looked up and said, "You get out." Shinji's body stiffened like a wooden plank, his mind a chaotic mess. Under that gaze, his whole body shuddered. He turned and walked out, but at the doorway, he couldn't resist glancing back. Shen Yi sat on the edge of the bed, slowly pulling the blade out of Huang Lu's body. He turned his gaze to the terrified dog demon on the bed, reached over to take the organ it was chewing on, and murmured softly, "Sister-in-law, a family should always stick together. Don't you think?" Shinji's legs gave out, causing him to stumble. He stumbled past the threshold and stopped outside, gasping for air with his eyes tightly shut. After a moment, Shen Yi sauntered out, wiping his long fingers with a cloth. He said indifferently, "Go in. Clean that place up." Hearing this, Shinji opened his eyes and stared at that familiar face, his mind a tangled mess. Finally, he could only stupidly ask, "Why? What why?" Shen Yi raised an eyebrow, looking at him with feigned confusion. Shit. Shinji clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes wide with fury. "Of course, why did you strike so suddenly? One moment you were exchanging polite words, the next you butchered that dog demon like livestock while sitting there. Why was your face still wearing that damn smile when you did it? Do you even hate anyone? What do you think of the dead villagers? And how do you see these demons?" In Shinji's eyes, that guy could coldly watch the corpses of his own kind being devoured, stay indifferent to those so-called brotherly dog demons, and even ignore the helpless little pup that couldn't open its eyes. It just didn't make sense. A flood of questions surged through his mind, but Shinji suppressed his emotions and went straight to the point. "Why did you kill them? Aren't you afraid the yellow weasels will seek revenge? Or do you have some bigger plan in mind, Lord Shen?" "What plan?" Shen Yi frowned, his response calm and detached. "It wouldn't leave, and I didn't want it continuing to harm people. So, I came up with a compromise everyone could live with." Was that even a reason? Hearing this, Shinji exhaled deeply. Since the man clearly didn't want to elaborate, he didn't press further. Instead, he walked straight into the house and began cleaning up the corpses of the dog demons. It had only been a few days since they last met, but Shinji now found this lord increasingly inscrutable. When the area finally cleared out, Shen Yi stood quietly at the doorway. He tossed aside the rag in his hand, revealing fingers that were trembling slightly. He glanced down at his palm, clenched his fist tightly, and forced his fingertips to steady. As a transmigrator, This was the first time he had witnessed death so up close and personal, watching the putrid flesh being torn apart, even seeing strands of meat stuck between the dog demon's teeth. He nearly puked. To suppress the fear and rage bubbling inside, he just kept stabbing, using the motion to overpower the dread in his heart. But he had to keep his cool. Only by staying calm could he hold out until the Demon Suppression Division arrived. If he lost it now, there'd be no one left in this huge county of Baiyun to back him up. As for Chen Ji's question, Shun Yi had already thought it through. Was there another way? No, there wasn't. If he turned a blind eye, the villagers would eventually die anyway. Since there was no perfect solution, he might as well get the job done and spare himself the trouble. Instead of comforting himself with cliches like "for the greater good" or "patience is a virtue," wouldn't it be better to stockpile some demon lifespans, strengthen himself, and be ready to slice that beast down the next time it made a move? Thinking about the lifespans he absorbed from the demons, this round's haul wasn't too shabby. Enlightened Dog Demon, not yet at initial stage, total lifespan 145 years remaining, 59 years fully absorbed. Enlightened Dog Demon, not yet at initial stage, total lifespan 152 years remaining, 61 years fully absorbed. Unenlightened Dog Demon, total lifespan 80 years remaining, 79 years fully absorbed. Remaining demon lifespan 199 years. Remaining personal lifespan 1 year. It even rounded up nicely, exactly 200 years in total. Shun Yi hadn't yet decided where to invest these lifespans. Should he continue honing the demon-slaying blade technique, building on the foundation of the Xinjiang blade to explore more paths toward the initial stage? Or should he switch to learning the cloud-splitting fist and gamble on gaining more talent in hand-to-hand combat? While he was still debating, Chen Ji had already loaded the demon corpses onto a cart and brought over the old donkey. No matter what you're planning, Lord Shun. Chen Ji handed over the reins, his expression complicated as he glanced back at the distant fields. Scattered across the ridges, the villagers still looked lifeless, like walking corpses. Only when their eyes landed on the cart did a flicker of emotion break through their vacant stares. At least today, you saved their lives. As the words fell, Chen Ji tried to force a smile. But just as he was about to, the reins in his hands were yanked away. He looked up and saw Shun Yi mounting the old donkey, lazily riding off into the distance. Shun Yi stretched and rolled his eyes. What is the point of overthinking? Why do people always have to throw in some snarky remark before giving a compliment? So pretentious. On the way back to town, Chen Ji followed behind on his mule, staring at the upright figure ahead. Something just felt off. Normally, even if Shun Yi just passed by a villager's door, it was like he was ready to strip them of their wealth, food, and even their daughters. Today, after personally slaying demons, a perfect excuse to cash in on rewards, he just walked away like it was nothing. And back at the farmer's house earlier, even though it was a sneak attack, the guy's body had long been ruined by indulgence in wine and women. How could someone like that handle a dog demon so cleanly and efficiently? Chen Ji had to admit, if he had been the one sitting beside the dog demon at the time, there was no way he could pulled it off so decisively. He thought back to Shun Yi flipping through the martial arts manual so haphazardly. Hesitating, he asked, "Lord Shun, are you interested in the Demon Suppression Division's martial arts too?" Hearing this, Shun Yi turned to see the kid's conflicted expression. His mind wandered back to the guardhouse, to the moment that child reluctantly handed over the martial arts manual. With a sigh, Shun Yi pulled out the manual and tossed it back. "I was just skimming. Take it back." Chen Ji took the manuscript and quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. I have some insights into these 3 martial arts techniques. If you're interested, Lord Shun, I can teach you." His words abruptly stopped. Chen Ji's brows furrowed tightly, confused as to why those words had slipped out of his mouth. After all, back when he trained tirelessly in martial arts, one of his motivations was to someday cut down this beast standing before him. Why would he ever want to pass on his skills to him? Something had changed. Since their encounter that morning, Shun Yi seemed like a completely different person. Every move he made was utterly unpredictable. Could it be that the man had grown a conscience? Was he truly turning over a new leaf, ready to start fresh? Tie the donkey securely and clean up those demon corpses. When they returned to the county office, Shen Yi stood at the entrance of the duty room, his face showing a hint of fatigue. Over the past 2 days, his hands had been stained with blood. Even though it was demon blood, he still found it unsettling. Fortunately, his predecessor was a rogue constable who barely handled any official business. Someone like Shen Yi, just sitting in the duty room for a while, would already be praised as diligent. He stretched his body slightly before stepping into the room. "Boss Shen, you're here so early today?" Shen Yi glanced up at the blazing midday sun overhead, then slowly shifted his gaze back to the few constables before him. The one who had just blatantly lied was Zhang Dahu, someone his predecessor had always favored. Zhang was the go-to guy for all the dirty and tiring tasks, a trusted lackey. Along with the few others behind him, this was all Shen Yi had under his command. Yeah, Shen Yi nodded and headed inside. From the predecessor's dealings, it was clear that this bunch of bootlickers were no good. Besides bullying the common folk, they spent their days drinking, eating, and fooling around. When it came to martial arts, they could use their official blades to intimidate civilians. But the moment they faced demons, they were practically waiting to get crushed. Shen Yi couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. Just as he walked past the group, Zhang Dahu scurried up to him, grinning obsequiously. "Boss Shen, the task you assigned is done." "Which task?" Shen Yi paused and asked, slightly thrown off. Zhang Dahu put on a pitiful expression. "The one about swapping that boy's sister to take the Liu family girl's place. You have no idea every family in the county hides their daughters away. To get you the numbers you wanted, we nearly ran our legs off these past few days." He chuckled foolishly and added, "We made the arrangements and sent the boy's sister to Liuli Temple Village. Don't worry, she won't be back for at least 10 days or so." As his words settled, Shen Yi's heart sank. A sudden thought struck him. At that moment, a lean figure stopped at the entrance of the duty room. Shen Ji removed his bamboo hat, his gaze as cold as death, and silently lifted his eyes to look at the group. The next second, a trace of self-mockery flashed across his eyes, and the blade at his waist hissed as it was drawn. Turn over a new leaf? Start fresh? What a load of crap. A beast will always be a beast. Shit, he's back again. Protect Lord Shen. Zhang Dahu let out a panicked yell and, along with the 6 other constables, clumsily drew their blades, forming a shaky barrier in front of Shen Yi. "Shen, you've got some nerve. Drawing your blade against the boss in the office? If you want to live, drop the weapon now. You hear me? TCH. Shen Ji looked at them, clearly outnumbered 1-8, yet his eyes were full of disdain. Ever since mastering the martial arts of the Demon Suppression Bureau, these small-time thugs were no match for him. In a flash, Shen Ji lunged forward 3 steps. Zhang Dahu, though intimidated by the martial arts prodigy's reputation, put on a fierce expression, emboldened by the numbers on his side. "I've been sick of you for a while now, you bastard. You dare mouth off to us? You're dead." These constables might not have real skills, but 7 gleaming steel blades slashing down together was still a terrifying sight. But Shen Ji's gaze didn't waver. With a casual swing of his official blade, he effortlessly parried their attack. Zhang Dahu was tall and burly, known for being ruthless in fights. Yet now, gripping his blade with both hands, sweat dripped from his nose as he realized he couldn't push his weapon down even an inch. In the next moment, Shen Ji swung his blade again. A flash of silver, a crisp metallic ring, and all 7 steel blades snapped in half simultaneously. The constables staggered backward, clutching their wrists in terror. The force from the blade was far beyond anything they could comprehend. "Ah, protect Lord Shen." Zhang Dahu, realizing just how terrifying this man was, shrieked in a voice that had turned sharp with panic, retreating further back as he yelled. Shen Ji didn't chase after them. He simply walked calmly to the last person standing, his face devoid of emotion. Shen Yi stood still, hands hanging at his sides, frowning as he watched. In a low voice, he said, "Put down the blade first." Shen Ji shook his head. "If you dare to act, then you should dare to face the consequences. Don't expect mercy." His grip on the blade tightened. "You can change a dynasty, but human nature? That's a whole different beast. A dog will always return to its own filth." With a twisted grin, his voice sharp and deadly like a reaper's whisper, he sneered, "Lord Shen, grow some brains in your next life." Before the words had fully landed, a cold flash of silver streaked through the air. The frigid blade was raised high, slicing downward with a weighty, murderous intent. The tension in the crowd was suffocating. Hearts raced, breaths caught. "Well, aren't you full of tricks?" came a calm voice. Shun-Yi raised an eyebrow, resting his hand casually on the hilt of his sword. But he didn't draw it. He simply held the sheath. Then, with a seemingly effortless motion, he swung the scabbard forward. The black scabbard curved deftly through the air, bypassing the silver blade, and lightly tapped Chun-Ji's shoulder just before his strike could land. In that instant, Chun-Ji's pupils shrank. His mind went blank, as if he'd encountered something utterly incomprehensible. His body faltered, his knees gave way with an audible creak. The long blade slipped from his grip as he collapsed hard onto one knee, gasping for air. His arms strained against the ground, veins bulging in his neck, but no matter how hard he fought, he couldn't move an inch. And all of this was caused by nothing more than the weight of that scabbard pressing on his shoulder. Chun-Ji's gaze locked on the polished boots in front of him. Then, glancing upward, he saw Shun-Yi's calm, unbothered expression. "I told you," Shun-Yi said flatly, "put the blade down." "I'm gonna kill you," Chun-Ji growled, his body trembling with rage like a cornered beast. Shun-Yi didn't even flinch. He smacked the scabbard across Chun-Ji's face with a crisp smack. That left him dazed. "Pick up your sword and stand up straight," Shun-Yi said coldly. "If you lose, don't whine about it. Who's left to back you up now?" Chun-Ji stared in disbelief at the sword kicked back toward him. Shun-Yi had already sheathed his scabbard and turned away, his indifference cutting deeper than any blade. To him, Chun-Ji wasn't even a threat. Chun-Ji had always prided himself on being the sharpest among his peers in the Yamen. After a secret meeting with the Demon Suppression Bureau's officers, he felt his skills and vision had far surpassed those of his colleagues. As for why Shun-Yi could still humiliate him so easily, he chalked it up to his lack of time to grow stronger. Just give him a little more time. But reality hit him like a slap to the face. If he wasn't mistaken, Shun-Yi's seemingly casual move carried the essence of the demon suppression sword technique, executed with a mastery that bordered on instinct. Shun-Yi's speed, strength, and understanding of the technique had completely outclassed him, dismantling his every move with ease. But how? Chun-Ji muttered to himself, picking up his sword. "They say the Demon Suppression Bureau's training only takes 3 years. How could you have perfected it like this?" Meanwhile, Shun-Yi approached a group of guards sprawled on the ground. "Where are they?" he asked. One of them, Zhang Dahu, stammered, they. This man, who was usually all about drinking, gambling, and chasing women, now looked utterly dumbfounded. Since when did Shun-Yi master swordplay? Shun-Yi let out a sigh and kicked Zhang Dahu half a meter away. "I asked you where are they?" The mess his predecessor left behind was nothing short of a disaster. You could say Shun-Yi was like a middleman, collecting his Yamen salary while secretly solving problems for all sorts of supernatural beings. Unlike those dog demons under the yellow-skinned fox, whose only thought was to devour humans, some creatures had more complex desires. Take the old ape, for example. Obsessed with beauty, it preferred young girls who hadn't yet fully matured. But its violent nature meant most of the girls sent to it didn't survive more than a few months, creating an insatiable demand. This time, a conflict of interest had arisen between the two groups. Shun-Yi's predecessor had originally arranged for 6 young girls, including one from the Liu family, to be sent to the old ape. But the Liu family had also caught the attention of the dog demons. With no other options, the predecessor had shifted his sights to Chun-Ji's younger sister. She was older, yes, but far more appealing compared to the malnourished girls. "What a beast," Shun-Yi muttered, shaking his head, his gaze growing colder. He had thought his past life had shown him the worst of humanity. But in this chaotic world, suffering came in many shades. Realizing Shun-Yi wasn't acting, Zhang Dahu scrambled to his feet, clutching his stomach, and quickly led the way. Chun-Ji, flustered, followed close behind. Just 2 streets away from the Yamen, Zhang Dahu turned into the back of a tea house, heading toward a vegetable patch near the outhouse. There, several young girls, caked in mud and barely breathing, were tied up. They looked like they hadn't eaten in days. The old madams from the brothel haven come to doll them up yet, one guard explained nervously, terrified Shun-Yi might think they'd been slacking. They're a bit plain now, but with some makeup, they look decent. Before Zhang Dahu could finish his sentence, he was shoved aside by Shen Yi. Boss, these are the indentured contracts her parents signed with their fingerprints. Every single one of them. We know it's heartless, but we got no choice. Shen Yi took the stack of contracts, his voice turning cold. Go buy rice, flour, salt, and some pork. Lots of it. And make it quick. Got it. Zhang Dahu spun around and left immediately. He had been with Shen Yi for years and knew how ruthless the man could be. Those who dared question him in the early days had all ended up as fodder for monsters. If it wasn't your business, you didn't ask not even half a word. I said buy it. A cold reminder echoed behind him. Zhang Dahu froze, turning to meet Shen Yi's sharp, clear gaze. There was no longer any trace of his usual ferocity, nor did it seem like a threat. For some reason, Zhang Dahu's knees almost buckled. He clamped his legs together and quickly replied, Understood. I'll spend the silver. No funny business. You have my word. Shen Yi shifted his gaze forward. Chen Ji, his face dark and tense, silently began untying the ropes around a young girl. They say beauty is relative. Among this group of thin, malnourished girls, Chen Jinyu's frail frame still showed no signs of nutritional deficiency. Even with mud smeared on her, her fair and delicate skin stood out. She had just been captured, so her face wasn't as haggard as the others. Her refined features carried an air of scholarly elegance, with a fragile beauty that made her even more striking. With looks like that, it was no wonder the former Shen Yi had taken a liking to her. And having a brother working as an officer meant her life had been slightly easier than the other girls. Chen Ji gritted his teeth and helped his sister sit on a nearby stone. Normally, anyone who dared to bully this girl would face his wrath and his blade. But now, he could only clench his anger tightly in his fists, letting it simmer silently. Shen Yi pulled his gaze back and crouched down to untie the ropes on the other girls. Under their terrified stares, he gently touched each of their foreheads with the back of his hand. The weather had turned cold. Catching a chill now would be disastrous. Luckily, aside from being hungry and thirsty, none of them seemed seriously ill. Master Shun, the youngest girl, barely 12 or 13, spoke in a trembling voice. Shen Yi gave a bitter smile. Even kids this young knew of the reputation the former Shen Yi had left behind. He wiped the mud off her face with his thumb and lightly patted her head. Rest for now. I'll take you all home. Before long, a group of officers returned, hauling large bags of supplies. Shen Yi stood up and glanced at Chen Ji, who was crouched, his hands clenched tight, as if he wanted to dig his nails into his palms. Shen Yi sighed. That's enough. You're still on duty. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the girls out of the tea house. The rest of you, get back to the station. Leave the supplies. He'll carry them. Chen Ji nearly laughed out of frustration. After what you did to my sister, now you want me to be your pack mule. Chen Jinyu, her expression calm but her lips lightly bitten, seemed more composed than the others. Perhaps because she was older, she carried herself with a steadiness beyond her years. Brother, I'm fine. Go finish your work. She knew her brother's temper better than anyone. Once he was angry, not even she could talk him down. So she couldn't afford to panic. Losing her composure wouldn't solve anything, it only make things worse. Move it. The sun's going down, came Shen Yi's impatient voice from outside. The bluntness of his tone sent a pang of worry through Chen Jinyu's chest as she glanced at her brother. To her surprise, Chen Ji silently stood, hoisted the bags of rice and flour onto his shoulder, and muttered, Follow me. Once I'm done here, I'll take you home. Chen Jinyu blinked in shock before turning her gaze outside, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Walking down the streets of Baiyun County, Shen Yi asked each girl for her home address. He dismissed the accompanying officers, finding their reputations too unsavory to have them tagging along. Even so, passers-by avoided them like the plague. Shen Yi shook his head and knocked on the door of an old, worn-down house. A red-eyed, tear-streaked woman opened the door. At the sight of the knife-carrying young man, she instinctively tried to shut it. Shen Yi blocked the door with his hand and stepped aside. One of the girls rushed past him, throwing herself into the woman's arms, crying out hoarsely, Mom. The woman froze, her swollen eyes blinking in disbelief. Then her nose crinkled, and she held the small, frail girl tightly. My child. Those damned officers. She stopped mid-sentence, her gaze darting to the imposing figure standing in front of her. Realizing her slip, she stiffened. But Shun-Yi acted as though he hadn't heard a thing. He turned, took 2 bags of rice and a piece of pork from Chen-Ji, and set them down at the woman's feet. The child is hungry and scared. Cook her some porridge with meat to help her recover. Carrying bags of rice and flour, Chen-Ji suddenly froze with surprise. Lord Shun, who was always cold and aloof, now clasped his hands together with a polite bow, offering an apologetic smile as he gently closed the door for the mother and daughter. What the heck? It was like seeing a ghost. And this didn't just happen once, it happened 6 times in a row. After escorting all the girls back home, Shun-Yi stepped onto the street, rubbed his stiff jaw heavily, and went silent. Watching him, Chen Jinyu couldn't suppress a chuckle. It was both funny and strange. He was clearly terrible at interacting with people, let alone apologizing. Despite his calm and collected exterior, you could tell he was wound tighter than a drum. Bro, is that your new boss from the magistrate's office? Hearing this, Chen-Ji shot a glance at his sister and replied in a low voice. No, that's Shun-Yi himself. The moment she heard the name, Chen Jinyu instinctively covered her mouth in shock. She never met him, but her brother had shielded her from his reputation long enough she knew all about the infamous Shun-Yi. Stay away from him. Chen-Ji lowered his voice to warn her, but his mind was already a mess. It wasn't just Shun-Yi's strange behavior that left him baffled, there was something even bigger weighing on him. Now that the girls had been sent home, what was he going to do about those old apes next? And when the time came, what would Shun-Yi even say to explain it? Lord Shun. Chen-Ji slowly stepped forward. Shun-Yi snapped out of his thoughts, glanced at him indifferently, and said, "The rest is for your sister. Take it home." That's not what I meant. Chen-Ji clenched his teeth in frustration, completely puzzled. Why did Shun-Yi always dodge the topic? Just like with that dog demon earlier. Did he really think staying silent would make these problems magically disappear? Under the watchful eyes of those around them, Shun-Yi stood there, hands hanging by his sides. After a long pause, he finally said, "I don't know." Those 4 words hit Chen-Ji like a bucket of cold water. His face darkened. "Are you joking with me?" Shun-Yi's face remained blank. He wasn't kidding, it was the truth. Baiyun County was already a powder keg. No single villain turning over a new leaf could fix that. Take, for instance, the black-furred dog demon that ambushed the Liu estate, or the Huang couple hiding out in the village, or those increasingly arrogant ape demons. They treated the unspoken rules set by the magistrate's office years ago like trash, trampling on them at will. Either the magistrate's retreat had emboldened these creatures, or they caught wind of the Demon Suppression Bureau's arrival and were lashing out in a final act of defiance. Shun-Yi was just a minor official. He wasn't qualified to deal with the Demon Suppression Bureau, nor did he have the power to change the tide. The options were grim. Either he handed the townsfolk over to be ravaged by monsters, or he ditched his uniform and saved his own skin. Remaining lifespan, 1 year. He turned around, his eyes narrowing at the icy words glowing on the panel in front of him. Living just to survive was pointless. If he wanted to extend his life, his only shot was finding some advanced martial art hidden in this place. Whether he relied on the panel's calculations or threw himself at the Demon Suppression Bureau for answers, the path ahead demanded one thing: slaying demons and banishing monsters. The only thing Shun-Yi could count on was the blade in his hand. "Let us go," he said as he started walking. "Where to?" Chen-Ji quickly followed. "To your place for food. I'm starving." It was obvious Chen-Ji wasn't thrilled about having Shun-Yi in his home. But after everything that had happened today, even though he wasn't happy about it, he reluctantly went along with it. The siblings lived in a house allocated by the magistrate's office. There was only 1 bedroom, which Chun Jinyu used, while a small woodshed in the back had been converted into Chun Ji's quarters. "Brother, come sit inside," Jinyu offered. "No need, just go make dinner." With his head down, Chun Ji led Shun-Yi into the woodshed and pulled out 2 small stools. "Isn't this a bit much?" Shun-Yi raised an eyebrow, glancing at the barely foot-tall stools. Half joking, he said, "Might as well sit on the floor. Your sister's room is plenty spacious, and I'm not a thief. What with the hostility?" "Make do," Chen-Ji muttered as he walked to the bed. lifting the straw mat. He rummaged underneath and pulled out a yellowed piece of paper. He closed his eyes, hesitated for a long time, and couldn't shake the image of Shun-Yi casually killing the dog demon with an arm slung around his shoulder, juxtaposed against the polite smile he'd worn while returning the girls home. I don't care if you really can't handle it or if you just don't want to tell me. Either way, I can't help you. Shin-Ji opened his eyes and handed over the paper. Take this. What's this? Shin-Yi glanced at it, and his expression slowly changed. Before Shin-Ji could explain, the panel jumped in with an answer. Wind and Thunder Scroll, Part 1 Uninitiated. Back in the day, a Demon Suppression Bureau officer had sought him out, claiming he had potential. Beyond the 3 basic martial arts techniques, they'd even written down this 78-character mantra just for him. It was a method for refining the body, targeting the 4 major thresholds of muscles, bones, skin, and flesh. Once mastered, it would elevate one beyond the limits of mortality. Shin-Ji smirked with a hint of self-mockery and said, "The officer as sharp I missed you, huh? Maybe he saw through your character from the start. As for me, I couldn't even pass the first hurdle in these 3 years. Giving this to you now probably won't help much, but it's all I've got left. Take your time with it. I'll head to the kitchen and help with the cooking." Shin-Yi suppressed a smug grin and waved him off. Go on, go on. Unless it's some divine technique. Cramming at the last minute won't work even with the most advanced martial arts. Mastery isn't something you achieve overnight. But for him, things were completely different. Remaining demon lifespan, 199 years. Good thing he held back earlier this morning. Shun-Yi steadied his breathing and, as usual, started with a deduction of 10 years. 10 years of demon lifespan poured into the Wind and Thunder manual, and lines of text quietly surfaced. Year 1. You thoroughly studied the methods of medicinal refinement, using the essence of heaven and earth to nourish your body's major tendons. Year 3. With no medicine available, you had to rely on diet, extracting minuscule amounts of essence from food. Progress was slow. Year 7. Signs of breaking through began to emerge. Your tendons became dragon-like, but due to insufficient essence, you could only progress gradually, building up strength over time. Year 10. You broke through the tendon barrier, entering the introductory stage of the Wind and Thunder Manual's first chapter. What kind of martial art is this? Shun-Yi opened his eyes, feeling as though he had just shattered a bottleneck. Strength surged through his body, far beyond human limits. The demon-slaying blade technique and cloud-splitting fist he had practiced before were quick learning methods compiled by the Demon Subjugation Bureau from various schools, decent, but conventional. After completing those techniques, he could wield strength as mighty as an ox and move like lightning, which had already amazed him. But this tiny, 78-character method opened up an entirely different world. It gave him an indescribable sense of transcendence, as if he were evolving into something beyond human. It's no longer about digging into my own reserves, it's about refining myself using external forces. External forces aren't enough, so progress is slow? Shin-Yi understood the principle, but had no immediate solution. During his earlier deductions, he had realized the entire process of martial training was closely tied to his physical state. If his guess was correct, consuming an elixir rich in essence before deducing martial arts would accelerate progress significantly. The problem was, where could he find such an elixir? In his past life, he had seemed successful on the surface, but was actually a gambler. All the wealth and salary he had scraped together were poured into the gambling table. If he could make it to the next month without running out of money, it was already a miracle. Plus, each deduction cost him a year. Ordinary medicines had negligible effects. Only rare, extraordinary treasures would make a difference. Damn gamblers, forget it. I'll deal with it when the chance comes. Looking at the still abundant demon lifespan left, Shin-Yi confidently continued channeling it in. Year 16. You exhausted all the essence to nourish your bones. Year 26. Without sufficient medicinal power, progress was slow. Year 38. Over half of your bones were refined, but gathering essence from regular food barely made any difference. Shun-Yi's expression gradually changed, tension flickering in his eyes. Year 52. After years of accumulation, you broke through the bone barrier. The Wind and Thunder Manual's first chapter reached minor completion. When that line appeared, Shun Yi realized he had been holding his breath for so long that he'd forgotten to breathe. But the rewards were immense. Not only had his body undergone a drastic transformation, but his bones beneath the flesh had become as hard as metal. And that overwhelming sense of transcendence in his mind, it was like a sweet lure, drawing him closer, making it impossible to resist. That mysterious realm was slowly unveiling itself to Shun Yi. He gritted his teeth and went all in. Year 89. You became accustomed to steadily accumulating essence, year after year, day after day. Your mastery of refining your body with essence grew increasingly proficient. Year 106. One morning, you noticed changes in your skin. It didn't excite you, it felt natural, as if it had always been meant to happen. The Wind and Thunder Manual's first chapter reached full mastery. This time, Shun Yi didn't even pause. He felt he was nearing that realm, closer than ever. Without hesitation, he kept pouring demon lifespan into it. Muscles, bones, and skin, only the final barrier remained. Year 182. You cooked yourself a meal as usual, tasted a bite, but found it bland and unappetizing. You suddenly sensed there was something far more exquisite in this world. That thing was everywhere, yet elusive and untouchable. You looked down at yourself and had an epiphany. To transcend the mortal realm, the succulent drumstick in your hand had become nothing but a mundane object. After over a century of refinement, your body had become the perfect vessel for that elusive existence. The Wind and Thunder Manual's first chapter was perfected. Shun Yi closed his eyes. That realm seemed within reach, just one step away. This was the beginning, a chance to start over, to live again in this world as an entirely different being. But now, he just couldn't take that final step, no matter what. Because the 78-character mantra stopped right here. Shun Yi felt a sudden surge of frustration. Just one more line. Why didn't you finish it? Stuck in limbo like this, his mortal body had reached perfection. But now what was he supposed to do? He shot to his feet, ready to storm out, but suddenly froze mid-step. That strange transformation from being utterly drained to reaching the pinnacle of the demon-slaying blade technique? It was nothing compared to what he felt now. Shun Yi was bewildered. He barely moved his hand, yet it felt like he could flip the entire room over with ease. It was like waking from a coma. He began moving slowly, like someone relearning how to use their body. Then, a voice called from outside. "Dinner's ready." The warm scent of freshly steamed rice drifted into the room. Shun Yi frowned, caught between two conflicting emotions, a reflexive craving for food and a strange lack of appetite. In the end, hunger won. Shun Yi walked out briskly. This place was tiny. Normally, the siblings would cook and eat in their own rooms. But with an extra person today, Chun-Ji had dragged out a small table from who knows where and set it up in the little courtyard. Shun Yi watched as Chun-Ji carried the dishes inside, then closed the door behind Chun-Jinyu. Rolling his eyes, Shun Yi said, "I'm seriously not that kind of guy. It's not about you. She just likes being by herself," Chun-Ji replied, squatting back down at the table to scoop rice and wipe chopsticks clean for Shun Yi. Just as he spoke, the wooden door creaked open a crack. Chun-Jinyu peeked out, her curious eyes sparkling. Shun Yi smirked. Chun-Ji paused mid-scoop, sighed, and said, "If you want to come out, just come out." Chun-Jinyu pushed the door open, clutching a bowl as she quietly made her way to the table. She squatted down with a shy smile, sweet, yet demure. She always listened to her brother. She didn't want to add to his stress or worries. But that didn't mean she didn't have her own thoughts. Take today, for instance, her brother's actions were bound to create some distance with their guest. Sure, if it were to ward off some sleazy playboy, she'd understand. But in her eyes, this man had once helped her at the tea house and garden, and he'd even noticed the disappointment in other girls' eyes, stepping in as their big brother temporarily. He couldn't be all that bad. With that in mind, she glanced across the table, meeting Shun Yi's gaze. They exchanged a smile. Snap! Chun-Ji's chopsticks tightened in his grip. His smile was forced as he stared at Shun Yi. "Not that kind of guy, huh? Really? Eat," Shun Yi muttered, breaking eye contact with a tinge of helplessness. He only had 1 year left to live. There wasn't time to dwell on stuff like this. Still, his mood lifted slightly. After all, he'd obtained the Wind and Thunder Scroll, and this girl, while clearly thoughtful, was amusing in her attempts to feign innocence. If, by some miracle, he could extend his life, well, maybe he'd find someone or a few someones, who knows. Shun-Yi did have a preference for women with fuller figures, more mature, with a bit of playful charm in their eyes. Wait, something clicked in his mind. Refined essence, perfected mortal body. Doesn't T that mean no lifespan extension? What the hell? Couldn't I just do Tai Chi in the park and live an extra 2 years? The next moment, a previously overlooked piece of information surfaced in his thoughts. Lifespan remaining, 21 years. 20 years. Not a lot. But for Shun-Yi, this was surprisingly good news. When he first crossed over, his predecessor had less than 30 years left, barely enough to hit 50 before kicking the bucket a short life. No doubt about it. His so-called destined end was a fixed number, unchangeable. Thanks to the wind and thunder scroll, he barely managed to perfect his physical body, but he was still just a mortal. Extending his lifespan even a little was already a huge deal. Shun-Yi pushed these thoughts aside, turning his attention to the Demon Subjugation Division patrol happening in a month. Of course, he needed to prepare. First, strength. The Great Qin Dynasty's Demon Subjugation Division operated independently of the Imperial Court. Even the lowest-ranked officers were granted the title of 7th-rank captain, a status equivalent to a county magistrate in Baiyun County. Yet, an ordinary captain had casually handed over the Wind and Thunder Scroll, a transcendent technique, to Qin-Ji simply because of his potential. To join their ranks, one had to stand out. Initial realm? Or something higher? Shun-Yi wasn't sure, but better cultivation was always a plus. Though he currently lacked a complete technique or treasures, he already derived some basic martial skills from the demon-slaying blade technique. With half of the Wind and Thunder Scroll in hand, he could always trade some lifespan to figure out the rest. At this thought, Shun-Yi glanced at the system panel, feeling a pang in his chest. Just a moment ago, he felt like he was sitting on a gold mine, but in the blink of an eye, he was flat broke. Remaining lifespan of demons, 17 years. When it comes down to it, slaying demons isn't easy. Shun-Yi only managed to get close to demons thanks to the connections left by his predecessor. But with every demon he took down, the trust he'd built over the years crumbled faster than you could blink. You've got to be solid as steel to survive this game. Shun-Yi had to gather enough strength to withstand the inevitable backlash from the demons before they realized he was flipping sides. But strength wasn't the only thing he needed. The second key? Reputation. If things kept going south, and the authorities caught wind of his actions, he'd be in big trouble. If the Demon Suppression Division set foot in Baiyun County, they wouldn't just deal with the demons first. Shun-Yi, the so-called renowned master, would probably get dragged out and publicly shamed at the marketplace. But hey, no need to rush. The more demons he slayed, the better his reputation would become naturally. Shun-Yi stretched his limbs at the door, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. For once, he didn't have to worry about kicking the bucket next year. Just then, 2 breathless officers appeared at the end of the street, shouting, "Master Shun, finally we found you. Officer Song is calling for your immediate return to the office." Duty call. Hearing this, Qin-Ji, who was cleaning up the dishes, glanced up. The officer Song they mentioned was Song Chong-Fong, head of the criminal division. Normally, it's nothing out of the ordinary for subordinates to report to their superiors. But at Baiyun County's government office, it wasn't that simple. Song Chong-Fong, in his 40s and supposedly in his prime, had fallen out of favor for picking the wrong side in the demon suppression game. The higher-ups had been keeping him down ever since, leaving him powerless to control his subordinate, Shun-Yi. Righteous as he was, Song wasn't exactly made of steel. Watching Baiyun County's waters grow murkier by the day had left him boiling inside, though he never dared to openly voice his frustrations. After being stifled for so long, his fighting spirit had dulled. He resigned himself to being a hands-off boss, sipping tea and killing time each day. Whenever he saw Shun-Yi, he'd avoid him, too embarrassed to face him. So why was he suddenly reaching out today? "I'll head to the office. Get some rest, and don't wait up with the lights on," Shun-Yi said. Qin-Ji put down his blade, and Chun-Jinyu nodded obediently. She had always worried her proud, uncompromising brother would be shunned among the officers. Yet now, it seemed he'd found a boss he could actually trust. She stole a glance at the tall figure standing at the doorway. What kind of person could earn the loyalty of her stubborn brother? Shen Yi turned back, raising a brow. What are you staring at? Put that knife down and go wash the dishes. Chen Ji silently tossed the blade aside. Shen Yi shifted his gaze to the two officers in front of him. They were his men, after all. But right now, they both looked shifty, clearly hiding something. For them to be this spooked, and for the summons to seem so urgent, the odds were slim this was actually about Song Changfeng. Let us go, Shen Yi said, striding onto the street without further questions. The two officers tiptoed ahead, too scared to even breathe loudly, leading him back to the office. Finally, the chubbier one turned back, face pale, and muttered, "Sir, be careful." Before Shen Yi could respond, the officer immediately turned and hurried away. The two stopped in front of a tightly shut door. "Officer Song, Master Shen is here," they called out. Hearing this, Shen Yi frowned. Was it really Song Changfeng? But before he could think further, a voice from inside responded. Except it wasn't T Song's voice. Bam! Bam! Two massive holes were punched through the wooden door. Black shadows shot out, piercing through the chests of the two officers. Shen Yi froze, staring at the dark, wrinkled, hairy hands that had emerged from the officers' backs. Each hand clutched a still twitching heart, which they slowly extended toward him. Then, with a swift motion, their sharp claws sank into the hearts with a sickening crunch. "Brother Shen, why aren't you coming in?" Shen Yi closed his eyes, taking in the warm, metallic stench in the air. Then, without hesitation, he kicked the door down. The wooden door splintered apart, and a shrill cry echoed from inside as a shadowy figure darted backward with lightning speed. Shen Yi stepped into the room, his gaze cold as ice as he scanned his surroundings. The first thing he saw was the pale face of Song Changfeng. The middle-aged man was kneeling in front of a wrought-tan chair, trembling not just from fear, but from the weight pressing down on his shoulders. That weight, a thick, hairy, muscular leg. It rested casually on Song's shoulders, heavy enough to make his bones ache. Sweat poured down Song's face in torrents. The owner of that leg lounged lazily in the chair, wearing a loose scholar's robe with its chest wide open. Propping itself up on one elbow, it revealed an ugly, ape-like face. Flashing a toothy grin, it said, "Brother, have a seat." Besides it, two other ape demons were also in the room. One hunched over with its arms dangling to the ground, its face twisted with hostility. Blood still dripped from its fingertips. It was obvious that the earlier warning shot came from it. "Why are you so late? Look at the mess you've caused." Song Changfeng's face twitched, on the verge of a breakdown. "This is how you deal with demons? By dragging them all into the yamen." Whatever had happened earlier, this grown man was now a sobbing wreck, tears and snot running down his face like a wronged housewife. Shen Yi glanced at the table. 3 bloody dog heads were neatly arranged on top. He turned to the doorway and spotted 2 corpses of officers, still warm. The old ape in a scholar's robe smacked its lips, pressed a paw on Song Changfeng's head, and chuckled. "And there's still one more right here." Before the words even settled, 2 other ape demons had quietly blocked the door. "Originally, I just stopped by to check on the lovely bride you promised to find us. But then I caught the scent of those filthy mutts and decided to take a look inside." "Relax. You've done your job well. We're quite pleased with you." The old ape shot Shen Yi a glance, then leaned in close to Song Changfeng's face. "You're just a low-ranking official bossed around by these fools. Frustrating, isn't it? Today, I'll take care of them for you. And while I'm at it, I'll give Brother Shen a little boost up the ladder." "The dog demons, it wasn't me." Song Changfeng's eyes bulged, nearly popping out of their sockets. He stammered in panic. "I'll resign immediately, just don't kill me, Shen Yi. I've never crossed you. Why are you doing this to me?" Seeing him like that, the 3 ape demons burst into laughter simultaneously. Their sharp, ear-piercing cackles grated on Shen Yi's nerves, and his voice turned cold. "Let him go." The moment he spoke, the old ape's face darkened. It muttered "Brother Shen" again, but its tone was dripping with mockery, as if Shen Yi was nothing more than a loyal henchman to them. If he weren't, why would he bother putting on this whole intimidation act? What right did a lackey have to call the shots here? The old ape's grin widened, revealing yellowed fangs as it suppressed its anger. With a playful glint in its eyes, it asked, "If I let him go, What's in it for me? It had no real intention of releasing Song Changfeng, but was curious about what game Shen Yi was trying to play today. Hearing this, Shen Yi lowered his gaze, staring at the old ape. After a moment, he relaxed his brow as if proposing a deal too tempting to refuse. Let him go, and you'll die a little less painfully. The room fell silent instantly. Murderous intent slowly ignited in the old ape's eyes. Interesting. And if I don't? Shen Yi lifted his head, his expression dead serious. I'll skin you down to your bare bones. Before the ape demon could respond, Song Changfeng was already terrified beyond belief, his eyes nearly bursting out of his skull, teeth clenched so tight they almost shattered. He finally understood Shen Yi never intended for him to leave here alive. Skin to the bone. Who was going to skin whom? The ape demons from Dongshan weren't like those scrappy yellow weasels from the western suburbs. The latter came in chaotic packs, and even weaker ones could still be subdued by a group of 7 or 8 officers. But the ape demons? There were only 5 of them, ever. And aside from their mysterious, long-hidden leader, the other 4 were each powerhouses in their own right. Just their numbers alone. That black-furred claw could have easily shattered a spine, but as soon as it landed on his arm, it was swatted away with a single slap, its immense force dissipating instantly. Shen Yi's slender fingers swiftly gripped its throat. With just a faint squeeze, the creature's neck snapped. From start to finish, he didn't even glance back once. He stared coldly at the slowly deforming ape head in his palm. It struggled, and his grip tightened. Roar! The elderly ape in scholar's robes froze mid-motion. It couldn't understand why someone so familiar could act in ways beyond its comprehension. But the death of a brother shattered its rationality. Acting on instinct, it tried to use the unconscious Song Changfeng in its grasp to command Shen Yi to stop. Yet just as it was about to speak, its gaze landed on Shen Yi's calm, unbothered face, and it froze. The realization hit it. Shen Yi was holding its brother, not Song Changfeng. And as for the man in its own grasp, what did he have to do with Shen Yi anyway? Furious, it kicked Song Changfeng aside, leapt onto the table, and roared, "Stop right there." A sharp scream and a heavy crack echoed simultaneously through the room. Shen Yi withdrew his hand, flicking away the red and white mess from his fingertips. His eyes shifted sideways, catching sight of the figure diving toward him. Calmly, his hand rested on the hilt of the blade at his waist, ready to draw. But then, he hesitated. The bloodshot eyes of the elderly ape suddenly darkened, black mist billowing out from its fur. Within moments, the mist coiled into a chain. That eerie black chain exuded a bone-chilling cold, slithering like a writhing serpent as it lashed toward Shen Yi. Shen Yi's brows furrowed slightly, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. This was the first time he had encountered such demonic sorcery. That strange icy aura was so cold it felt like it could freeze his very soul, carrying with it an insidious force that seemed to gnaw at his mind. He had believed that after achieving the pinnacle of the mortal realm, nothing below the first cultivation stage could ever pose a threat to him. The 3 ape demons before him had given him no sense of danger. But now, he finally felt a hint of trouble. His thoughts shifted, and his blade drawing technique changed. No longer swift and fluid, his movements were deliberate, almost slow. Heat surged through his body, so intense it could be felt radiating through his skin. The blade emerged inch by inch from its sheath, its silver gleam tinged with a faint red mist, flowing like blood. Suddenly, the blade slashed through the air, leaving a streak of chilling light. The elderly ape in scholar's robes stared wide-eyed at the young man, standing just 3 feet away. It could practically tear his face apart with one swipe of its claws. Yet, its sharp talons trembled uncontrollably, unable to move forward. Puzzled, it looked down. Its scholar's robe was split open, the cut clean and precise. From the waist down, its thick, muscular legs fell to the ground with a heavy thud, though its upper body still hovered in midair. Clang! Shen Yi sheathed his blade and stepped over the 2 severed ape legs on the floor. In the corner, Song Changfeng lay barely breathing. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the young man approaching slowly. His face twitched, his throat made rasping sounds, and his pain-numbed body instinctively shrank back. Everything he had just witnessed was beyond belief. Years ago, Song Chongfeng had handpicked Shun Yi out of a group of street thugs, impressed by his cunning. Little did he expect that Shun Yi's cleverness would go far beyond what he imagined. Not only had Shun Yi made a name for himself in Baiyun County, but he also had dealings with demons and handled the magistrate's tasks flawlessly. Even so, Song Chongfeng had always kept his distance, avoiding trouble while secretly looking down on him. But now, fear surged through his heart. One man against three, dispatching 3 ape demons with seemingly effortless moves. This was not a skill mastered overnight. Thinking back to Shun Yi's usual carefree demeanor partying every night, feigning weakness with a hand on his back, Song Chongfeng felt a chill run down his spine. With such restraint, what was Shun Yi really planning? Lost in thought, the young man was already standing before him. Instinctively, Song Chongfeng raised his hand to shield his face. The next moment, he was hoisted up. Feeling the middle-aged man as trembling, Shun Yi sighed and said, "Seriously? It's not like you've actually lost an arm or a leg." The magistrate's criminal division was in charge of the county's security. Yet here was its head, terrified out of his mind even after the demons were dead. If not for the 800 soldiers defending the county, Baiyun's citizens would have been long devoured by these creatures. Song Chongfeng said nothing. Shun Yi thought about asking where his home was, but before the words left his mouth, his feet had already carried him forward. Leaving the magistrate's office, he walked down East Street. It was already late at night, pitch black, with nothing visible ahead. But Shun Yi didn't feel lost. Guided by memory, he stopped in front of a small courtyard and knocked on the door. "You still know how to come back? Might as well have died out there." The door creaked open as someone pushed it lightly. The door was opened by a stunning woman in her 30s. She was wrapped in a sheer pink fabric, exuding charm and grace. Her skin was smooth and firm, her figure curvaceous yet elegant. But the moment she saw Shun Yi, her expression shifted slightly, a glimmer of surprise flashing through her long, narrow eyes. "Why are you here? That old thing still stuck at the office." Shun Yi's face twisted into an odd expression. He stepped aside to reveal the old thing slung over his back. The woman's eyes widened in surprise, but she didn't panic. Instead, she shot a glare at the blank-faced Song Chongfeng and scoffed. "You can't even sit around drinking tea at work without ending up like this? Can't you have a little self-respect?" Hearing her sharp words, even Shun Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for Song. A leader struggling at work, dodging his subordinates, only to come home and face this treatment. And at nearly 50, the man had married a stunning wife, only for her to be charmed away by someone else. Shun Yi walked into the courtyard, entered the house, and placed Song Chongfeng onto the bed. The old man immediately turned his head to face the wall and pretended to pass out. Not even a word of thanks after saving your life. Shun Yi shook his head and turned to leave. Just as he stepped back into the courtyard, a warm, soft body pressed against him. "What is going on today?" Song's wife wrapped her arms around Shun Yi's, pulling him close to her ample chest. With a worried look, she asked, "Are you okay? Come inside. Let me check you over properly." Ahem. Shun Yi's heart skipped a beat. After a moment, he glanced at the just-closed door, then carefully pulled his arm away. Song took down a demon. "I still have to return to the office to handle the aftermath. I'll leave now." The beautiful woman watched Shun Yi walk away, stomped her foot in frustration, and muttered, "He can slay demons?" As if. Useless man with no heart. Leaving the Song household, Shun Yi stood alone on an empty street, pulling his clothes tighter around himself. That warm, damp sensation from earlier still lingered on his skin. It wasn't he that he missed that alluring woman, no, it wasn't he that. But something in him felt hollow, unsettled. He didn't care much for Song's family dynamics, but seeing someone like Qin Ji coming home to a light left on for him, it did make him think. Too bad his past life had been such a mess. No parents, no family, no real friends. Just a revolving door of prostitutes coming and going from his bed. Shun Yi inhaled deeply, letting the cool night air steady him, and called up his interface. Awakened ape demon, pre-threshold stage. Total lifespan, 326 years. Remaining lifespan, 44 years. Absorb. Awakened ape demon, pre-threshold stage. Total lifespan, 355 years. Remaining lifespan, 78 years. Absorb. Awakened ape demon, pre-threshold stage. Total lifespan, 420 years. Remaining lifespan, 83 years. Absorb. Remaining demon lifespan, 222 years. This stockpile of lifespan, Shun Yi planned to pour entirely into the Storm and Thunder manual. The power of the demon slaying Yang Blade was undeniable, especially since it involved techniques teetering on the edge of the threshold stage. When he struck down the last scholar-robed ape demon, Shun Yi had clearly felt the process of his blood and energy being transformed into mist-like power. This blade wasn't just about brute strength or refined techniques anymore. It touched upon a whole new realm. But ultimately, it was still a mortal workaround, a shortcut achieved by burning through one's own reserves. It could never truly compare to the genuine threshold stage. Would 200 years even be enough? Shun Yi knew he wasn't a genius. If he wanted to carve a new path from nothing, he'd have to rely on sheer time and effort to slowly build it up. He didn't have the luxury of waiting for ready-made techniques to fall into his lap. The three ape demons had disappeared from Baiyun County. Unlike the black-skinned dog demon and Huang Laolu he dealt with before, the other ape demons would soon notice something was off. Their clan had just lost most of its younger generation. There was no way the true elder demon would let this slide. Baiyun County was remote, surrounded by 4 demon factions: the Yellow Weasels to the west, the ape tribe in the eastern mountains, the demon snake known as the Green-Scaled Mother, and a pack of foxes. Shun Yi had already pissed off 2 of them. Even if his hands were technically clean, demons didn't care about evidence. If they suspected him, wiping out the entire Baiyun County wouldn't be off the table. He needed to head back. Shun Yi frowned, his head aching. He wasn't exactly heartless. Not long ago, he'd only had a year of lifespan left, walking around with a reckless edge. But now, with an extra 20 years and a glimpse into the mysteries of martial arts, he wasn't about to let go of his life so easily. Shun Yi's thoughts wandered as he finally returned to his small quarters. As a minor official, the housing provided by the office was slightly better than Shinji's, but not by much. Despite having scraped together a bit of money, his predecessor hadn't bothered buying a house. In a place like Baiyun County, where you could do as you pleased as long as you avoided the important players, he didn't see the point. The place was a mess. Shun Yi grimaced but, fighting off exhaustion, began to tidy up. With no broom, he shoved all the clutter and empty wine jars into the backyard. He glanced at the greasy straw mat, wrinkled his nose, and tossed it out as well. Once everything was done, Shun Yi collapsed onto the hard wooden plank bed, his eyelids growing heavy. Technically, this body of his shouldn't even feel tired. But after everything he's been through lately, he just wanted to rest for a bit. Drowsiness hit him like a wave. Shun Yi closed his eyes completely, savoring this fleeting moment of peace. If he had to nitpick, it would be the lack of a soft, warm body beside him to hold while he slept. Thud, thud, thud. Shun Yi's eyes snapped open. He glanced at his bed in confusion. If this were his past life, Shun Yi would have immediately jumped to some supernatural explanation. But now, he sat up and looked under the bed. Something fell off earlier. Why would anyone seal the underside of a bed tightly with wooden boards? Skipping the search for some hidden mechanism, Shun Yi exerted a bit of strength to pry the boards open, hand instinctively gripping the blade by his bedside. Swish! The moment something poked its head out, the blade was already pressed against its neck. Shun Yi squinted. The tip of the knife touched skin. Emerging from below was a woman with messy black hair, delicate yet sharp features, and a face smudged with dirt, full of anger. Her mouth was gagged with fabric, and the muffled sounds she made were far from friendly. Her once pristine white robe was now filthy, resembling a rag. Her hands were tied behind her back with rough rope. From the slight redness on her forehead, she had probably banged her head against the bed frame earlier. As Shun Yi took in the sight of this young woman's striking face, his expression shifted from puzzled to irritated and finally to barely controlled frustration as he took a deep breath to steady himself. You've got to be kidding me. How much more trouble did you leave behind for me? No point in getting mad at a dead man. Shun Yi let out a sigh, lowered his gaze, and yanked the cloth from her mouth. You bastard. Helping the wicked. You deserve to die a miserable death. Let me go right now, or I'll report you to my sect. And they make sure you're sliced into 1,000 pieces, you. A flash of silver cut through the air. The knife was back in its sheath. The woman stared at the severed ropes around her wrists, her mouth hanging open mid-insult, seemingly unsure how to continue her rant. Wait, just like that? He let her go? This wasn't how she imagined things playing out. She licked her cracked lips, hesitated, then asked, "Got anything to eat?" "I'm starving." Shun-Yi shot her a glance, waved dismissively, and said, "Get out." Sure, he wanted company, but not to the point of losing his mind over some pretty face. Her identity was far too dangerous. Just thinking about it was enough to keep Shun-Yi awake all night. Baiyun County wasn't particularly wealthy, but it had a handful of prominent merchants. The Lin family, for instance, made their fortune selling silk. If that were all, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Though the Lin family's only daughter was cherished, she wasn't exactly someone who could sway the local authorities. What made her unique was that word, only. For some unknown reason, despite his numerous wives and concubines, the Lin patriarch had very few surviving children. In the end, this daughter was the sole one left. Left with no choice, they adopted a male heir to carry on the family business. As for the daughter, the family poured a fortune into sending her away to learn martial arts. To everyone's surprise, she actually succeeded. When she returned, the first thing she did was pick up a sword and start slaying monsters. That's when Shun-Yi got roped into it. She left the city, sword in hand, and recklessly confronted a group of fox demons. It was a miracle she even made it back alive. Turns out, one particularly curious fox had been messing around with human affairs, pulling a classic switcheroo. It brought the girl to Shun-Yi's place, mimicking her voice, her actions, even changing its face to look exactly like hers. In the end, it tricked Shun-Yi into escorting what he believed to be an injured version of her back to the Lu estate, wiping away any lingering doubts he might have had. Once the fox's plan was complete, it was so pleased that it rewarded Shun-Yi with the real girl. As long as she didn't show her face in Baiyun County, the fox didn't care what Shun-Yi did with her. It even sealed her pressure points as a precaution. The first few days, I had porridge. Now, there's not even water. Do you have any idea how I've survived the past 2 days? Lin Baiwei weakly sat up and dragged herself to the edge of the bed. Shun-Yi glanced at her sidelong. "I told you to leave. Why are you still here?" A fox that could shape-shift so freely was way out of his league. For now, it hadn't harmed anyone in the Lin estate. Shun-Yi had no intention of making the situation even worse. "Cursing you a few times makes me feel better, okay? Do you think I'm stupid?" Lin Baiwei rubbed her stomach, her voice faint as she said, "That beast left a restriction on me. If I take even one step outside this room, it'll kill me within half an hour." At her words, Shun-Yi let out a cold laugh. "So, what you're saying is, I'm your safe zone. If you touch me, I'll fight back with everything I've got," Lin Baiwei snapped, shooting him a glare and gritting her teeth. "But if you don't, I'm gonna need some food." From the determined glint in her eyes, Shun-Yi could tell one thing this girl could really eat. He couldn't be bothered to drag this topic out any longer. "Listen up, I'm going to sleep now. As for you, do whatever you want as long as you don't make a sound." As soon as the words left his mouth, Shun-Yi lay back down and, in passing, tucked his official saber under his arm. Before long, Shun-Yi still turned his head to sneak a glance. He had to admit, Lin Baiwei was indeed good-looking even in her current pitiful state. She was definitely the most striking person he'd seen since transmigrating here. But no matter how pretty, it couldn't make up for her sitting beside him like a female ghost, hair disheveled, face expressionless, fixing him with that eerie, unblinking stare. "Are you out of your mind?" Lin Baiwei's gaze still didn't shift. "I didn't make the slightest sound." Shun-Yi slowly sat up and said, "Right now I really want to stuff you back under the bed." Lin Baiwei held out her hands. "As you please. Want to tie me up again?" With that stance, Shun-Yi even started wondering which of the two of them had been the street thug before. "Planning to latch onto me?" Lin Baiwei's expression didn't ripple. "I just want to stay alive, and to keep living I have to eat. You want to live, and you still go provoke that bunch of fox spirits." Shun-Yi found it utterly baffling. He'd first taken her for a pampered young lady who acted without thinking, who knew she could be so willing to risk it all. At that, the girl looked at him, face full of confusion. They're the ones preying on the people of Baiyun County. How is it me provoking them? At this point, Lin Baiwei suddenly leaned in, her finger lightly stroking Shun Yi's lapel right where it had been stained red by demon blood. She sniffed that fishy stench like a little beast, then lifted her head and said, "Besides, aren't you provoking them too? I'm not as dumb as you." Shun Yi pushed her little face away and asked flatly, "Do you really have a genuine sect lineage?" Being able to tell the smell of demon blood apart meant the woman did have some skills. Mountain-cleaving peach blossom axe, peerless demon-slaying sword, and the 18 forms of breaking waves palm. 2 buns for 1 move, will you teach me or not? Lin Baiwei counted on her fingers, muttering like she was reciting a menu. The corner of Shun Yi's mouth twitched twice. Go wash up and sleep. It seemed the stroke of luck, like with Chen Ji, who could casually pull out a technique, was a one-time thing. In the end, his own panel was more trustworthy. Seeing him lie back down again, Lin Baiwei had no choice but to let her hands drop. Sure enough, made-up names tossed out at random couldn't scam a meal. She silently watched Shun Yi's back, her mind starting to race. Have I been away too long and fallen behind the times? How did a mere lowly runner in the Yaman's criminal office get a foot on the threshold of cultivation? Sigh, should I make up another set of techniques that sounds a bit more believable? He barely slept soundly the whole night. Tossing and turning like that, Shun Yi finally made it to daybreak. He knew full well all of Lin Baiwei's acupoints had been sealed by the fox demon with his current cultivation, let alone that even the good-for-nothing who'd been in this body before could have taken her out with ease. Besides, he'd kept his saber pinned under his arm, so he could draw it any time. Even so, he just wasn't used to having a living person lying at his back. Another thing was, Shun Yi indeed didn't believe that pile of nonsense martial arts Lin Baiwei spouted, but he was sure the woman had at least a few real trump cards up her sleeve. Yet she simply refused to tell the truth. Shun Yi kept his eyes closed and feigned sleep, but in his heart he was weighing whether he could squeeze something out of her by force or with food. If he followed the thinking of his body's former owner, he'd definitely help the Yaman cover up the demon's havoc as long as he could fob off the people from the Demon Suppression Division. Once the Fox Demon had fully cemented the identity of the Lin family's young lady, wouldn't this woman be his to dispose of? However, Shun Yi couldn't do that. He was a man determined to join the Demon Suppression Division if the business with the Fox woman blew up. It'd be like yellow mud on his pants whether or not it's shit. It looks like shit. A fine, upstanding youth, a future hero of the Jianghu, suddenly saddled with such a big black pot for no reason. How unjust would that be? After tossing the idea around, Shun Yi concluded the only solution for now was to cut Lin Baiwei down with a single stroke and bury her somewhere. Even if the Demon Suppression Division dug something up, he could flatly deny it, saying he'd been fooled by the Fox Demon's illusions too. Anyway, once she's dead, there's no evidence, and he could even force her martial techniques out of her along the way. His fingertips slid along the scabbard and silently closed around the hilt. Shun Yi slowly sat up from the bed, his eyes bloodshot from a sleepless night, a dark look on his face as he stood. Hearing movement over there, Lin Baiwei, curled up at the foot of the bed, blinked groggily and wiped the corner of her mouth. Is it morning already? Shun Yi merely gave her a glance, then walked out of the room without looking back. Catching the killing intent barely contained in that seemingly casual look, Lin Baiwei's drowsiness vanished in an instant. She muttered to herself, I don't even snore when I sleep. Where'd all that morning temper come from? After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, with a flatbread clamped in his teeth, Shun Yi stood at the doorway and tossed an oiled paper packet into the room with a blank face. Lin Baiwei unwrapped it and found a few baked buns still steaming. She swallowed on instinct, eyes lighting up, and immediately sank those neat little white teeth into one. Muffled by the chewing, she asked, "Why are they vegetarian?" Shun Yi pulled out a clean outer robe, shot her a look, and said, "With meat it's called rujiamo. If you've got no money, just make do." Yet across 2 lifetimes combined, he had never personally killed anyone. It wasn't that Shun Yi didn't dare to strike. He could cut down demons, let alone those frilier mortals. He just felt being forced to kill made no sense, making one look stupid and laughable. Besides, There isn't only one way to resolve this. As long as he could cut down the Lin family's fox demon before the Demon Suppression Bureau made a move, things could still end perfectly. As for the woman before him, it was best not to look, not to think, not to be bothered. After changing clothes, Shun Yi turned and walked out of the room. Only after his footsteps faded into the distance did Lin Baiwei stop chewing. She looked thoughtfully toward the door, the relief on her face plain to see. She knew very well how terrifyingly a martial artist at Shun Yi's level would crave a method of transcendence. But even with a blade pressed to her throat, Lin Baiwei would never reveal a word. It was a hard rule set by the ones above. If she broke it, others would certainly be finished, and she wouldn't come out of it well either. To hold even this in, his patience is almost catching up to mine. Smelling the scent of burning incense, Lin Baiwei licked her lips and took another bite. East Street of Baiyun County. Shun Yi slowed his steps and summoned the panel. Current martial arts. Bone-piercing grappling hand mastery. Demon subduing blade art perfection. Initial realm Xinjiang demon subduing blade. Cloud rending long fist perfection. Fist and palm mastery. 8 steps of the spirit snake perfection. Wind and thunder tome upper volume perfection. Current remaining lifespan 21 years. Remaining demon lifespan 222 years. He casually found a deserted alley and sat down. Shun Yi deftly infused the demon's lifespan into the wind and thunder tome. Investing further into a perfected martial art doesn't necessarily yield returns no one can say for sure. Just the Xinjiang demon subduing blade related to the initial realm alone would consume an additional 27 years of lifespan. What Shun Yi wanted at this moment was a complete set of techniques for the initial realm. For that goal, he didn't care how much he spent. Year 1. You fix your gaze on the wind and thunder tome you've long since internalized and begin to recall your life. Year 5. Whether blade work or fist and palm techniques, you've reached the pinnacle. Your flesh has been thoroughly tempered by the primal essence of heaven and earth, yet the experience of your former years suddenly fails you now. Year 20. You seclude yourself to comprehend heaven and earth, seeking to capture those breaths that haunt your soul. Year 37. The Wind and Thunder tome speaks of the art of medicinal refinement, using essence to temper the self. You find that what's in medicine and what's in heaven and earth seems similar. You appear to grasp a hint of the way. Year after year, those prompts flickered before his eyes. Shun Yi couldn't personally feel that pain of time slipping by with nothing gained. The moment he even slightly put himself into it, he felt a chill. Year 60. You're as familiar with the chi of heaven and earth as with an old friend, yet you cannot truly let it merge into your body. You look to the blade at your side. Year 82. You employ the Xinjiang demon subduing blade countless times with every swing. Your blood and flesh essence is consumed a fraction. The body once tempered by essence slowly decays through years of self-inflicted depletion. Year 90. You finally turn yourself back into an ordinary man, but the blade is still in your hand. You haven't set it down. Year 105. Your flesh and blood are exhausted, nothing left to transmute. After you swing that familiar Xinjiang blade, you collapse to the ground. Your trembling hands make you doubt this is your own body. You close your eyes. Year 106. Not until a thread of coolness flows into your skin does a slight smile appear on your taut face. You know your guess was right. Year 120. Your thinking was right. Since you can't reason it out, push the body to the brink of death and use instinct to draw on heaven and earth's bounty. Over these years, you repeat the method again and again, becoming ever more adept at letting the breath enter the body. Year 146. You finally perfect the entire process and record it into a book, naming it True Interpretation of Wind and Thunder Demon Subduing. Remaining demon lifespan, 76 years. Shun Yi clenched his teeth as a sudden weakness spread from within. He braced himself with a hand. His breath was chaotic, and he had no strength. But the information popping up in his mind made him ignore the changes in his body instead. His brows and eyes brimmed with excitement. With just the lives of 3 ape demons, he could trade for a method of transcendence, and he hadn't even used it all. What a profit! The True Interpretation of Wind and Thunder Demon Subduing, gained at the cost of over 100 years, wasn't actually abstruse. The human body has a total of 362 acupoints, but only 12 major apertures are suited to draw in and store the qi of heaven and earth. In working through the martial arts by sheer deduction, he used the clumsiest method to find those 12 apertures and grasped the knack of tempering the qi of heaven and earth through them. A mortal body appears exceedingly small before the vast heavens and earth. Even borrowing just a hair's breadth is enough to stand above the mundane world. What the first part of the Wind and Thunder Treasure Scroll teaches is essentially to use a faint medicinal essence to temper the flesh, letting a mortal body gradually adapt to the qi of heaven and earth, so it is worthy to bear such power. Shen Yi had long since crossed that step. What remained was grinding work, using time to fill the 12 major apertures bit by bit. Without the help of precious elixirs, this process would be agonizingly slow. But what Shen Yi happened to have in abundance was time. Remaining lifespan of the demon, 76 years. Initial realm true explanation of Wind and Thunder demon subduing uninitiated. 5 years later, you used the primordial essence of heaven and earth to repair your own damage and cleared away hidden ailments accumulated over the years. In the 15th year, with a calm mind and smooth cultivation, you successfully filled the first aperture. In the 35th year, 3 apertures perfected, you officially entered the true explanation of Wind and Thunder demon subduing. In the 38th year, your progress slowed upon close examination. You found the qi stored in the apertures had been tainted by your own aura and was clashing with the pure heaven and earth qi. There was no good solution for the time being, only to ease your mind and take it slowly. In the 65th year, you filled 5 major apertures, just one step short of minor achievement in the true explanation of Wind and Thunder demon subduing. Remaining lifespan of the demon, 1 year. Your own remaining lifespan, 46 years. This was the first time his own lifespan exceeded that of the demon. Shen Yi sat on the stone steps, eyes closed, feeling this brand new world. More than that extra 25 years of life, what pleased him more were the changes within his body. The abundant qi in the 5 apertures flowed slowly through his limbs and bones like nectar in a lotus pond, so fragrant and mellow it was intoxicating. He raised his hand, his fingertip slightly curving. A wisp of ethereal white mist gathered at his fingertip, with specks of crimson within. This was a consequence of the true explanation of Wind and Thunder demon subduing. Because this method relies on wringing the body dry, repeatedly using the Zhenyang blade to convert qi and blood, even the pure heaven and earth qi had become tinged with blood essence. At this moment, any casual stroke of Shen Yi's blade was far stronger than yesterday's demon subduing Zhenyang blade, no longer consuming his own lifespan, but drawing power from the apertures. Since he had already reached the initial realm, there was no need for that other workaround as of now. What he could wield was only that crude blade method for a momentary transcendence. Shen Yi got up and walked out of the alley, feeling his body light, as if he could ascend to the sky in a single step. Getting a bit carried away, he steadied his mood. After all, when one suddenly becomes this strong, a little daze is only natural. He now had 3 demons clinging to him, which meant danger on all sides. He just had the luck to gain more than 40 extra years of life. He had better not throw them away for nothing. Of course, if they really dared to show themselves, Shen Yi did want to try just how sharp his current aura was. With the demon down to only 1 year of lifespan, it really didn't inspire much sense of security. In the Yaman's guardroom, by now it was already mid-morning. 6 Yaman runners stood ramrod straight in the courtyard, their eyes fixed on the shattered door. Headsong had been sitting inside since early morning, a bandage still wrapped around his forehead, his face dark and sullen, not moving for the entire morning. Chenji glanced toward the ground out of the corner of his eye. 2 corpses lay covered in white cloth, the 2 who had come looking for Shen Yi last night. They were already beginning to stink, clearly dead beyond doubt. Ordinarily, the Yaman runners under Shen Yi weren't afraid of Headsong, at most going through the motions perfunctorily. But now people were dead. On the other side, another squad of guardroom runners stood with their arms folded, looking smug and overbearing. They had come with Headsong, and were plainly not the sort to be trifled with. By rights, their own people should have been the first to handle the scene, but today that simply wasn't the case. What most unsettled Chen Ji was that Shun Yi had yet to show his face. Just then, a tall figure slowly walked into the courtyard. All eyes immediately turned. When they saw who it was, those runners from the other squad instantly reined themselves in, hands going to the knives at their waists. Head Song was acting out of character this time, having summoned the elites of every squad first thing in the morning. That showed the attitude of the Yamen higher-ups had changed the man surnamed Shin likely wouldn't be able to swagger as he had before. Seeing their posture, his own few men all changed expression. Only Chen Ji furrowed his brow and silently tightened his grip on his hilt, just as things were at the point of swords drawn and bows bent. Song Changfeng suddenly dragged his injured leg and finally rose from the chair, limping to the doorway. Bracing himself against the wall, he forced out a smile and said, "You're here?" Shen Yi dipped his chin slightly and answered, Not sure why that poor old man isn't at home getting some proper rest, but at least he knew to have someone tidy up the aftermath, which spared him a lot of talking. I thought you'd only come in the afternoon. Song Changfeng reached out to meet him. The rats at home kept me up all night, so I got up early. Shen Yi went inside, sat in his seat, looked up and asked, "Something up?" Hearing that, the people outside couldn't help glancing up at the sky. Turning to look inside, Lord Shen sat upright in the main seat, with Song Changfeng beside him holding his waist, and even the hand gripping his blade loosened involuntarily. Everyone knew Song Changfeng was afraid of Shun Yi. That wasn't news. But this time he took the initiative to come over, even dragging a bunch of sturdy men along to make a fool of himself. It was downright uncanny. Damn. The runners from the other guardrooms flushed, just wanting to get the hell out of this dump. Unexpectedly, Song Changfeng pointed at them. Want to pick two to bolster your manpower? They're all carefully selected. As soon as the words fell, everyone's expression changed at once. Baiyun County isn't big, and word travels fast. If you throw in with Shun Yi, you can naturally live better, but his methods are filthy. In less than half a day, your own reputation will be dragged down to stink just like his. If you've no conscience, whatever. But anyone with a shred of face who wants to be a lackey bullying decent women, can they do the job? Shun Yi arched a brow. To be honest, he'd already formed a bit of a plan. Since his former self was already dead, and he wanted to join the Demon Suppression Division, it wasn't suitable to keep using the old crew. But he had his own conditions. At the very least, if they ran into something like the Sixley Temple Village, they had to make it back alive and report honestly. That clearly hit a sore spot for the folks outside. Even a frivolous lad addicted to wine and women dared to take their skills to task. It was still better than their so-called special techniques that hadn't been used in years. But under everyone's gaze, Song Changfeng actually gave a wry smile and said, "Depends who you're comparing to. We definitely wouldn't be better than you, would we?" On the surface there was nothing wrong with that. Yet why did it sound so odd? Everyone smacked their lips, chewing over what that line implied. Only Chen Ji rolled his eyes, looking very much in agreement. With his absurd talent, if he snatched my 78-character true mantra too, he'd probably pass 2 gates of tendons and bones within a few years and be heading toward consummation of the flesh body. Keep any two, as long as their reputations are decent. At the moment, Shun Yi's mind was entirely on the martial path. He wasn't interested in the Yamen's odd jobs or the petty skimming that could be had. Swap in two with cleaner conduct, and at least there'd be fewer guilty deeds. Song Changfeng froze, unsure if his mention of reputation was meant as sarcasm. Reputation? In Lord Shun's hands, how could any reputation remain good? He quickly turned and called 2 names. Nyoda, Nyoair, starting today you transfer over to serve here and replace those 2. The ones named were the 2 bulliest brothers among the runners, their faces full of displeasure. The brothers braced themselves, arms folded and faces cold, ready to give the man surnamed Shin no pleasant look no matter what he said. Shin Yi didn't try to chastise them. He turned to Song Changfeng and asked, "Nothing else?" The runner's corpse was still lying in the courtyard, yet the demon's corpse was nowhere to be seen. Truly odd. About yesterday, thanks. Song Changfeng sighed. No one could tell whether he was thanking him for slaying the demon or for helping him shake off the entanglement. After he spoke, his eyes grew more complicated. Clerk Liu asked me to pass a message. Rein yourself in. You've gone a bit too far these past 2 days. Normally, Shun E's information was far more up-to-date than that sidelined old man S. Yet today the word was relayed through him. Presumably the rumors about a dog demon head and an ape demon corpse these last 2 days had finally been reported up. Shun E frowned slightly and said nothing. Demons are brutal, yes, but they're outside the county, just minor scuffles. Act like you didn't see it weren't you always best at that? Song Changfeng looked a bit desolate clearly. That pack of demons brazenly storming the Yamen yesterday had hit him hard. All right, get to your work. I'm going home to rest a bit. Watching Song Changfeng leave with the runners, Shun E rose slowly and walked out. The Demon Suppression Division would be here to inspect any moment, and everyone in the Yamen was on edge. He just couldn't understand. Even if they faked it through this time, what were they planning to do afterward? Is taking off the black gauze cap for a while really worse than losing your life? Those are demons. When they eat people, they don't care if you're a commoner or the county magistrate. Lord Shun. Chen Ji cupped his fists, voice lowered. Last night, are you all right? He had wanted to ask exactly what happened last night, but swallowed the words at the last moment. Fortunately, Shun E rubbed his temples. Chen Ji seemed to see through his thoughts and said, lately, whether it's people in the Yamen or the county's gentry, they've all been going to Qingzhou and spending money to hire martial masters famed in their regions. Even if it's just to guard their courtyards and households, they can have quite a deterrent effect on the demons outside the city. Martial artists of the Jianghu? Shen Yi glanced sideways. From orthodox sects with proper lineages. Envy in his eyes, Chen Ji went on. Take the one the Lin family hired master Lu Qi, known as the Steel-Splitting Hand. Those iron palms of his alone have slapped a dozen or so demons to death. These masters have soaked in medicinal baths since childhood and eaten rare tonics. They're far more reliable than us Yamen runners who took this up halfway. The gentry never count on us to keep their families safe. Isn't the Yamen worried they'll use their martial skills to flout the law? Shini asked, a little puzzled. Not really. As long as they're from orthodox sects, they basically have some official standing at court. Normally tight-lipped, Chen Ji was, on the contrary, quite interested in these tales of the martial world. And the ones you dig up with money can't compare to the ones brought back through connections. I hear the magistrate submitted a letter to Lu Qi's master in Qingzhou and invited a big figure to the compound. He doesn't show himself often, but even when Lu Qi first arrived in Baiyun County, he had to go kneel and present his calling card. Hearing this, something stirred in Shun Yi's eyes. He asked slowly, do these sects have any thresholds for accepting disciples? If he could find a sect and inherit a lineage, it would certainly be more comfortable than muddling along in the Yamen. Aptitude and talent, family background, and character none can be lacking. After saying this, Chen Ji tugged at his sleeve and added, and there's an unspoken rule, the most important of which is, don't go wearing this official uniform. Looking at Chen Ji's helpless look, Shen Yi understood at once. The Jianghu ought to be free and unrestrained, but now you have to first have your name lodged with the court to be recognized. It feels like putting on shackles. Once that door is opened, everyone fears being swallowed and assimilated by the court. In time, keeping the government's moles outside instead becomes only natural. In short, Baiyun County is still Baiyun County. It's not going to descend into chaos. It's the common folk who suffer. Anger flickered in Chen Ji's eyes then. Turning the topic, he said worriedly, those few girls have been sent home. When will the ape demons come? In the past, he would never have bothered with such concerns. He'd just cursed that dog of a Shun behind his back. But now he suddenly realized that just cursing wouldn't solve anything. Other than rushing in with a drawn blade to hack away, he had no other ideas, only a surge of anger. For now, he could only pin his hopes on Shun E. If the man could move with ease amid hordes of demons, he could surely think of a way. I've already sent them away. Shen E mentioned it offhand. Chen Ji was a little shocked. He hadn't slept all night and hadn't expected the matter to have been quietly taken care of long ago. Did the ape demons say anything? They said I used to handle matters efficiently and were quite pleased with me. They wanted to give me Headsong's position. Shen Yi thought back, yes, that old ape in scholar's robes had indeed said as much. Did you agree? No. No wonder. Chen Ji rubbed his temples, wondering what had gotten into Headsong today. Who would have thought there was this card hidden up his sleeve? Oh, right. I forgot to mention you look a bit off today, he said, looking up. Off how? Hard to say, you just draw attention a bit. Shinny nodded, more or less understanding what he meant. The next moment, that freely flowing chi within him slowly drew back into his acupoints. This level of cultivation was for the Demon Suppression Division to see, not for provoking demons. If all the little demons kept away from him, it would be hard to extend the demons' lives. After withdrawing his aura, Shun-Yi waved a hand and said, "From now on, you take them when you're on duty. No more stirring up trouble." Chen-Ji was startled and felt a bit at sea. It was a while before he caught on to what the other meant. Was he planning a thorough cleanup? No more squeezing the common folk from now on. Your humble subordinate understands. One more thing. Shin-Yi called him back, and Shin-Ji turned his head with a puzzled look. "Lend me some silver first. I'll pay you back when I get my stipend." Shin-Ji rolled his eyes. Fine, now it's my pocket you're after." He reached to his belt and fished out 3 chien of loose silver, muttering under his breath, "I still have to save up a dowry for Jinyu. Don't fret if you can't scrape the money together. I'll marry her myself." Shin-Yi took the silver casually and turned to leave the courtyard. He left the yamen. Shun-Yi walked into a small eatery and ordered a pot of yellow rice wine and 6 flatbread sandwiches. After hesitating a moment, he added an order of sliced salted pork. After entering the initial realm, compared to ordinary grains, those who practice martial arts prefer foods that carry vital essence, but a yamen runner's pay can't afford such luxuries. But you still have to eat, so you can only force yourself to keep your mouth in check. Shin-Yi picked a seat, sipping yellow wine while gnawing on meat. At noon the shop should have been bustling, but it was unusually quiet. There wasn't much joy on the passers-by's faces, nor much sorrow, more like numbness ground out by the days. Shun-Yi lowered his head and took a bite of his stuffed flatbread. He was just a minor clerk. He couldn't manage other people's hardships and could only claw his way outward, trying to drag himself out of the mire. The few scattered tables all kept their heads down, eating and drinking. You could hardly hear any lofty talk. As a result, those two became the only ones speaking. Even though they kept their voices down, their words still drifted into Shun-Yi's ears. "Someone died on Willow Leaf Street." "I know. I just came from there. Don't bring it up. Just thinking about it makes me lose my appetite." Shun-Yi kept a stiff face as he lifted the wine jug, taking a sour bitter sip to help swallow the choking flatbread. Willow Leaf Street was his jurisdiction. To put it plainly, it was where he woke up. Yet Shun-Yi hadn't received a single message, knew even less than the pedestrians on the street. He thought of the warning Song Chang-feng had left him before departing. The higher-ups moved fast in this short time. They'd already blinded his eyes and ears. "I heard he was literally bitten to death." "Stop. Are you eating or not?" "I went over early, took one glance. Just thinking back on it makes me sick." The two couldn't help sighing. Shun-Yi frowned at the flatbread in his hand and couldn't muster much appetite. He asked for a lotus leaf to wrap up the remaining flatbread and salted meat, then reached down to touch the blade at his waist and said, "Waiter, the bill." Willow Leaf Street in Bayan County. A few yamen runners pinched their noses as they walked out of the courtyard. "So gross. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come. It's not even our patch. What are we sticking our noses in for?" "Master Zhang, you need to say something to the ones above. Managing 2 more streets is fine, but the pay's gotta go up." Zhang Pingtian glared back. "Cut the crap. If you don't want to work, then get lost. Nobody's dragging you." When he turned back, he froze. Sometime in the blink of an eye. Where does that as expected come from? Don't act like you're so clever. With Lord Shun's temperament, how could he possibly stomach someone else poaching his turf? Zhang Da spat. Hearing this, Chen-Ji shot him a glance. Thinking the remark was passable, he'd have Zhang Dao go apologize up the chain later. The real reason was another matter. Chen-Ji himself was half in doubt, but still felt perhaps they'd been bitten to death by a demon. Judging by Shun-Yi's attitude in the village that day, unless he was putting on airs, he would definitely have come to see for himself. In the courtyard, Shun-Yi crouched down, looking at the 2 corpses on the straw mat that had been pieced together with great effort. He drew a breath and carefully set the scrawny, dark-skinned little girl's 5 splayed fingers in order. It was this very hand that had just washed his feet for him, though clumsy. It had its own peculiar feel. Normally, victims of demons are left as nothing but scattered remains, but today was different. Though the Lu father and daughter were smashed up badly, their ears and eyes had even been picked up and put back in place. There were no bite marks on their bodies. This wasn't simple predation, it was torture killing with a clear note of vengeance. Like with old Six Huang, demons also have friends and kin. If someone knew where that black-hide dog demon went that night, they might not guess who the killer was, but demons don't need evidence to take revenge, they only. Zhang Pengtian staggered, bracing himself against the wall. Blood-flecked spittle foamed at his lips as he sneered. Chief Clerk Liu has long since given instructions. You can't mobilize a single constable now. Sit tight in the county. Your life has someone to safeguard it. As for those cheap little lives, they're none of your business. Chen Ji was jolted at these words. He instinctively looked toward the young man before him, but a deep powerlessness soon closed over him. Shen Yi's martial skill was indeed far beyond his imagination, but even so it was only at the level an ordinary constable could reach if they really ran into the entire dog demon faction. Look at those hired martial experts, each one a demon slayer, yet now even they can only stay meekly in the county. Just then, Chen Ji suddenly saw Shen Yi's tightly knit brows loosen. Lord Shen, Shen Yi patted his shoulder and said, "Let us head back first." They had originally been fretting that the demons were hidden deep in the mountains, the terrain treacherous, making the search extremely troublesome. If they waited for the other side to come to them, they'd be far too passive. Since they now wanted to talk, how could he let such a good opportunity pass? Shen Yi's expression was calm. The more Chen Ji looked at him, the more uneasy he felt. Watching him walk off, he asked instinctively, "You're not going out of the city, are you?" "Out of the city?" I watched him claw his way up from a street ruffian. Even if his old mother were carried off by demons, he wouldn't so much as glance that way. Now he is here playing humble. Two subordinates propped up Zhang Pengtian. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he hawked a thick wad of phlegm onto the ground. Outside Baiyun County, a figure swept past like an arrow tearing the sky. Treetops swayed, and startled birds took flight. The 8 steps of the spirit snake was originally a common martial art, but driven by cultivation at the first realm, 5 apertures, it could raise speed to the point it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Before long, Shen Yi saw that shabby little temple again. He slowed, his breathing steady, showing not the slightest trace of having just run all out. On the field ridges of Six-Li Temple Village, the villagers set down their work and all looked toward the knife-bearing figure at the village entrance. Generally speaking, when constables arrive, it's almost the same as disaster coming to the door. Either trouble brought by the constables, or demons making mischief. When they saw the newcomer's face clearly, the villagers' numb expressions eased a little. They remembered this constable. Last time he personally cut down the dog demon, and when he left he didn't take a single coin. A little girl who had just learned to walk, swaddled in coarse cloth too big and too torn, stumbled over, lifted a chipped bowl, and in a childish voice said, "Constable, have some water." Shen Yi patted her head, took the chipped bowl, and drained it in one go. As he set the bowl down, his gaze slowly shifted to the mountain path on the other side. As the saying goes, better to arrive at the right moment than early, and this time, it really was just right. On the rugged mountain path, a dozen or so figures 2 heads taller than ordinary folk flickered in and out among the dense forest. Their pelts were matted and clotted, and beneath were well-proportioned, powerful muscles. Their faces were ferocious. They wore only loincloths and shouldered a great palanquin 2 zhang high, walking the mountain road as if on flat ground. On that palanquin reclined a massive body of at least 800 caddies, at leisure and content. Its fat layered upon itself, each layer about 2 fingers thick, dense as a mountain of flesh. No one could count how many folds there were. Most striking was the glossy, sleek, deep yellow fur, forming a stark contrast with the other dog demons. Moments later, they set the palanquin down at the village entrance. The little girl in the ragged cloth had just taken the bowl back. As she turned, she fell to the ground with a plop. Her dirty little face froze. She held her breath, baby teeth biting her lip, and her thin body trembled despite herself. Compared to her, the other villagers looked much calmer. In truth, they'd grown used to it. They instinctively looked toward the mouth of the road. At the road stood only one constable, with just a single blade at his waist. And behind the constable, the winding mountain road was deathly quiet. They waited quite a while, and saw no other figures appear. The villagers seemed to understand something in their previously unfocused eyes. There was a bit more despair. Everyone crouched down, hugging themselves, neither crying out nor running. The little girl suddenly felt a tall shadow loom over her. She looked up. She saw the constable step past her, drawing the blade at his waist as he walked, until the long blade fully cleared the sheath. Shun-Yi held the waist saber at a slant and stood before that enormous palanquin. Apart from that yellow-pelted one, there were a total of 12 towering dog demons. The number roughly matched what remained in the memories of his previous life. Not counting the old, the weak, women and children, just this two-digit cadre of elite demons was enough to occupy a region and lord it over it, to press Baiyun County's 800 soldiers into not daring to leave the city, and make hundreds of constables quake with fear. However, the other side turned out to be the least conspicuous branch among the major demon clans. I hadn't expected you to come, much less to stand right in front of me like this. Lounging on the massive palanquin, the weasel lazily lifted its head, looking down from above as it idly picked at the grime beneath its nails. Since you're here, I might as well ask you a couple of questions. As it spoke, its hoarse voice remained even, only its gaze shifting slightly. Do you have a son? I've lost 2 sons. I only have. It counted on its fingers, a flicker of irritation flashing in its eyes. Can't remember. I don't even like them that much, but losing 2 at once still sits wrong with me. The strange thing is, why did they disappear in places all under your control? Since you used to be respectful to me, give me an explanation, and I'll let you keep a whole corpse. With that, it reclined again, and the so-called elite dog demons beneath it bared their cold fangs as their lips twitched. Shun-Yi tightened his grip on the hilt and answered with action. He suddenly stepped forward, both palms driving force, closing in on the foremost dog demon in an instant. In the split second its pupils contracted, his blade had already slid silently into its heart. Squelch! The whole sequence was as fast as lightning. Only when he exhaled his first stale breath did the other dog demons react, their roars instantly shaking the entire village. The 12 demons carrying the palanquin finally begged. The grotesque, bloated demon hound was panting heavily, its layers of fat jiggling with every breath. Shun-Yi slowly pressed the blade against the yellow weasel's forehead, tilting his head with a sly grin. I thought you guys loved this kind of chaos. If not, why bother tearing someone into dozens of pieces and casually tossing them into the yard? The yellow weasel raised its head and suddenly let out a mocking laugh. A clean death is almost merciful. As soon as the words left its mouth, the chunks of flesh on its body began to tremble, at first faintly, then in a rhythmic motion. Scarlet miasma started seeping out from its skin, thicker than fog, quickly enveloping everything around it. Anything touched by the scarlet mist, be it corpses or pools of blood, sizzled and corroded, melting into viscous sludge in a matter of seconds. Despite the sudden turn of events, Shun-Yi remained unfazed. He had planned for this after all. A powerful demon like this wouldn't rely on mere brute force alone. With a deep breath, he activated the 5 major energy points within his body. A faintly red-tinted white mist surrounded him, clashing with the scarlet miasma like water meeting fire, both rapidly consuming each other. Shun-Yi didn't waste a moment. Taking a step forward, blade in hand, he swung it down with a vicious slash. Shhhk. The blade struck true, slicing into the yellow weasel's neck and shoulder, carrying the force of the heavens and earth. The flesh tore open like paper, leaving a gash that stretched from its shoulder all the way to its abdomen. In the next instant, an even denser burst of scarlet miasma erupted from the wound, 10 times thicker than before. The yellow weasel's head drooped but clamped its jaws onto the blade, gripping it with the gaps in its bones. It lunged at Shun-Yi with ferocity, as if ready to swallow him whole. Shun-Yi released his grip on the blade's handle. Clenching his fist, he abandoned tricks and struck out with a direct punch. The impact rippled across the weasel's blubbery flesh like waves on the ocean. This was the pinnacle of the cloud-breaking fist technique. Augmented by his mastery of the 5 major energy points, Shun-Yi's punches carried the force of the heavens, threatening to pulverize the demon's flesh and organs with every strike. Come on, Let us end this properly. The yellow weasel bared its teeth as its body shrank smaller and smaller. The scarlet miasma swelled with the wind, expanding to a range of over 30 feet. Nothing could escape its corrosive fate within that radius. This was why it had refrained from using such a sinister technique earlier. Once the red mist spread, no living creature could survive. Only those warriors who had transcended the mortal realm and wielded the energy of the heavens could hold out for a short while. In situations like this, it all came down to who had the deeper reserves. When Shun-Yi first struck, the yellow weasel had already gauged his level and felt a twinge of surprise. But it refused to believe this human-s foundation could surpass the century of blood and flesh it had accumulated. Yet, after dozens of punches, Shun-Yi's momentum showed no signs of waning. His breathing remained steady, and while the white mist around him appeared thin as if it might be swallowed by the scarlet miasma, at any moment it continued to regenerate, flowing out endlessly. The yellow weasel's pupils contracted, and for the first time, a flicker of doubt crossed its face. It had miscalculated. You? Shun-Yi's fist punched through the weasel's golden fur, tearing through it like an overinflated balloon. The layers of flesh beneath had long been consumed, leaving only an empty shell of skin over its skeleton. Spare me. The yellow weasel finally panicked. Shun-Yi calmly withdrew his hand from the heap of shredded organs, gripping the blade once more. He pulled it free from the bone gap and delivered a swift, clean slash. Demon Hound of the early stage. Lifespan 575 years, remaining 180 years absorbed. The scarlet mist, now without its source, began to dissipate, thinning into an aimless haze. From a distance, the villagers crouched low, their murky eyes showing a rare flicker of emotion, anxious anticipation. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the fading mist. The young man sheathed his long blade with a deliberate motion, his tall frame striding forward. Beneath his disheveled hair, his face bore traces of fatigue. His breathing was uneven, not as steady as when he first arrived, but his posture remained upright. Behind him, the massive figure of the demon hound collapsed like a banner, its skin now an empty husk draped over bones. On the winding path leading to 6 Mile Temple Village from Baiyun County, Chun-Ji clung tightly to the neck of his old mule, feeling a growing sense of unease. Although Lu Jinli wasn't a proper official, his words carried enough weight to silence every bailiff in the criminal division. After hastily ensuring his sister's safety, Chun-Ji decided to come check things out alone. As the mule trudged leisurely along, Chun-Ji gritted his teeth, gave it a slap, and awkwardly dismounted. He clumsily employed his light-footed martial arts to chase ahead. Before long, a metallic tang of blood reached his nose. Chun-Ji's face stiffened, his hand instinctively gripping his blade's hilt as a dreadful realization took root in his mind. His legs faltered, trembling slightly as he pressed forward. Fear clamped down on his chest, his imagination conjuring scenes of carnage and bodies strewn everywhere. With a sharp intake of breath, he steeled himself and charged toward the village. After a while, a few wisps of cooking smoke appeared in his field of vision. 2 villagers walked along the field ridge, noticed someone beside them, glanced over at Chun-Ji, and only after a long moment managed to squeeze out an awkward smile. Chun-Ji had meant to smile back as usual, but the corners of his mouth felt stiff. He just couldn't force a smile. He stared blankly at what the two were carrying, a rough, thick leg, its fur matted with dried clots of blood, clearly dead for some time. Constable said, "Take whatever and eat if you don't want it. Just throw it onto the cart, and he'll take it back." The villager swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Hearing this, Chun-Ji held his breath for a moment and didn't say a word. Constable? Who else could it be? In all of Baiyun County, the only one who would dare come here now, aside from Shun-Yi, you'd be hard-pressed to find a second. But what on earth had happened? Chun-Ji felt his brain short-circuiting. He gave a nod as a response, then passed the two and kept walking forward. Before long, that familiar silhouette appeared before his eyes. It wasn't the gore-splattered scene he'd imagined. Shun-Yi sat quietly on the field ridge, surrounded by 7 or 8 half-grown children, gingerly touching his saber. Many villagers were busy fishing the corpses of demons out of the muddy fields, like digging lotus roots now and then they'd lift up a severed arm, and their faces would beam with delight. Bloodshed and serenity side by side. Two completely different scenes weaving together into the bizarre tableau before his eyes. Chen Ji felt stiff all over, not even sure how he'd ended up walking right up to the man. He asked in a daze, "Where are the demons?" Shun Yi lifted his gaze, a bit surprised, as if he hadn't expected him to come over, and said, "All sent off." Hearing that, Chen Ji inexplicably felt the words sounded familiar. As if back when he'd asked about the ape demon, Lord Shun had answered him the same way. He raised a hand and pointed at the nearby mud-soaked dark red, the stench assaulting his nose. Stifling the urge to retch, he quavered, "You call this sent off?" This was the countryside west of the city. Beyond here lay the territory occupied by the Yellow Weasel. The man had stood right here and slaughtered demons all over the place, which left only two possibilities. Either the Yellow Weasel had fled, or it had died here too. Though the latter seemed vanishingly unlikely, compared to the ridiculous notion of the former, Chen Ji could only keep forcing himself to believe it was true. Just 2 or 3 days ago, that man had still been a bastard rotten to the core. But with one move he had flattened the Yellow Weasel and all its dog lackeys. If that's called forbearance, he really ought to address him as ancestor. Go clean up the corpses and head back. Might as well put a few who can work to use, so the trip isn't wasted. Shun Yi extended his hand. The half-grown children dutifully wiped the handprints off the scabbard onto their clothes, cleaned it, then placed it back in his palm, grinning with gaps where teeth were missing. "Constable, sir, safe travels." He secured his saber at his side, rose slowly, and put away the panel before him. Remaining lifespan of demons, 672 years. A dozen robust dog demons, plus the Yellow Weasel's 180-odd years. The reserves Shun Yi had amassed by now were astonishing. In addition, he had an unexpected gain. When his punch shattered the Yellow Weasel's viscera, Shun Yi suddenly found a strange organ in its abdominal cavity, about the size of an egg. That fleshy lump was far more solid than the other organs, even under the powerful impact. It still wriggled on, as if alive. More crucially, it contained the aura Shun Yi had coveted ever since advancing to the initial realm. He simply yanked it out and wrapped it in a piece of burlap. This was also Shun Yi's first time in a true fight to the death with a real demon. Those dog demons with some spirit could live 100 or 200 years, but apart from their robust build, they were basically not much different from ordinary humans. The Yellow Weasel was entirely different. Its all-encompassing crimson baleful aura left the army and constables almost helpless. Touch it, and you're as good as dead, even at range with arrows. It's hard to pierce its thick fat and flesh. To inflict real harm, you'd need at least heavy crossbows. But don't forget, though dog demons are stout, they're not slow. The Tianzhong Gap is only a few strides to them. Such a creature, practically unanswerable to ordinary people. Yet it actually had only early-stage cultivation of the initial realm. By Shun Yi's reckoning, the wind and thunder demon subduing true art he cultivated had 4 stages. Those 4 stages corresponded exactly to the tiers of cultivation within the initial realm. 3 apertures was the entry level, the early stage of the initial realm, and his current 5 apertures put him at the mid-stage. His cultivation was roughly twice that of the Yellow Weasel. Strong against weak, yet the fight had still been so laborious. The root reason was that he lacked that kind of demonic techniques. Faced with such formidable defense, he was momentarily at a loss and could only brute force it, relying on raw strength and cultivation to crush through. Shun Yi sighed. Cultivation was crucial, of course, but having a few signature techniques would make things much more secure. The Demon Suppression Bureau's 3 signature techniques were starting to feel a bit powerless against an actual big demon. He turned around and saw the villagers had prepared 2 carts. There were so many bodies they couldn't move them all, so they just chopped off the heads, piling them up like a small mountain. "What would us all this for?" Chen Ji asked, utterly dumbfounded. "We're heading back to the city," Shun Yi replied, walking towards an old donkey slowly, making its way from the crossroads. He mounted the donkey's back with ease. After this ordeal, Chen Ji was fully awake to reality. Earning a good reputation and joining the Demon Suppression Bureau wasn't as easy as he thought. The authorities would never stand idly by and let him mess up their operations. If that's the case, Then he had to sever ties with certain people. It was late, and Bayun County was shrouded in gloom. Street vendors were busy packing up their stalls, while the guards at the city gate yawned lazily on duty. Suddenly, a putrid stench filled the air. The soldiers quickly covered their noses. A curious vendor straightened up and leaned in for a look. In the next second, a string of terrifying wolf heads came into view, each one grotesque, snarling with blood-soaked jaws and terror still frozen in their eyes. Monsters! Monsters have entered the city. The vendor dropped his spoon in shock, stumbled a few steps back, and fell flat on the ground. The soldiers immediately stiffened, gripping their spears tightly. The two villagers pulling the carts had initially been slouched over, their faces showing the awkward curiosity of those who hadn't been to the city in years. But upon seeing this grotesque sight, they couldn't help but straighten their backs. What are you staring at? When we run into demons, we're scared stiff. But a pile of dead heads? That is nothing. We can still eat with gusto afterward. Shinji walked slowly into the city, his face unreadable. Behind him, the old donkey chewed grass lazily. A young man with delicate features sat atop it, his expression calm, but the stench emanating from him sent chills down everyone's spine. Shunshuni? The soldiers holding their spears blinked in disbelief. Everyone recognized that face. But apart from the familiar facial features, his demeanor and aura were nothing like the rogue they used to know. It was as if he had become an entirely different person. This bastard deserves to be cut into pieces. Even in death, he still scared the crap out of me, the vendor muttered angrily as he got up, brushing off his clothes. Yet, he couldn't help but steal another glance at the young man on the donkey, feeling an inexplicable sense of awe. How many demons had to be slaughtered to make his clothes look like that? Master Shun, please this way. The vendor hurriedly stepped aside, secretly thrilled. He couldn't wait to share the news over dinner. How many years had it been since someone from Bayun County ventured out to hunt demons? And to make such a scene, no less. You've really pissed off the higher-ups this time. Shinji muttered with a bitter smile as he observed the crowd's reactions. He couldn't understand why someone as composed as Shun would suddenly act so recklessly. Shuni lowered his head slightly and said calmly, "Do I have another choice? You've got the skills to slay demons, but there's no need to make such a spectacle. With your abilities, your future would been limitless." Halfway through his sentence, Shinji froze. It finally dawned on him. The Demon Suppression Bureau was coming to inspect. If Bayun County could showcase its peace and stability, Shin-E's future would indeed be secure. But he had already provoked the demons. What if, at a critical moment, the authorities decided to use him as a scapegoat to fend off the monsters? If the ape demons and yellow-furred creatures joined forces to demand his life, that would be handing his fate over to corrupt officials. In that case, it was better to make a statement so loud that the entire county would understand who Shun-E really was. When the inspectors from the Demon Suppression Bureau arrived, who could suppress the voices of tens of thousands of people? This wasn't recklessness, it was a carefully calculated move. Just 2 days with you, and I'm already learning how to think strategically, Shinji said, shaking his head helplessly. Then he straightened up, puffed out his chest, and adopted an air of smug authority. Just then, a group of drunken constables stumbled out of a tavern. Shunji deliberately led the two villagers closer, gesturing in the air as if ready to reprimand someone. "Get out of my way. You want a whipping or what?" Zhang Peng, drunk and belligerent, turned around, ready to fight back. "Who the hell do you think you are?" But the moment his bleary eyes landed on Shinji, and then the icy, commanding gaze from Shin-E, he froze. Shin-Shun. The courage to play tough in front of his buddies vanished instantly when his eyes caught sight of the carts piled with demon heads, especially the yellow-furred one on top. Zhang Peng clutched his slapped face, trembling as he backed away. He couldn't fathom how the man had managed to return alive. He needed to report this to Liu, the county officer, immediately. "All right, take them to the yamen, settle the paperwork, and then find them a place to rest and a proper meal," Shun-E said as they left the marketplace. He reached for his belt and tossed a coin of broken silver. "This one's on me." "Sir, you're too kind." The two conscripted laborers had seen firsthand how ruthless he was when slaying demons, finding him unexpectedly easygoing in everyday life. They quickly nodded their thanks. Only Shinji furrowed his brow. Pinching that broken piece of silver in his hand, the more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. He said his farewells to everyone. Shun got down from the donkey, gave a slight stretch, masked the fatigue in his eyes, and ambled toward his home. It had to be said, this was the most draining battle he'd ever fought. Not only was his physical strength emptied out, even the heaven and earth chi in his acupoints had dried up. As if in the blink of an eye he'd fallen from the immortal court back into the mortal world. Such a come-down was bound to leave one's spirits a bit listless. He stopped under the thatched eaves. To avoid seeing things he shouldn't, Shun reached out and knocked on the door. Before anyone came, a voice came through. "Why are you only just back?" My stomach's about to shrivel from hunger. Though the voice was a bit weak, it was still clear and pleasant. Hearing the reply, Shin pushed the door open and went in, his brows slightly knitted. The shack that had been filthy and chaotic just yesterday was now clean and tidy, making one almost reluctant to step inside. The woman's hair, still damp, hung down her back. Her washed face was pretty, and there was a touch of heroism in her brows and eyes, lending her a distinct charm. She wore a black shirt, loose though it was. It unexpectedly set off her tall figure. Her thick trousers were half wet, revealing even, slender legs, and a pair of fair, tender feet were planted directly on the floor. "I washed all the clothes, including your yamen uniform. I'll borrow your old clothes to make do for now." As Lin Baiwei was talking, she suddenly looked up. "Did you go to work, or did you take a bath in a pool of blood?" Her nose twitched slightly, and her expression changed. "Demon blood?" Shun said nothing, just shifted his gaze, took a lotus leaf bundle out of his breast, and tossed it onto the table. "Make do with this." Seeing he didn't want to say more, Lin Baiwei sensibly stopped probing, sat at the table, and with some anticipation lifted the lotus leaf that had been soaked with demon blood. "Oh, there's actually meat." She picked up a piece of blood-stained salted pork, gave it a cursory wipe, stuffed it into a cold, hard flatbread, and took a big chomp. "I said make do, at least pick." Lin Baiwei bluntly pointed out that he had already reached mortal body perfection. Legs crossed, she slowly tidied her lapels, a chill in her eyes. "Call me master, and I'll send you across the threshold into the initial realm. How about it?" She'd been too hasty earlier, and the martial arts names she'd made up were too crude today. She was fully prepared. Thinking it would be easy to bluff this youngster, what a joke. Lin Baiwei was full of confidence. She looked quietly at the young man. Then she saw Shun lift his hand, draw the blade from his waist, and set it casually on the table. "You left home to learn a craft." Shun E's voice grew colder as he asked in return, "And what is it you learned performing opera?" He pressed his 5 fingers on the scabbard. Lin Baiwei instantly felt a fierce, killing intent close in and swallowed involuntarily. What are you going to do?" "I'm not interested in you." Shun shook his head. "But I am quite interested in your sect." "I told you, I don't have a sect." Lin Baiwei wanted to say a few more words, but Shun pulled a small cloth pouch from his breast, set it beside the scabbard, and opened it casually, revealing the faintly trembling lump of flesh inside. "Use this to prove your value." Shun stood with his hands at his sides, looking harmless, but the knife on the table and that lump of flesh had already made his attitude clear. One of 2 choices. Don't overact. He didn't have much patience right now. Lin Baiwei stared at the lump, the tips of her fingers trembling slightly beneath her wide sleeves. She was stunned for a moment, then asked, "A beast core? Where did you get this?" Before the words were out, she looked at his blood-stained clothes. The answer hardly needed saying. "A beast core of about 400 years. Is this from a weasel spirit?" Lin Baiwei's fingers tightened as she suppressed her surprise. This man had gone out in the morning with a Jian Bing in his mouth, and come back at night with the beast core of an initial realm monster. Since when were Baiyun County's constables this fierce? She glanced at the youth and said crisply, "A beast core of this quality can be used directly as the main ingredient for a chi gathering pill, and it can also assist in refining a higher grade condensing liquid pill. If you don't have the conditions, swallowing and refining it directly can still yield 70 to 80% of the effect, but there's a lot of dregs, which is somewhat harmful to cultivation, so it's best to spend more time refining it. Of course, however you use it, it's not something anyone below the initial realm can use. I'm telling the truth here." Lin Baiwei spoke a little more earnestly. Hearing this, Shun nodded and casually covered the beast core again. which was more or less what he'd guessed. If she had kept spouting nonsense and called this thing poison, then Shun Yi really would have considered drawing his blade. It was beyond his expectations that Lin Baiwei recognized the beast core at a glance. Did she really know the demons around Baiyun County that well? You can stay, but I want to meddle in your business with the fox demon, and I want to ask about your identity. Putting the things away, Shun Yi went on. In return, I want 2 genuine initial realm cultivation manuals. Peach Blossom Mountain Cleaving Axe, Demon-slaying peerless sword. Lin Baiwei had just raised a finger to list them when his chilly look swept over. She curled her lip and drew her hand back. I don't have any manuals on me right now. I can only give them to you after I'm rescued. Fine. Shun Yi didn't press her further. He didn't want to put all his eggs in one basket. The Demon Suppression Division was all well and good, but if he could also forge ties with some Jianghu sects and get more information on martial cultivation, so much the better. With Baiyun County suddenly killing a weasel spirit, aren't you afraid of angering the other demons? Lin Baiwei picked up a huoxiao again, stuffed it full of salted pork, then went chomp and took a big bite. Chewing, she mumbled, demons may have different factions, but their attitude toward the court is the same. I don't think you should have gone for the weasel first, lest you startle the snake. What do you mean? Shun Yi showed a bit of interest. That dog demon has only just stepped into the initial realm, while the ape Tongtian has been lying low on East Mountain for years, preparing to break through to initial realm perfection. It hates nothing more than being disturbed at a time like this. Lin Baiwei's face flushed slightly as she worked the flatbread down and let out a long breath. And there's old Mother Qinglin rumor had it 100 years ago that it's a jade liquid realm great demon. If it were me, I'd report to the court and ask a few deputy generals from the Demon Suppression Division to come. Take out the snake demon first, the old ape, the yellow dog, and the rest will naturally run. Shun Yi listened quietly and, realizing she hadn't finished, asked, what about the fox demon? The girl rolled her eyes. She'd already eaten everything. She patted her full chest lightly. Hick, sleepy, sleepy. Shun Yi sat back down on the edge of the bed and cupped his fists. Thanks for the warning. Lin Baiwei shuffled toward the back courtyard, shooting him a look. At least you have a conscience. She walked into the silent little courtyard. The ease in her eyes faded, and the look on her face gradually grew complicated. Even though she spoke quite dismissively of the yellow weasel, that thing is a bona fide first realm demon. That constable is just an ordinary man, never mind that he has no sect. He even had to find a way to get a cultivation method off an outsider like me, and whatever little stroke of luck he had is incomplete. Yet in such circumstances, he actually cut down that dog demon. If I could lay a steady path for his cultivation, his future achievements would certainly be extraordinary. With talent like this, if he dies in the muddy mess of Baiyun County, that would be a real waste of a person. Unfortunately, I can hardly protect myself right now, and truly don't have the strength to meddle in so many affairs. Honestly, I'm starving. At this moment, there was only me left in the room. Shun Yi lay on the bed and immediately called up the panel. Speaking of martial cultivation, he was still a total novice who knew nothing, and had just heard a bunch of stuff from that woman's mouth, like chi-gathering pills, condensed liquid pills, the jade liquid realm, and the like. His thoughts couldn't help but begin to wander. A moment later, Shun Yi took out that lump of flesh, wanting to test his conjecture. The thing was a size smaller than an egg. He shut his eyes and put it into his mouth. Fishy bitterness spread from the tip of his tongue, yet the breath of heaven and earth within it was as enticing as honey. Afterwards, Shun Yi began channeling lifespan into the wind and thunder, subduing demon true art. Remaining demon lifespan, 672 years. Year 1. You spent 7 months clearing the dregs from the beast essence, taking only its quintessence, and did not forget to absorb the breath of heaven and earth. Your cultivation shot up. You filled the 6th aperture. The wind and thunder, subduing demon true art, reached minor completion. The beast essence as quintessence kept pouring in, and you went on to stuff the 7th major aperture full. From the beast essence, you comprehended blood fiend incomplete. Remaining demon lifespan, 671 years. As soon as the lifespan began to be poured in, surprise and shock surged in Shun Yi's eyes. It seemed his guess hadn't been off. So long as the precious medicine was in his body, it could influence the process of martial art deduction. But he hadn't expected the effect to be this frightening. How long had it taken to fill 2 apertures before? A full 20 years. One beast essence down the hatch could equal 20 years of hard cultivation. This incidentally also resolved a doubt in Shun-E's heart. Mortals live at most 100 years even if the mortal body is perfected and one steps into the first realm. That only adds 40 years of lifespan. Yet demons are often several centuries old. That yellow weasel whose realm was beneath his could actually live more than 570 years. With this kind of back and forth attrition, demons could grind away and outlast the human experts. Seen this way, the essence of the martial path is still plunder if you foolishly spend every day only drawing from heaven and earth. By the time your hair and beard turn white, you'll most likely still be stuck in the early first realm. What on earth is this blood fiend? Shun-E glanced at the panel, and beneath the current martial art a line leapt out prominently. Blood fiend incomplete. Swallowing a demon's beast essence has tainted you with filth by grasping its intent and taking it for your own. The breath of heaven and earth within you carries a corrosive effect. Reading this, Shun-E suddenly thought of that yellow weasel's demonic technique. Honestly, if his realm weren't far above the other's, once the chi in his body ran dry, his end would probably be to turn into a heap of rotten mush like those piles of bones. Barely counts as having one more offensive move. Shun-E suppressed his stray thoughts and continued pouring demon lifespan into it. Year 27. You filled the 8th major aperture because the chi in your body was overly abundant and had taken on your aura. It repelled pure heaven and earth breath, and your cultivation speed slowed. Year 49. 9 apertures were all full. The wind and thunder, subduing demon true art reached great completion. Perhaps because his foundation was thick and his courage bold, Shun-E didn't feel the slightest pang and planned to fill it to the brim in one go. Year 72. You finally filled the 10th aperture in your eyes. This heaven and earth grew ever clearer. Year 104. When water is full, it spills over your body was already saturated and could no longer contain the slightest extra chi. 12 apertures full. The wind and thunder, subduing demon true art, was perfected. Remaining demon lifespan, 568 years. Cultivating an existing technique is a guaranteed baseline. You can always train it to perfection, but when it comes to deducing a new technique, it's really like drawing a lottery and praying for luck. Shun-E hesitated slightly, set aside 300 years for other uses, and poured the rest all in. After that, a string of almost identical prompts spammed wildly, leaving him dazed. Year 1. Even though your realm was already perfected, you believed that without progress there is regression. You intensified your tempering day after day, ceaselessly drawing from heaven and earth. Year 10. You continued to draw. Year 20. You still kept drawing. Line after line flashed out at high speed, only to be pushed away by the next. It kept cycling like this who knows how many times. Sweat was seeping from Shun-E's palms, and as he was about to stop, a line distinctly different from the previous one suddenly flashed before his eyes. Year 130. Perhaps heaven rewards diligence in the first major aperture within you. A wisp of chi suddenly congealed, turning into jade dew and dripping down. The second drop of jade dew manifested in year 150. In year 268, nearly half the chi in your first major aperture has transformed into jade dew. Remaining demon lifespan, 300 years. Shun-E's expression grew complicated. It took him a while to realize what had happened. Chi condensed into liquid. Thinking of the jade liquid realm Lin Baiwei had mentioned, it wasn't hard to conclude this was the transition to the next realm. Perhaps when the chi in all 12 major apertures had turned into jade liquid, that would count as truly stepping into the next tier. The problem was, he hadn't found the method. In the deduction, he used the dumbest approach without brutishly relying on time to replace the chi in his body with jade liquid. How much demon lifespan would it take to fill a single major aperture? This wasn't even a case of poor efficiency, it was outright wasteful. Shun-E closed his eyes to feel the changes within. Apart from being thicker than ordinary chi, that jade liquid seemed to have no other special effect. He sighed and turned his attention to the remaining arts. The remaining 300 years were basically reserved for them. Saber, fists, and lightness skill. Thinking of the fight with the weasel before, Shun Yi knew clearly that what he lacked most were offensive moves. He chose the demon subduing saber technique to train. Year 1. Even though this saber art is too crude for your current realm, you still pick it up anew, properly starting from scratch as when you first entered the martial path. Hard to say whether the earlier heavy losses had instead brought a turn, or whether he'd run into an upswing in luck. Before long, Shun Yi's brow eased. Year 46, you cut the final strike, feeling clear and unbound all over. Those rough moves fuse in your mind, and new routines slowly take shape. Year 50, you comprehend a complete saber set, yet you still feel it isn't enough, so you gaze at the mist coiling around your fingertip and sink into thought. Year 55, you penetrate the initial realm Blood Fiend Saber. Remaining demon lifespan, 245 years. Initial realm Blood Fiend Saber Beginner. With lifespans poured in without end, the Saber realm rose swiftly, from entry all the way to perfection, until the cockcrow hour arrived. The guardroom of Baiyun County's Yamen was packed with constables. Shun Ji stood in the center, with 13 dog demon heads laid beside him. Seated at the main seat was an old man with hair and beard all white, wearing a blue round-collared tunic. His eyes half closed, his skin and bone hands gripped the armrest, veins bulging on the backs. Registrar Liu, demon slaying is also part of our job, Song Chongfeng explained in a low voice. Hearing this, the old man slowly opened his eyes, swept a glance at the demon heads on the ground, then quickly looked away, as if he didn't dare linger. He waved a hand. This old man doesn't have that kind of ability. It's your work. Lord Shun, though, is capable. Since that's the case, let him take on all matters regarding demons. As soon as he finished, Registrar Liu shot to his feet, enraged, and kicked the table in front of him over. Hand it all to him alone. So that's how it is. Shun Yi savored the newly born Blood Fiend Saber in his mind. Every move carried vicious ferocity. It had clearly taken on the ruthless temperament of demons. You could hardly tell it could have evolved from that proper demon subduing saber technique. Fight violence with violence, plain and brutal. This set truly belongs to the initial realm as a complete art, and it's not on the same level at all as the shortcut, forcefully cross-realm Zhenyang Saber. With initial realm perfected cultivation, if he ran into the weasel again, Shun Yi was confident he could finish him within 3 strikes. He glanced at the panel. Only 130 years of demon lifespan remained. The rest had been sunk into the other 2 arts. But the yield wasn't much. He only gained a talent akin to fist and palm mastery. Light as a swallow. Years of accumulation in lightness skill have made you more adept at controlling your body, and your movements are lighter. At best, it was better than nothing. Shun Yi wasn't disappointed. By now he'd come to understand the panel's utility. If you want to deduce new arts, compared to time, what's more crucial is accumulating material. Relying on lifespan alone means pinning your hopes on elusive inspiration. Only by learning more arts yourself can you integrate them during deduction, infer by analogy, and have a chance to create new moves. This isn't something you can do by nursing a blob of empty fancy in your head and sitting around waiting for inspiration. For example, the Blood Fiend Saber is drawn out from the Blood Fiend power within Beast Essence, and the Wind and Thunder Treasure Scroll likewise use the Zhenyang Saber to evolve a path into the initial realm. One should know contentment. His progress in this half-night, for an ordinary person without miraculous medicines, might well be the peak of a lifetime. This already counts as tremendous fortune. Shun Yi rose and walked to the cabinet, seeing inside the clothes Lin Baiwei had washed and hung to dry for him. He reached out and took it, stripped off the inner lining, revealing an almost perfect set of muscles. But because he was so lazy, too lazy even to walk the street patrols himself, his skin had a cold, pale cast, looking less than healthy. That wasn't a big problem. A bit of sun would fix it. Shun Yi changed clothes and turned around, and saw a woman standing there at the back door, holding her breath. Is something the matter? Just looking around. Lin Baiwei, still unsatisfied, shifted her gaze back, rubbed her tummy, and asked expectantly, "Is there breakfast today? Give me a minute." Shun Yi turned and went out, bought 2 Jianbing at a stall, and thinking of the 2 martial arts manuals he hadn't yet gotten, he hesitated and asked, "Add an egg, how much is it?" By rights, He was the head of the Yamen runners, and didn't he have any bad habits he shouldn't he be short on silver. In his previous life, there had been plenty of ways to make money if he hardened his heart. The vendor bent and nodded as he wrapped the pancakes and handed them over, saying, "Master Shun, why charge you for 2 pancakes? If you like them, come often." Shun Yi shook his head and said, "Thanks for the thought, but no need." He took out 10 copper coins and set them on the table. And so he brought the breakfast back home. Biting into a pancake, Shun Yi headed for the Yamen, and halfway there he felt something was off. Along the way, whether it was the bun sellers or the vegetable carriers, the passers-by all cast probing looks his way. When he turned around, he saw them hurriedly duck their heads, pretending to focus on the work in their hands. From now on, if Baiyun County runs into any demons or evil spirits, we'll have to go to him. Him? You mean Master Shin? Talking nonsense first thing in the morning. If he's worried his own girls are too proper and his money's not getting spent, that's where he might come in handy, demons? Pipe down, keep your voice down. Don't you know what happened yesterday? The western outskirts have no more monsters. 2 bumpkins from the villages said it themselves. The hills were full of beasts, and they all had their heads cut off and sent to the county office, led by Master Shun. Now that he had become a first-stage martial master, Shin Yi could hear all the buzzing gossip around him like mosquitoes. He quickened his pace and stepped into the Yamen guardroom. Inside, things were about the same as usual, just a bit deserted and empty. In the big courtyard, Chen Ji's expression was complicated. He still had a younger sister at home to look after, yet the higher-ups had lumped him in as Shun Yi's accomplice, and he couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. He himself was already in this situation, and Shun Yi had become the #1 target being watched. Thinking of this, a trace of pity appeared in his eyes. Clerk Liu left a message when he left, saying that if you come around, bring a jug of wine and sit with him. He said if the magistrate can grant someone 600 taels, he's not going to shortchange you. Got it. You all get to it. After hearing this, Shun Yi only dipped his chin slightly. Ever since that episode on Willow Leaf Street yesterday, when his eyes and ears were stifled, he had actually anticipated a situation like today. Clerk Liu handled things in perfect order. He was indeed a seasoned old hand who'd been mixing for years. If he kept the doors shut and didn't go out, Shun Yi would become the laughingstock of the whole county and be forced to bow to them. But if he flung the Yamen gates wide open, wouldn't that be plainly playing the fool? Who would provoke demons for no reason? There's no money in being the first bird to stick its head out and get shot. Why put your life on the line? Just so, the one thing Clerk Liu hadn't thought of was, Shun Yi really could reap benefits from slaying demons. Not only comparable to counting money beyond gold and silver, there was the tangible extension of lifespan. Therefore, Shun Yi was very calm inside, without a ripple. Even if he had other thoughts, it was no more than a little secret happiness. Chen Ji felt that the other hadn't taken his words to heart at all. This was a matter that could cost lives. How could it be handled casually? After a while, he dropped his hand with a bitter smile, resting it on the scabbard at his waist. Times really had changed. A few days ago, he was still cursing the other for acting recklessly, and in the blink of a few days he turned himself into the sort sent to persuade people. Thinking of Shun Yi standing all alone at the village entrance that time, Chen Ji knew this man wasn't just talk. Chen Ji gave a self-mocking smile. His hand on the hilt tightened a bit. Damn it. I need to save up a dowry sooner rather than later. How much dowry does your family prepare when you take a wife? Huh? Shun Yi turned back in confusion. Nothing, just asking casually. Chen Ji took a breath, quickly pushing down that thought that had jumped out. One thing at a time. The other was barely a competent constable, but his private life was a mess. Ugh, I absolutely can't throw my sister into the fire. Luckily, he didn't catch those words clearly. Actually, I prefer them more mature. Shun Yi shook his head, with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, thinking of the Song family sister-in-law's generosity. Taking advantage of Chen Ji still not having come back to his senses, he sauntered into the duty room. No way. Is this settled just like that? Zhang Dahu was so anxious he kept stomping his feet, yelling at the 2 squatting by the door. Are you 2 mute? Say something. The Niu brothers had been resentful of Lord Shun for a long time, but right now each of them was like a stuffed gourd, not making a sound. My wife wouldn't even let me in the door yesterday. Nyoda scratched the back of his head foolishly, just thinking that he followed someone named Shun. Once the news spread, it nearly set the back courtyard ablaze. As if he really snatched someone's girl. This morning I was still asleep. Then she suddenly ha ha ha. Before he finished speaking, Nyoda started giggling, his hand subconsciously rubbing his crotch. Zhang Dahu. Chenji. Shen Yi looked over helplessly and said flatly, "Open the courtyard gate. Ordinary folk don't come to the Yamen casually, much less to the duty room under Lord Shun, whose reputation isn't the best." But Shun Yi was not impatient. He had seen the despair on the faces of the Lu father and daughter when people encounter demons. They clutch at any straw. This world hasn't left them another way. The gate opened. The plaque was hung. The notice was posted. This courtyard became Baiyun County's only demon subduing Yamen, with Qin Ji and Zhang Dahu sent out to gather news, and the Niu brothers rotating shifts with them, changing every 3 shurchen. Shun Yi closed his eyes and pretended to nap, actually conserving his energy. Unexpectedly, only half a day had passed before someone came to call. The visitor was a small, lean, middle-aged man, dark-skinned, clearly someone who done hard labor. He craned his neck, peering cautiously inside. In the yard, the Niu brothers' expressions changed. They stood up in unison, and even Nyoda, who still been giggling just now had a few traces of unease in his eyes. The words slay demons sound simple, but after so many years on duty in Baiyun County, they had never actually done such a thing. "Lord Shun, I have information about an evil presence." The small, lean middle-aged man was so nervous he swallowed, his eyes evasive, and under the Niu brothers' lead he gingerly stepped into the room. "What kind of monster is it? Hurry up and say," Niu asked, eyes wide with tension. No, it's not a monster. It's an evil presence." The small, lean middle-aged man hurriedly waved his hands to clarify. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi slowly sat up straight. These past days, whether in his own memory or the body's previous memories, this was the first time he heard a lead about an evil presence. "Don't rush, tell me the situation slowly." Under Shun Yi's steady gaze, the middle-aged man immediately felt a bit calmer. Yesterday, he heard the oil seller bragging and babbling, and figured the fellow was just drunk. How could Master Shin possibly be polite to him? But after seeing him today, he actually started to believe a little. The evil spirit wasn't something I ran into. My wife bumped into it. He weighed his words and began. "Starting about a month ago, every night after dark, I wash up in the yard, and she lights a candle in the room, sits in front of the mirror, and slowly combs her hair. As she combs, she starts giggling, like she's downright under a spell. That's nothing." The middle-aged man's face grew worse and worse. "One night, I woke up bursting to pee, reached out, and the side was empty. I went outside to look. Guess what? She was standing at the doorway in a floral top, her hair still dripping, her neck slick with sweat. I steeled myself and tapped her, and when she recognized it was me, she actually screamed back the way she sounded, like she'd seen a ghost. She said she had no idea how she'd gotten up, no memory at all. And ever since that night, I've been off myself too. No matter how early I go to bed, I sleep straight through till full daylight. That's got to be an evil spirit clinging to her and siphoning my yang along the way, Lord Shun. My wife even decocted medicine for me, and it still doesn't work. The more I drink, the sleepier I get." The middle-aged man told it so vividly that Shun Yi's expression grew a shade stranger bit by bit. "And besides, she's gone cold toward me, just giggles all day long. And the more you look, the creepier it gets." The scariest part was yet to come. Business went bad for me yesterday, so I packed up early and went home, and I heard her in the room shouting herself hoarse, crying, "Spare me over and over." You ever heard a pig being slaughtered? That kind of sound. He even looked like he wanted to mimic a couple of those cries on the spot. Shun Yi knit his brows slightly, glanced at the Niu brothers, and sighed. "You two keep watch tonight. Help him deal with that evil spirit. Your humble subordinate obeys." The Niu brothers shot the middle-aged man a sympathetic look and let him out the door. Shun Yi leaned back in the rattan chair again and raised a hand to lightly press between his brows. Turns out sniffing out easy pickings in the city isn't exactly easy. By rights, in the past when monsters slipped into Baiyun County, their trail came in with them. Now that I've cut down that pack of dog demons, word must have spread through demon circles, and casually fishing for another easy catch is going to be much harder. Just then, a figure hurriedly barged in. Shinji stopped before he even caught his breath. Face set, even keeping his voice very low, couldn't hide the shock in his heart. Lord Shun, Lu Qi is gone. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shun-Yi looked up. If I haven't misremembered, he mentioned that name once. Steel-splitting hand Lu Qi. He was the retainer the Lin family had hired from Qingzhou, the very Lin residence where Lin Baiwei stays. As soon as that title was mentioned, the Niu brothers, who just stepped out the door, halted abruptly. Then the two ducked their heads, pretended not to have heard, and hustled that scrawny middle-aged man straight out of the courtyard. These constables had long since heard what sort of figure Lu Qi was. The man had serious backing from Qingzhou and was a lineage-trained martial master of the Jianghu. Among the house-guarding experts the Lin family spent a fortune to hire. He was one of the biggest names. His iron palm could smash gold and split stone, easy as slicing tofu. It said the demons felled under his palm numbered more than 30 at the least, nearly 50. We really ought to go. The east side of the city is comparatively affluent, and the intimidating power of that Yamen runner's uniform was slowly waning. Until a stately, lavish mansion came into view. Vermilion gates with brass handles, and stone lions on either side taller by half a head than those at the Yamen. At the moment the gate was open only a slit wide enough for one person to pass. The Lin family's fat steward, in a silk jacket and little cap, stood at the door with a grim face, waving people away. Move along, this isn't a place for you to gawk. Never mind gawking if there really is a demon. You'd better give us a heads up so we can go lodge a complaint at the Yamen. The idlers had no choice but to back off helplessly. Where would a demon come from? There's no demon. The Lin family's steward screwed up his pudgy face and said dejectedly, I've said it 800 times there's no such thing. You coward, what are you afraid of? Haven't you seen the notice on the street? Sir Shun can behead the dog demon in the western suburbs. Don't tell me he can't take care of the little evil at your place. There were a few people of some standing in the crowd, as well they weren't buying the stewardess line, and started shouting straight away. Sir Shun, my foot you lot don't know crap. The Lin steward shot them a disdainful glance, feeling heavy-hearted and not bothering to engage further. When it came to Shin-Yi, this steward knew far more than the people in front of him. Back then, Shun-Yi rescued the young lady from outside the city. The master had always been grateful and treated him with considerable favor. Who would have thought that the fellow surnamed Shun was actually a gambler? Coming every few days to borrow silver money lent out was like tossing a meat bun to a dog, gone for good. Hardly the mark of a good man. However, things have been quieter these days. The master wouldn't fully trust such a man. After Lu Qi's incident, he went to the county magistrate's office in the dead of night and invited that thin ascetic monk. Don't be fooled by how gaunt he was. As if a gust of wind could topple him back in Qingzhou, he was often at the county magistrate's mentor's side and was much trusted. Even while alive, Lu Qi would greet him respectfully as senior. A figure like that had made a round of inspections at the Lin residence. The final conclusion was no demons at work. Master Lin needn't worry. As for Lu Qi's death, the man kept the cause to himself. In short, every word boiled down to no demon. Given the thin ascetic's standing, once he had spoken the matter was settled. Never mind that the Shun fellow had no real skill, so what if he could slay demons? The Lin steward drew back from his thoughts and suddenly noticed the crowd was spontaneously parting to make a path. He's here. He's really here. The notice was true. A young man wearing a sword came walking up slowly, with a Yamen runner following behind. Ah, Constable Shun, our young lady isn't at the residence. Steward Lin forced a smile, but inwardly he was quite surprised. Had the man not heard of Lu Qi's reputation, yet still dared to meddle in this affair? Hearing this, Shun-Yi frowned slightly. Not here. She's gone out of the city for a spring outing and won't be back for several days, Steward Lin said, shaking his head. If you're looking for Miss Baiwei, please head back. I'm not here for her. Take me to see the body. Shun-Yi stepped up onto the stone stairs. The fox demon was gone, yet a martial expert had died. This made the matter all the more strange. At these words, the Lin steward looked hesitant. If the fellow was here to sponge, he'd have turned around once he knew the young lady wasn't home. If he was truly here to investigate a demon, Well, the thin ascetic was still in the residence. Thinking this, he deliberately raised his voice. Constable Shun, the one from the county magistrate's office, has already been here. At this, Chun Jixian was startled at first, then let out a sigh of relief. Since a master had already stepped in, the matter would naturally be handled. It wouldn't fall to us Yamen runners to worry about it. The onlookers in the distance also came to a sudden realization. No wonder the Lin family was so composed. Too bad they wouldn't get to see Constable Shun in action today. After speaking, Steward Lin looked back at the young man. The meaning on his face could not have been clearer. Go ahead and climb the steps. Whatever happens, the blame can't be laid on you. Be on your way. We won't drag you into it. Shun lowered his eyes, taking in the panic and helplessness the steward was trying hard to conceal. He said coolly, "It won't hurt to take another look." At this, the Lin steward started in surprise. Well, he really seemed like a different person. In the past, he'd have done anything to shake off trouble. Thinking only of lining his pockets, how had he suddenly become like this? After hesitating for a moment, he forced a bitter smile and stepped aside. "Since you truly want to have a look, then come with me." The steward turned to push the door and was about to go in, but his expression froze for quite a while. He saw two people, walking out one after the other in an odd formation, accompanied by the master. The man in front was tall and thin, looking to be around 50. His eyebrows drooped like dragon whiskers, and in his black long gown, he was like a bamboo pole. The middle-aged man behind was built like a small mountain, with a rough face, a great beard bristling like steel needles, a sullen expression, a greasy white short jacket, dark skin, and a bulging belly that looked terrifying, as if 10 months pregnant. Just as Shou Tuchuo, wearing a faint smile, was about to take his leave of Master Lin, he looked up and saw the few people at the doorway. The steward was panicking inwardly, about to speak by way of explanation, but Shou Tuchuo's smile tightened a bit instead. He cupped his hands and said, "This must be young friend Shun. I've long heard your name. An honor to meet you today." Hearing this, the swarthy rough man, who had been downcast, also perked up and glanced over. Under Shou Tuchuo's gaze, Qinji suddenly felt his throat go dry and couldn't get a word out. He was, after all, young and hot-blooded. He had entered the Yamen merely to make a living. Yet in his heart he still yearned for the Jianghu. Now that he'd seen a widely renowned elder, even the hand gripping his blade couldn't help but tremble. Besides being excited, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Even men doing the same Yamen runner work, when faced with such an elder, would politely address Shen Yi as young friend Shen in the Jianghu. A reputation is indeed earned with your fists. Chen Ji shook his head. The image rose in his mind of Shen Yi, body spattered with blood, half reclining outdoors, with the chunks of corpse before him not yet cold, and he felt none of this was strange. "Senior, you flatter me." Shen Yi returned the cupped hand salute and continued forward, not intending to exchange further pleasantries with them. Unexpectedly, Shou Tuchuo led a few people to block the way and said, as soon as he finished speaking, he took another step forward. "You think he'll be any different?" In the end, he's just like us, finding some excuse to justify it. Butcher Zhang stayed silent, choosing to keep his mouth shut. While the two of them were talking, Shen Yi and his companion followed the steward to a side room. They watched as the steward slowly lifted the white cloth, revealing the corpse underneath. Just one glance, and Shun Ji's respect for the skinny monk grew even more. This was the kind of skill that could lie with a straight face, leaving people utterly speechless. On the wooden board lay a sturdy man. His left arm was only half there, his abdomen was sliced wide open, and the inside was completely hollowed out. His eye sockets were empty, his nose was gone, and the right side of his face was gnawed clean down to the bone, not a trace of flesh left. He was fine just yesterday, and now, overnight, he turns into this. The Lin family steward closed his eyes tightly, rubbed his face hard, trying to shake off the creeping chill in his heart. He remembered how majestic Lu Qi had looked when he first arrived at the Lin family, commanding respect. Now he was reduced to this tragic state. Qin Ji frowned and asked, "No one knows how he died. As a martial arts master, even if he had encountered a demon, he shouldn't have died so quietly and without a trace." The person who found the body isn't from the Lin family. The steward sighed. hesitating before glancing at Shun Yi. Back then, when you returned Miss by way to us, her injuries healed, but her temperament changed, and she lost a lot of her memory. She couldn't even recognize many of her relatives. At this point, the steward pursed his lips. About half a month ago, she said someone familiar was coming to visit. Turned out to be a young man. This wasn't something we wanted to publicize after all. The young lady is unmarried. Take it as gossip and don't spread it, or it could ruin her reputation. Chen-ji gave a slight nod in response. The steward continued. The master, concerned for the young lady, thought having someone she recognized might help her regain her memory, so he allowed the man to stay. Since the young lady was close to him, we treated him as an honored guest. And Lu Chi's body was found in that young man's room coincidentally. The young lady hasn't been at the estate these past few days. The skinny monk spoke to him and said he had nothing to do with it. Hearing this, Shun Yi finally understood their implication. The Lin family already had a suspect. They didn't bring in the skinny monk to hunt demons, they wanted someone to eliminate the demon. Chen-ji instinctively asked, "Where is he now?" "I'm right here." A lazy voice came from the door. A young man in black leaned casually against the doorframe, yawning as he stretched. His lips were red, his teeth white, and his face carried an easy smile. When he grinned, his sharp canines added a hint of provocation to his expression. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "So, you're Shun Yi? Took you long enough to show up?" His tone was dripping with arrogance, and the way he looked at Shun Yi was as if he were a servant. Hearing this, the Lin family steward immediately felt a chill down his spine. It was one thing for the county magistrate's expert to know Shun Yi, but for this outsider brought back by the young lady to also recognize him? That was strange. If they were all acquaintances, how could anyone expect them to deal with demons? What if, instead, they ended up devouring the entire Lin family? On the other hand, Chen-ji's expression darkened slightly. If he had been only 70 or 80% suspicious before, the young man's words confirmed it. He was a demon, just wearing human skin. Why? The tone of his voice, it was too familiar, stirring up unpleasant memories for Chen-ji. In recent years, demons entering the city often spoke to Shun Yi in this same way. And what followed was always the same. They'd use him to hunt fresh prey or to abduct someone's daughter. At that thought, Chen-ji couldn't help but glance to the side. Shun Yi's face showed no reaction, as if he hadn't taken the young man's words to heart. He stood there with his hands at his sides, staring quietly at Lu Chi's corpse. After a moment, he finally said, "Everyone leave." Hearing this, the Lin family steward wished he could slap himself. Why did he bring this mess home? The more they meddled, the worse it got. It was one thing for outsiders to believe the rumors, but how could someone like him, who served the Lin family for so many years, be so clueless? What about the authorities? Isn't the magistrate's office supposed to handle demons? The chubby steward lowered his head and turned to leave. Chen-ji stayed silent, glancing back at Shun Yi to confirm he wasn't deliberately letting his guard down to ambush the young man in black. With a reluctant bow, Chen-ji said, "I'll take my leave." As the two exited the side room, they saw the skinny monk and another man ahead, both having stopped to watch the steward's angry demeanor. Only then did the skinny monk's expression soften. "I told you young people these days are too arrogant. They get a little lucky, and suddenly, they think they're invincible. They won't reel it in until they've embarrassed themselves completely. All of us have had our share of luck, our moments of genius. But who acts as shamelessly as him? Foolishness runs deep. You can't carve rotten wood." Amid his senior brother's endless sneers, Butcher Zhang lost interest and squatted down, plucked a blade of green grass to bite between his teeth, his expression sinking again. Those taunts bored into Chen-ji's ears like needles. He shot a cold glance and instantly felt that these so-called Jianghu elders were nothing like he'd imagined, downright nauseating. Even if Sir Shun can't be counted among the very best, he went alone to 6 Li Temple Village, cut down 13 demon corpses, and the court only rewarded him with 2 taels and 4 qian of stipend silver. This man has been in Baiyun County for days, yet hasn't he made a single move. At his age, he still prattles and pinches pennies. Does that status deserve 600 taels of fine silver a month? "Brat, what are you staring at?" Sensing something, the gaunt ascetic twisted his head around, and his chilly gaze made one's blood run cold. He could endure Shun Yi after all. The man is also a first-realm martial artist, but since when did a mere Yamen runner dare glare at him like that? His ink-black long coat seemed to stir with no wind. A withered hand lanced out from the cuff, 5 fingers curling like claws. A surging aura pressed down on the other in an instant, shrouding him until he couldn't breathe. Chen Ji's face turned paper white, his jaws clenched tight. Usually, he knew well the importance of forbearance. Would never meet someone head-on. He'd just bow his head, admit fault, and be done with it. But this time, a nameless fury suddenly flared up in his chest. The hand resting on his hilt jerked hard. The silver-bright blade slid free, dazzling every eye. When the Yamen handles a case, do the likes of you Jianghu bravos get to point fingers? Constable Shun serves the court. What the hell are you? Daring to make a racket here? Shut up. At those words, the gaunt ascetic froze as if struck by lightning. After a long moment, he muttered blankly. Good. Using the court to press me. Steward Lin was so frightened his legs shook he couldn't help clamping his thighs together. You must know sect folk most loathe being pressed by the Demon Suppression Bureau. Don't be fooled by the gaunt ascetic's calm face. There was a shade more killing intent in his words. This little runner will show his true face sooner or later. Does he really think Shun Yi can protect him completely? Only Butcher Zhang still squatted there. He blinked, spat out the grass stem, the corner of his mouth hooking up in a soundless laugh. He slanted a glance toward the door, a touch more curiosity in his eyes. Interesting. He didn't draw his blade against demons, yet a couple of jabs at his superior made him draw on a first-realm martial artist. What kind of figure commands such authority in a subordinate's eyes? The noise outside didn't let up. The side room, by contrast, was eerily quiet. The black-clad youth gave his wrist a lazy flick, walked to Lu Chi's corpse, and, with disgust, yanked off the remaining half an arm, chewing in great bites. I thought I'd have to waste words again. Turns out it's you. Saves my patience. Don't stand on ceremony once you know the rules. Just call me Seventh Master. Shun Yi watched him eat with calm eyes, neither sorrowful nor glad. In just a few days, he had seen too many scenes like this. The only ripple in his heart was because Lu Qi had once trained in the martial arts, and this ending was precisely what comes of being no match for demons. It's not about. Butcher Zhang rose unhurriedly, and the Lin family steward let out an owl. As he clutched his head and crouched down, the skinny ascetic trembled slightly as he turned his head. Chen Ji stood there dazed with a long saber in hand, and everyone looked toward the doorway. Behind that shattered door, Shun Yi adjusted his cuffs, face calm, and walked out with composed steps. You. The skinny ascetic had spoken with that black-shirt youth before and naturally knew how terrifying the backing behind him was. Those foxes from Bea, even old Mother Qinglin, doesn't dare provoke them lightly, let alone a wandering martial artist from Qingzhou like him. Bowing one's head before them isn't a shameful thing. What he never expected was that someone would dare not bow. Ahem. Seventh Master In's features twisted, and he vomited up all the flesh and saliva he had swallowed earlier. Gritting his teeth to suppress the convulsions, he flipped over and stood, eyes bulging with rage, his breathing ever harsher in his throat, clearly unlike a man, more like some kind of beast. Roar! He opened his mouth and bellowed, the roar like a great bell tolling, making ears ring. If you had the initial realm's cultivation to guard your body, it was fine, but constables like Qin Ji who knew a bit of martial arts still staggered back 2 steps even as they forced themselves to endure. The Lin family steward was worse off, collapsing limply to the ground, his silk jacket stained yellow with filth. It's over, someone in the Lin family is going to die. Half crying, he snuck a glance ahead, only to see Shun Yi as if he hadn't heard, his steps steady, unhurriedly drawing a 3-foot saber. Compared to the ferocity when Chun Ji drew his blade, Shun Yi wore no put-on fierceness at all. He seemed casual, as natural as pulling an oil paper umbrella from his coat in an autumn rain. But the moment they saw him draw the blade, old Seventh Een fell silent in an instant, fear flickering in his eyes, and then he turned and ran. Inside the room, at the instant the other made his move, he had keenly sensed a deep, Robust aura, not someone who had just entered the initial realm, at least a master of great accomplishment in the initial realm. Old 7th Een kicked off hard with both legs, bent low, and in a single stride shot out 6 Zhang. He didn't even think to glance back. Seeing him in such a sorry state, even those 2 senior brothers from the Vajra sect looked a bit surprised. Same initial realm, how could he be that afraid? The court is handling a case, we shouldn't get involved. The skinny ascetic seemed to see through others' fear of the helper at Shun Yi's side and added with a sarcastic tone. Butcher Zhang glanced at him and sighed leisurely. Even so, what was baffling was that old 7th Een didn't stop, he ran even faster. In the next moment, Shun Yi moved with 2 or 3 steps. He appeared soundlessly behind the black shirt youth. His saber fell in a sudden chop, that fierce, biting force making old 7th En's back go cold. He couldn't help turning to block with his elbow. Rip! The long saber, bearing an aura of mingled crimson and ashen, slashed down. The keen edge sliced through old 7th En's skin like paper. The hard elbow bone snapped with a crack, and the savage blade energy passed through his arm to carve a bone-deep gash across his face. That gash extended all the way to his right shoulder, emitting a sizzling, corrosive sound as the Sir. Butcher Zhang put down his knife without a word, grabbed a blade of grass, and stuck it in his mouth. Suddenly, his face twisted, and he spat it out in disgust. Ugh, do you guys have a dog? Why does it taste like piss? My whole mouth reeks now. Thanks. Shun Yi calmly stashed away the beast core. I just get itchy hands, you know? I see something and just gotta give it a whack. Butcher Zhang glanced over lazily, chuckling without much care. The scrawny monk, completely ignored, trembled with rage, muttering under his breath, bastard bastard. Shun Yi shifted his gaze, now eyeing the blade in Chun Ji's hand with a touch of suspicion. Don't panic. Just muster some courage and hold your ground. Chun Ji quickly hid the blade behind his back, forcing a strained smile, guilt flickering in his eyes. How many monsters would he have to slay before people stopped doubting he wasn't in cahoots with them? Even he had his own doubts when that strange ghost fire appeared earlier. Otherwise, why would he care about idle gossip? Still, Shun Yi's martial skills had improved way too fast. This was the first time Chun Ji had watched him take down a major demon in person. That tiger demon didn't even put up a fight, it just stood there, helpless, from start to finish. The only comforting part, Shun Yi wasn't using the demon's subduing blade technique. That meant he must have been secretly training in martial arts for a while, probably under some other sect's teachings. Alright, load up the demon corpses onto the cart. Let us head back to the station. Seeing that Chun Ji wasn't in the mood to talk, Shun Yi didn't push further. Yes, sir, Chun Ji responded briskly, quickly getting to work. Just then, a chilling voice came from the side. Shun, my boy, he doesn't need courage. He's bold enough to almost swing his blade at me, asking what kind of thing I am. The scrawny monk sneered coldly, stepping forward. Don't think wearing an official uniform means you run the show in front of us martial world folks. Even if you play it fair, as long as someone's pulling strings over your head, you'll have to keep your mouth shut. Hearing this, Chun Ji froze for a moment, a twinge of regret surfacing. It's already tough enough dealing with demons, why stir up more trouble over a fit of anger? He rubbed his face, deliberating how to apologize, when Shun Yi's calm voice interrupted. Is that really what you said? Chun Ji stiffened, his entire body tense. Reluctantly, he admitted, yes, I did. The scrawny monk's smirk deepened as he stood still, hands dangling by his sides. Shun Yi nodded slightly, then turned and walked toward him. It's no big deal, the monk started, I'm not petty. But, Captain Shun, you really should keep your subordinates in check. Before he could finish, Shun Yi stopped right in front of him, hand resting lightly on his sword's scabbard. With a calm gaze and a faintly mocking tone, Shun Yi spoke, so, what kind of thing are you? The words hung in the air as Shun Yi stared him down, unflinching. For a moment, the scrawny monk didn't even register what was happening, almost thinking Shun Yi genuinely wanted an answer. Then, anger surged from deep within. His eyes turned venomous, breaths quickening. Ever since arriving in Baiyun County, no one had dared provoke him like this. His fingers clenched into fists, nails digging painfully into his palms. He wanted nothing more than to strike Shun Yi down. But somehow, staring into those calm, well-like eyes. He hesitated. His hand wouldn't lift. Had he grown soft, spending too long in the safety of the capital? No, it's just not worth it to fight a dead man. If he offended the fox demon from Bea, shouldn't he wouldn't last long anyway. Why get his hands dirty? Thinking this, he forced out another smirk, though his tone faltered. Impressive, Captain Shun. You've got more authority than the county magistrate himself. Seems I've underestimated you. Hearing this, Shinny nodded as if ready to leave, but then he paused, as if something had just occurred to him. With a hint of concern, he turned back. You're not young anymore. Stop smirking like that all the time, you might freeze your face. The scrawny monk instinctively twitched the corner of his mouth, but his eyelids started to spasm uncontrollably. Watching Shun's figure fade into the distance, a heavy pressure built in his chest, and he could taste blood at the back of his throat. Butcher Zhang walked over to his master, shooting him a pitiful glance before turning and leaving the Lin household. There was a tiger demon, that vicious, hidden at home. Master Lin finally arrived, late to the party, his eyes wide as he watched Chen Ji secure the massive tiger's corpse to the cart. He glanced nervously at the scrawny monk still standing there, quickly plastering on a fawning smile before rushing to catch up with Shen. Captain Shun, wait. Master Lin's body was frail, his luxurious, overly complicated attire clearly not made for running. He could only shout while stumbling forward. Shen stopped, puzzled. I just wanted to apologize for earlier. Master Lin bent over in shame, bracing his hands on his knees, and stammered. You saved my daughter, yet I suspected you of colluding with demons to harm her, said she lost her memory, and that you sent her home just to swindle silver for the gambling den and to make merry. Hearing this, Shen's expression stiffened slightly. Master Lin let out a long, remorseful sigh and murmured, It was my short-sightedness as a businessman. He failed to notice that Shun had quietly turned to look away. You're a good man. Bai Wei was bewitched by a demon. Had it not been for Sir Shin today, my Lin family would likely have been devoured to the last by that tiger demon. Hearing that name again, Shun fell instantly silent. Among the many troubles his past life had left him, this one was the most lethal. Either cut down that fox demon and kill it to silence it, or strike down the real Lin Bai Wei, and from then on consort with that fox demon of North Cliff. There was almost no third path to survival. That cleave just now had been clean and decisive. It not only took the tiger demon's head, it also severed his way back. Shen considered himself just an ordinary man, equally prone to anxiety over gains and losses. Better to be straightforward and follow his heart, rather than act like a child not yet weaned, clinging here and unable to let go there. No need for this. Taking the court's pay and doing one's duty is only right. Shun gathered himself, saw Chen Ji pulling a handcart over, and gave Master Lin a slight nod in farewell. Only right. Master Lin nodded repeatedly, though a sourness tugged at his mouth. Was it truly only right? He offered so much silver to the county magistrate. Why hadn't Tisho Tuchuo ever done his job in return for pay, as was only right? Sir Shun, how about when Bai Wei returns? I'll invite you over for tea. She once apprenticed and studied, knows a bit of martial arts. You're about the same age. You should have things to talk about. At those words, Chen Ji instinctively furrowed his brow. Who in Baiyun County didn't know the Lin family's only daughter was as beautiful as a celestial maiden? Countless men were enamored of her. Compared to her, his own younger sister might be a modest beauty, but in family background and experience, she was far behind. Wait, why was he comparing his sister to the Lin girl? Chen Ji patted his forehead. Besides, with the way your martial skills are now, you may well not look twice at that kind of woman who's been tangled with demons. What do you think? Master Lin looked over, cautiously. Shen lowered his gaze to the blade at his waist and said slowly, All right. Hearing his assent, Master Lin was overjoyed at once. Though the young man's expression was odd, let them spend more time together, perhaps it would work out. Chen Ji rolled his eyes. Sure enough, everything else had changed, but that restless heart of his hadn't. Just then, the fat steward, now in clean clothes, strained to heft a big silk bag and huffed and puffed as he set it onto the handcart. From the sound alone, Chen Ji could guess what was in the bag. Judging by how much the cart swayed, there had to be at least 800 taels turned into a yamen runner's pay, that was roughly 30 years. By all means, don't refuse. If you don't take it, I want to be able to live with myself besides. Even the court tacitly allows silver for slaying demons. Master Lin cupped his hands again and again. We know you like to make merry copper coins aren't convenient, and treasury notes aren't grand enough, so we prepared hard silver. The fat steward beamed, angling for credit. Shun Yi walked up to the cart, lifted the silk cloth, and, seeing the glittering heap of silver, a barely perceptible flicker of envy passed through his otherwise calm eyes. These nouveau riche. Who was chatting with you? Shun Yi turned back, looking a bit odd. If you want to eat, go buy it yourself. Don't you know how to keep public and private matters separate? Just 2 taels and 4 chien of silver a month, and still have to treat people to meals. It's basically letting you eat for free. Chen Ji took out a 10-tael silver ingot, glanced at the silver, then at the other man, feeling many things at once. What a strange person. The sky was slowly growing dark. As usual, Shun Yi knocked first, then pushed the door open and went in. As always, Lin Baiwei was hiding in the back courtyard. Only when she heard the sound did she slowly peek out. Unlike the drenched look yesterday, today she wore that white robe. The long tunic hugged her figure, sleeves fluttering, giving her an ethereal feel. If that delicate face showed a little less hungry greed, if she weren't always swallowing, she could count as having a celestial bearing. I smell meat. Did you get paid? She reached out to take the earthenware pot and lotus leaf wrap from Shun Yi's hands, impatiently set them on the table, and opened them. Shun Yi looked at her profile, feeling a bit envious. Whether it was huashao or fine dishes, she could show the same smile. If he had this mindset in his previous life, perhaps he wouldn't have had to live so hard. There are bloodstains on your clothes again. You go out every day. Lin Baiwei teased on purpose. But as the lotus leaf and pot were uncovered, she slightly knit her brows, her expression turning much colder. Seeing her face change, Shun Yi didn't know what had happened. But he couldn't be bothered to fuss. If she wanted to eat, then eat. If not, forget it. He sat at the table, reached for a goose leg. The aroma of crisp skin and meat juices spread on his tongue, masking the dish's slight blandness. Lin Baiwei's nose twitched. She simply closed her eyes and folded her arms. Greasy to death. I've got no appetite at all. Shun Yi glared at her, then lifted the mouth of the jug to his lips and took a swig of huadiao. Half squinting, lashes trembling, Lin Baiwei glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, bit her lip, and said, If you're not used to xiaobing, buy some raw meat and soy sauce tomorrow. I'll cook for you. Why do you have to go snatch other people's ass? You can cook. Shun Yi looked up, somewhat surprised. If I couldn't, I'd have starved long ago. Aren't there eateries everywhere? Are you even listening to me? Fiddling with her fingers, Lin Baiwei said, A gene of pork is roughly 20 cash. If you spend thriftily, adding firewood, rice, oil, and salt, you can pretty much have meat every day. I also know needlework clothes and shoes. If they tear, I can mend them. The room was dim. Shun Yi silently watched her, as if she were tallying up a household's assets, and thought of Master Lin casually pulling out 800 taels of fine silver. Are you really the Lin family's young lady? Are you hard of hearing? Lin Baiwei was stifled no matter how she spoke. It was like he wouldn't take it in. An upright constable drawing the court's salary, either mixing with demons or bullying the common folk. What a waste of that status. Back then, he'd have had to haul her up by the ear. Puffed up in anger, the woman actually looked rather docile. Shun Yi shifted his gaze, pulled a few bits of broken silver from his waist, and tossed them onto the table, cutting off her endless nagging. Your father gave it. As soon as he finished, Lin Baiwei froze, her eyes darting back and forth between the silver and the bloodstains on Shun Yi's clothes. You want to find her? Before he could reply, she abruptly stood, leaned forward until her face was close to the young man's, and said anxiously, Do you have any idea how serious this is? They're not as simple as you think. A senior of the Fox Demons from North Cliff has been here. They didn't enter the city because they're wary of my status. But if you really strike and kill its junior, completely enrage it, no one will be able to protect you. She was plainly truly anxious. Catching her scent, Shun Yi kept his expression calm. Then just what is your status? Lin Baiwei halted at that, stayed silent for quite a while, then muttered, That line, you did catch the point. Shun Yi stood as well, expressionless, decisively pressing down that odd feeling in his heart. This woman really was holding things back. The trouble around her was more complicated than he thought. Eat. Shun Yi went back and sat on the bed. Anyway, I'm not a bad person. Sensing his coolness, Lin Baiwei sat back down again and poked the yellow croaker with her chopsticks. This time she truly had no appetite. After quite a while she asked in a low voice, "My father is all right, right?" For now, he is fine. Shun Yi more or less understood her mood at the moment. The fox demon isn't at your residence, but it brought other demons into your home. Thank you. The bloodstains on the young man's body and the silver ingot on the table had already said quite a lot. Lin Baiwei forced down her trembling hands, cradled the earthenware pot, and sipped the fish soup in small mouthfuls. She slowly adjusted her breathing, and her emotions gradually steadied. Shun Yi recalled what she said earlier. She said she had to live more precisely. Even if family couldn't be saved, one still had to keep living. In Lin Baiwei's telling, that so-called senior fox demon actually feared her status and didn't dare enter the city. I want more pay. What? Under Lin Baiwei's surprised gaze, Shun Yi wiped the scabbard spotless with a rag and said, I said, 2 books of initial realm martial arts aren't enough. I want Jade Liquid Realm ones, 2 of them, and I have to take one up front as a deposit. Since the identity has changed, the price naturally has to change with it. Lin Baiwei stared at him silently, actually getting robbed while on fire, just like that. She picked up a piece of fish again and said, I only remember one. You prepare paper and brush, I'll give it to you within 3 days. The woman chewed the fish hard, using it to cover the grievance welling up in her eyes. She had never been used to showing weakness in front of others. Suddenly, that cold and annoying voice sounded again by her ear. Does what you said just now still count? What? Lin Baiwei forced the sweet, tender fish into her mouth, cheeks puffed, oil on the corner of her lips, not wanting him to hear the tremble in her voice. Cooking. Shun Yi hung the clean scabbard back on the wall. Though the other side was as hard to read as a riddle, he still slowly sorted out his thoughts. The fox demon, wary of her identity, didn't kill her on the spot. Instead, it casually tossed this powerless woman to his former self. No matter how capable those foxes were, they couldn't watch him around the clock. They simply wanted to use his former self's hand to get rid of her. What exactly was special about himself? After pondering repeatedly, Shun Yi could only think of the identity of a constable, and thus naturally deduced the fact Lin Baiwei was hesitating to hide. TSK, the Lin family sent their only daughter out to learn the arts, but in the end sent her into the Demon Suppression Bureau, so that's how it is, huh? What she fears most isn't the fox demons, it's clearly the court and men like him. If she were framed by court constables, the fox demons could easily walk away and push all the blame cleanly. If his thoughts had deviated even a little at the start, if he had really ended this woman with a single blade, it would be tantamount to personally harming someone from the Demon Suppression Bureau. Just imagining being wanted and bounty posted by the great Qin dynasty sent a chill down Shun Yi's spine, and he took the opportunity to curse that lust-driven bastard of his former self in his heart. You dare lay hands on any woman. Lin Baiwei had no idea what was going through Shun Yi's mind. She swallowed a mouthful of fish, sniffed her slig. 2 pale, full figures were exposed, with only a few scales barely covering the essentials. One woman, smiling, rested her head on Shun Yi's arm, while the other lazily wrapped her arms around his waist, stretching her long, slender leg over his knee. The 2 women looked up, their faces stunningly beautiful yet tinged with mischief. Twirling a strand of hair around their fingers, their voices chimed like silver bells, carrying a faint orchid fragrance as they teased, Shen Lang, it's been a while. Have you missed us? As they shifted into human form, their true aura finally became apparent. Shun Yi stared at them quietly, sensing a familiar energy emanating from their bodies. It was the aura of someone who had achieved the state of perfection, complete, seamless, and whole. Without hesitation, Shun Yi's right hand tightened around the hilt of his blade. The blade gleamed under the dim candlelight, instantly enveloped in a thick, crimson haze of lethal energy. The blade slashed directly at the white serpent woman's neck, swift, ruthless, and without mercy. Hiss! The white serpent woman's expression changed as she rolled off the bed in alarm. The black serpent released Shun Yi's waist, her hand reaching upward. Her palm and fingertips were instantly coated in sleek, metallic black scales as she grabbed the blade mid-air. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, terror suddenly flashed across her exquisite face. Her most trusted black scales sizzled and corroded the moment they touched the blade, emitting an eerie sound. Dark red blood seeped through her fingers, quickly staining the blade crimson. The white serpent woman sat paralyzed on the ground, her chest heaving as she clutched her neck in shock and fury. "Are you out of your mind? I've heard rumors that Shun Lang has changed," the black serpent woman said, gripping the blade tightly. Her other hand slowly opened, scattering countless golden particles onto the bed. "But I still don't understand why you've stopped doing business. We were merely following orders from the old mother, asking you to invite the artisans of Kaiwa Pavilion into the mountains to craft her some fine jewelry." Beads of fragrant sweat formed on her forehead as she spoke. This wasn't just a change in personality, it was a complete transformation. That seemingly simple slash just now carried a mastery so refined and pure that even someone with exceptional talent would need decades of grueling practice to achieve. His presence was even more intimidating, rivaling their centuries of cultivation. Even if the two sisters joined forces, they might not be able to take him down. If Shun Lang no longer wishes to handle these trivial matters, just say so. "We'll leave at once," the black serpent woman said, casting a glance to the side. The white serpent woman on the ground transformed back into her snake form, a dense mist rising around her as she vanished into thin air. Shun Yi watched the white serpent disappear, his brow slightly furrowed. These two creatures were undoubtedly among the most formidable demons he had ever encountered. Blocking his attack wasn't surprising, but their eerie ability to conceal their presence and vanish into thin air left him in awe. If only he could learn that trick. With that thought, Shun Yi turned his gaze back to the pale-skinned woman before him, her body covered in black scales. A hint of warmth flickered in his eyes. Under his intense stare, the black serpent woman seemed to catch a glimpse of the lustful man he used to be. But after a moment, she realized something was off. His attention wasn't on her body. She glanced down at her abdomen, her expression hardening as she gritted her teeth. "Damn bastard. He after my beast core. Shun, you win today. But mark my words, I'll report this to the old mother. If you've got the guts, don't run and hide." The black serpent revealed her true form, hissing as her tongue flicked out. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of a figure by the courtyard door. A tall woman in white stood quietly, leaning against the wall, her profile cold and indifferent. She only cast a fleeting glance in their direction. The black serpent immediately straightened, her scales bristling as she froze, unable to speak. No wonder Shun had suddenly become so skilled, even daring to defy the old mother. He has clearly found someone powerful to back him up. Let us see how long you can stay smug. Filled with hatred, the black serpent coiled herself tightly, refraining from mentioning Qinglin old mother again. A cloud of black mist enveloped her body, and in an instant, she and the golden particles on the bed vanished without a trace. The room fell silent, leaving only two people behind. Shun Yi turned toward the door, a hint of disappointment in his expression. It was clear his knowledge of demons was still far too limited. This weakness had now been exposed. While he could handle rogue demons, facing those with powerful backing left him clueless about their methods. Lin Baiwei lowered her hands, quietly observing the young man. She etched his expressions into her memory, her emotions a mix of surprise and amusement. She had initially thought Shun Yi was just a deeply hidden low-ranking officer who, with a little guidance, could achieve a transformation. She had even planned to gain control over him. But after spending 2 days with him, she realized she had completely misjudged. He had at least reached the initial stage of perfection. What shocked her even more was that Shun Yi had grown strong enough to suppress 2 perfected stage demonesses on his own, and yet, he still wasn't satisfied. The maid most cherished by Qinglin old mother just to take her down. Even with the officers from the Demon Suppression Division, you'd need at least 10 of them, a preset demon trapping formation, and even then, it's not guaranteed. Or wait, are you upset because you didn't get to cop a few more feels earlier? Shun Yi, though, was more regretful that he hadn't managed to take down a few more demons while flying someone else's flag. Obviously, he couldn't just say that out loud. He pulled out the scabbard, tucked the blade under his arm. It was uncomfortable as hell, but better than getting your head chopped off without even realizing it. Seeing how careful he was being, Lin Baiwei pressed her red lips together. If only she'd been a bit more cautious back then, she wouldn't have ended up in this mess. She grabbed some paper and a brush from the cabinet, sat back down at the table, and added more oil to the lamp. The flickering light played across her face as she closed her eyes, grinding the inkstone while memories of the past flooded her mind. After a while, Lin Baiwei began transcribing in earnest. Her long fingers moved deftly, and neat, elegant characters appeared one by one on the paper. Shen Yi turned his head and asked, "What are you doing? Aren't you going to sleep?" Lin Baiwei scoffed. "How could I sleep when you haven't gotten what you're after? We're all just mortals with our lives hanging by a thread who has the nerve to pretend they're calm and collected?" She still remembered the first time a demon had its claws around her throat, choking the air out of her. Even though her colleagues had quickly severed the monster's head, she couldn't settle down that night, her body racked with terror. If someone had been with her back then, maybe she wouldn't have woken up crying from nightmares in the middle of the night. Shen Yi stayed quiet for a long time, then closed his eyes. When the rooster crowed, he slowly got up and glanced over at the woman sitting by the table, yawning. Still can't get used to it, even though he knew she was from the Demon Suppression Division. It still felt bizarre having a living, dressed person nearby while he slept. Lin Baiwei said softly, halfway done." She massaged her wrist and checked her work carefully. "Don't rush me. If I screw this up, it'll be a disaster." Shen Yi changed into a clean set of clothes and nodded. "Thanks for the hard work." Lin Baiwei clicked her tongue and said, feigning surprise, "Wow, compliments from you? That's new." Shen Yi grinned. "I was actually thinking of taking you to the Lin family and trading you in for some silver. You know I'm broke, right?" He adjusted his cuffs, grabbed his blade, and walked out of the room. Baiyun County wasn't big. News here could spread through the streets in a single night. The sun had barely risen, but already a crowd had gathered outside the precinct, packing the entrance so tight, not even a drop of water could get through. The noise was deafening. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Captain Shun is here." The crowd immediately parted, clearing a path for him. Shen Yi frowned and looked ahead, spotting Chen Ji and a few others with flushed faces, clearly anxious. A loud voice rang out. "I'll say it again, we only deal with demons here. Don't come crying to us about pickpockets or lost wallets." Another voice yelled, "Bullshit." The Yang family's wife brought a man home, and it was those two tall guys who went to snatch him. I saw it with my own eyes. The crowd erupted into chaos. "Maybe that wallet of mine got snatched by a demon too. Captain Shun, you've got to give me an explanation." Shun Yi walked into the courtyard with a stony expression, motioning for the others. "Shut the doors." It took everything they had to pull the heavy wooden doors shut and lock the latch. Exhausted, the group collapsed on the floor, looking at each other nervously. Zhang Dao muttered under his breath, trembling, "Damn it, they used to avoid me like the plague, and now they've got the guts to storm my precinct?" The words had barely left his mouth when he realized he'd screwed up. Quickly, he turned to Shun Yi with a sheepish grin. "You're the boss, you're my goddamn father." Chun Ji chuckled as he stood up, but his face suddenly darkened as he looked toward the wooden doors behind him. The next second, a loud pounding shook the doors. A cold voice came from outside. "You've got some nerve." The Nyo brothers rolled up their sleeves, shoved the doors open, and were just about to start yelling when they froze. Their whole bodies stiffened as they looked up in shock. Though the Nyo brothers were tall and brawny, the figure standing before them was even taller, with a frame so thick it was genuinely intimidating. And that greasy, bulging belly of his? It was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. With a build like that, he wouldn't even need martial arts training to flatten a group of people with ease. The Nyo brothers had never encountered anyone this terrifying. They stumbled back a couple of steps, their voices trembling. "Boss, someone's here to cause trouble." Chen Ji's face turned grim. He steadied himself, not daring to make a move. What the hell was a master from the Vajra sect doing in this tiny precinct? If even he couldn't handle this, there wasn't a soul in Baiyun County who could. The butcher Zhang laughed. shutting the doors in broad daylight. I almost thought I had the wrong place. With a blade of grass in his mouth, he smirked at the group across from him. So you're really here. Shen-Yi didn't see the shadow of the skinny monk behind him, so he cupped his hands and asked, "What brings you here, senior?" The butcher snorted. "Senior, my ass." He squeezed into the courtyard and said nonchalantly, "I came here from Qingzhou on an invitation, but someone had the nerve to call me dumb. I can't stand that smug look of his. But you? You're my kind of guy? Come work with me, at least we'll have food on the table." Hearing this, Qin-Ji almost lost his footing. A newly initiated martial artist from a prestigious sect begging for a meal? Absolutely absurd. Truth be told, as soon as he opened his mouth to name a price, given Baiyun County's current situation, there were plenty of rich merchants willing to throw money at him and treat him like an ancestor. Even if you pooled the monthly wages of the 100-odd yamen runners, you probably couldn't afford half a month of him. Let me say this first. I'm not stupid. Shen-Yi lifted his eyes and spread his hands, face full of helplessness. Besides, I'm really broke. I'm not stupid either. Butcher Zhang gave two dry laughs and stepped right in. Just as penniless if I can get some coarse tea and plain rice to fill my belly, that'll do. Shen-Yi was about to say he probably couldn't even afford coarse tea and plain rice. What with this fellow's appetite being anything but ordinary. Qin-Ji was so anxious his feet kept tapping, nearly stomping the floorboards to pieces. Had their brains waterlogged? One had ready silver, he wouldn't take the other, seeing a master walk through the door, was actually thinking up reasons to shoo him out. He pulled a silver ingot from his belt and shoved it hard into Shun-Yi's hand, his eyes squinting into slits. Shun-Yi slanted him a glance, stuffed it back, and said, "Stand aside. Don't meddle. Do they really see me as someone stingy down to the bone? What's this man's background?" The Niu brothers might not know, but Zhang Dahu understood Qin-Ji's temperament all too well. He wouldn't waste a single coin of his monthly pay and usually saved it all with his sister, so why was he spending so lavishly today? The junior brother of the one at the county magistrate's yamen. The words landed, and several people were stunned on the spot. In their eyes, the skinny monk had always been just a name in rumors. You'd have to claw your way up to someone like Clerk Lu's level to barely get a glimpse, and that would be just one look. And now a master of that same caliber had actually come into their own guardroom, even leisurely picking up the stone lock they hadn't touched in years to toy with. That stone lock was purely for show, at least 300 or 400 caddies, yet he scooped it up with one hand and swung it around like a plaything. "Do you usually use this thing to train strength?" Butcher Zhang couldn't help asking, curious. "No, I don't need it. I usually practice fist and footwork before bed." Shun-Yi replied without changing expression. He was telling the truth after all. If he kept running through techniques out on the street, people would easily take him for a fool. The worst thing in training is burying your head and stagnating. Stuck alone in Baiyun County, I'm getting irritable. Got time for the two of us to trade a couple of moves? Butcher Zhang set the stone lock down. Deal. Shen-Yi nodded. He happened to want someone to brush up on those aspects himself. At that, Butcher Zhang suddenly broke into a smile. As it happens, I'm free right now. Shen-Yi, we're done for. He's here to stir up trouble. The Niu brothers shook their supposedly clever heads, nearly getting led around by that big, bearded man. Zhang Dahu immediately held his breath, his face taut. Picking a fight? Should they quietly go call in people from other guardrooms? He kept feeling Lord Shun was going to get slapped into a pancake by this brute with a single palm. Shun-Ji vaguely sensed something off as well. Could it be that, despite his smooth words, the man was still here to back up the skinny monk? Shall we? Butcher Zhang cocked his neck and pinched the blade of grass from his mouth with his big, calloused fingers. Shun-Yi measured him silently. His gaze was very pure, with not a hint of provocation, only a surging, searing fighting spirit burning. He angled his body slightly, exhaled a murky breath, and said, "Come." No sooner had the words fallen than Butcher Zhang swung his leg. The 300 or 400 caddy stone lock slipped his grasp like a pellet from a slingshot, shrieking as it hurtled toward that upright figure. The display was terrifyingly big, the speed ridiculously fast. No one else could react in time at all. Shun-Yi slanted a glance at the courtyard wall behind him, clenched his right hand into a fist, turned back and drove straight in. As the fist edge fell, the stone lock exploded into powder on the spot. "I get it, you really do value silver. In the blink, while lime dust veiled the eyes, that exaggerated, massive figure had ghosted to the young man's back. Two thick arms lashed down from above like iron chains. If they really landed solidly, his shoulder blades would likely be shattered more thoroughly than that stone lock. Shun Yi's expression didn't change. He dipped slightly to slip past that whipping strike, his elbow tip wrapping his whole body's force as it lifted and hammered solidly into Butcher Zhang's scruffy jaw. There was a dull thud. Only then did a faintly unusual look appear on his face. Butcher Zhang took 2 steps back, making the little courtyard tremble lightly. He raised a hand to rub his chin and, amazingly, grinned as if nothing had happened. Fast reaction. That elbow was enough to smash a demon's hard bones, yet it only forced him to step back twice. The others were still dazed, not understanding, but Chun Ji's pupils suddenly contracted. Yesterday Lord Shun had dropped that tiger demon with a single kick, had it coughing blood non-stop. What level of monstrous thing was this fat man? Ripples rose in Shun Yi's heart, but not because of that. On that elbow just now, he had attached acupoint chi. He and T expected to subdue him in one strike. But how could this martial master from Qingzhou take it head-on without stirring his chi at all? The thought flashed, and his figure burst forth at once, borrowing the spirit snake 8 steps. His whole person drifted like a ghost. His hulking frame was his shortcoming, though he moved swiftly. Butcher Zhang couldn't even see his toes when he lowered his head, so his field of vision was naturally narrow. But there was no panic in his eyes. He let Shun Yi throw a flurry of punches. That greasy skin was as tough as layers of cowhide stacked together. When the chance came, his fat hand darted to his waist, and that dark butcher's knife hacked down at the ground with a speed too fast to see. The force was fierce, but the blade still missed again. Instead, it gave Shun Yi an opening. Before the other could pull back his strength, he kicked at his waist, and that massive body toppled with a thud. The Niu brothers were scared like startled rabbits, and all shrank back to one side. Weak, weak. Such crude boxing, so what if it's powerful? Honestly, it's not even enough to limber up. When he got up, Butcher Zhang scrambled to his feet, face grimy, his gaze first falling to Shun Yi's waist. He licked his lips and said, "Draw your saber." This butcher already saw it yesterday, don't hide it. Hearing this, Shun Yi rubbed his wrist, then reached his 5 fingers toward the hilt. He had taken it as a friendly bout, but who knew the other's body was so sturdy? Relying on Cloud pushing Long Fist alone, there really wasn't much fun in beating on him. Next, silver light, trailing red mist, split the air. Butcher Zhang grew excited, crossing his arms to meet it, and shouted, "Good one." When the blade fell, there was a crisp clang of metal striking metal, and that greasy skin was split with a white mark. Qin Ji's eyes went wide. He could barely catch his breath. Is he some turtle spirit now? But Butcher Zhang's smile faded. Staring at his own arm, he muttered to himself, "Fine saber work." Before the words fell, the long saber came cleaving down in a chain of blows, brimming with savage, baleful aura. He raised his hands and blocked 3 strikes in a row. At the 4th, he suddenly did a tumble like a donkey roll and awkwardly dodged away. Everyone watched as he waved his hand repeatedly and shouted, "Stop, let me catch my breath." Only then did Shun Yi slowly halt his steps. Qin Ji was baffled, thinking, how did it end just after starting? His gaze inadvertently swept to the butcher's raised forearm, and he felt a chill. Those blows had all landed on the same spot. Clearly Shun Yi controlled his blade with consummate ease. What shocked him more was that the place that had been just a white mark was now wreathed by wisps of red mist, and after a few breaths, faint white bone was showing. Big beads of sweat broke out on Butcher Zhang's forehead. He forcibly endured the pain and circulated his chi, little by little dispersing the red mist. Only after quite a while did he look up, let out a breath, and click his tongue, saying, "This kind of method isn't something a good person would use. I like it." Qin Yi frowned, puzzled why the other hadn't used his chi earlier to defend. Butcher Zhang stood up in high spirits, patted his belly, and asked, "What do you think?" Qin Yi nodded. "You've trained your body hard, your skills are strong." Butcher Zhang said, "Want to learn it?" Even as his eyes drifted toward the saber at Shun Yi's waist. Qin Ji usually followed the rules, but when he heard that he couldn't help shouting, "Sir Shun, no?" The entanglement between the court and the Jianghu sects was far more complicated than ordinary people imagined. If you took their things, it wasn't so easy to wash your hands of it. TSK, what are you so anxious about? Interrupted by the constable, Butcher Zhang wasn't annoyed. Instead, he laughed magnanimously and said, I came here with a purpose. It may not be honorable, but I want to harm head constable Shun. He walked up to Shun Yi and asked in a low voice, did you comprehend your saber work from the subduing demon saber technique? Hearing this, Shun Yi paused slightly and looked over. Haha, I've seen a lot one look and it felt familiar. Butcher Zhang arched a brow. Even if the Demon Suppression Division's martial arts were free, I wouldn't dare touch them. But this saber method you created yourself doesn't come with so many rules. I happen to have some insights too. How about we trade and learn from each other? Those words stirred Shin Yi's heart. If he could exchange for such a physique, then when facing that snake woman from last night, he wouldn't have needed to panic. After a moment, he turned back and said honestly, I don't mind, but you might not be able to learn this saber method. Butcher Zhang froze, then chuckled dryly. I know. This kind of sinister move isn't something a man of the court can take. 9 times out of 10, you comprehended it from the residual beast core of some demonic beast. Unless you're at the end of your rope, or a mad martial fanatic, who would do something so foolish. Just trade it over. Who worries about whether someone else can practice it? Once the two started talking martial arts, Chen Ji drove those mutually bewildered constables out of the courtyard. He went out himself as well and gently closed the door. I see your boxing is crude and your steps ordinary, yet all kinds of martial arts you can use to an uncanny degree. A martial prodigy like you, going into the court, what a pity. Butcher Zhang stepped into the guardroom, grabbed the water jar, and glugged down cold water. After drinking, he shook his head and smacked his lips. Is the Demon Suppression Division inferior to the sects of the Jianghu? Shun Yi was quite interested in these so-called common knowledge. That isn't without reason. The Demon Suppression Division gathers the top martial arts of the Great Qin Dynasty in terms of heritage and backing. It's the best of the best. Butcher Zhang set down the water jar and continued. There are loads of rules you have to climb layer by layer from the bottom. A genius like you, if you entered the Vajra sect, at the very least you'd be taken as a personally taught disciple of an elder, with priority to pick all kinds of precious elixirs and divine weapons. He sighed and said, but that's not possible now. Shin Yi raised his eyes in puzzlement and asked, why? Think about it. If your aptitude were ordinary, I wouldn't mind smoothing the way for you and covering up your identity, but with talent like yours, saying the Demon Suppression Division doesn't want you, who would believe it? In all of Qingzhou, there isn't a single sect that would refuse your apprenticeship. Butcher Zhang pulled from his breast a few sheets of yellow paper he'd prepared long ago. Clearly, his mind wasn't as rough and ready as he looked just from the Spirit Serpent 8 steps you used yesterday. He could already tell the situation you're in. I entered the Vajra sect at 6, and my master even praised me as a heaven-sent prodigy, yet in the blink of 48 years, though I've slain countless demons and swallowed untold beast essence elixirs, to this day, I've only opened 7 apertures. There are 2 reasons. First, the Vajra sect differs from other sects. It emphasizes tempering the body with the breath of heaven and earth, so most of the chi you draw in gets spent on the flesh, making progress several times slower than others. Butcher Zhang grinned and held out his hand, saying, You've seen the effect. I just wanted to give you a little display just now. Otherwise, if I were to further draw on the chi within my apertures, it might not be easy to take you down, but it'd be more than enough to protect myself. But this Vajra treasure body isn't something I can hand over to you. Take a look at this. He stuffed the yellow papers into Shun Yi's hand and said, This is a little thing I worked out myself. It's also why I can only barely sit at the late stage of the initial realm. Shun Yi spread the pages open and looked. Though he couldn't make much sense of it, he couldn't help flipping through it twice. Martial sects have their downsides too. Once your temper flares and you offend someone, you basically lose any chance to rise. Speaking of old matters, Butcher Zhang's face remained calm. If others wouldn't give me a jade fluid realm art, I'd just work it out myself. Alas, after more than a dozen years, I only barely crossed that threshold. It's just my guess. Don't take it as gospel. If it truly gets practiced through, it's at least no worse than the Vajra treasure body. The second half covers the Jade Fluid realm. I'll tell you slowly once I've worked it out more clearly. Shun Yi flipped through slowly, and the panel's information surfaced before his eyes. Jade Fluid Golden Sun 8 Treasure Arcane Body Upper Volume. Uninitiated. Seeing the words clearly, Shun Yi forced his mind to steady, but his breathing still went out of rhythm for an instant. According to Butcher Zhang, this cultivation art only counted as at the initial realm level, and anything above was merely conjecture. Yet with the panel's verification, it proved his idea was right, only time was lacking. Once the lower volume is completed, it will be a true Jade Fluid realm art. By comparison, the Bloodfiend Saber art is fierce, but its growth potential is poor and it's constrained by specific conditions. Its value simply can't compare. Shun Yi fell silent, while Butcher Zhang seemed a bit uneasy, scratching his head. Though I cooked it up myself, the foundation I took from the Vajra treasure body. More than likely it's fine, anyway I'll practice it first. If something really goes wrong, you can decide later, it's not too late. You've really got a knack. Shun Yi put the yellow papers away, a look of emotion appearing on his face. For him to deduce an initial realm saber art in the panel, he estimated it would cost him a full 50 years. The other man, relying on no external aid, could reach this level in just a dozen years. That's what you call a genius. Butcher Zhang clicked his tongue and said, "Don't call me senior, don't think I'm joking. Swapping martial arts is just a casual thing." He headed for the door, rolled his eyes, and added, "I walked here from Qingzhou and spent all my travel money long ago. From now on I'll have to rely on you calling me boss to keep me fed. All right, get back to it. Just copy the saber art for me when it's done." Shun Yi watched him go, shook his head, a bit puzzled. Baiyun County may be small, but plenty of people are willing to keep an initial realm martial artist, yet he had set his sights on him, which was rather odd. Forget it, let him be. He closed the newly installed door and let his gaze fall back to the panel. Demon lifespan remaining, 226 years. He had intended to hold on to this lifespan and only use it after Lin Baiwei finished copying. It's just that after yesterday's events, Shun Yi suddenly felt an urgency to grasp a life-preserving technique. Thinking of this, he couldn't help a bitter laugh. Back when he had only 1 year of lifespan left, he could still charge forward without hesitation against a black-skinned dog demon. Yet now, with 46 more years of lifespan, he was instead made ill at ease by 2 snake demonesses. Cherishing life is a human instinct. Even if that life was picked up, you still don't want to lose it. Shun Yi gathered his emotions and slowly poured the demon's lifespan into this newly acquired cultivation art. In the first year, you learn to use the qi of heaven and earth to temper your body, which differs from the wind and thunder treasure scroll. It no longer treats the body as a vessel to assimilate, but relies on qi to forge the flesh into a divine weapon. In the second year, because your 12 apertures were already complete and your breath flowed on without end, this kind of time-tempered method wasn't difficult for you. Given more years, you would naturally be reborn, transformed inside and out. In the 7th year, you had entered the upper volume of Jade Elixir Golden Sun 8 Treasures Profound Body. In the 15th year, you broke through to minor achievement. In the 29th year, the upper volume of Jade Elixir Golden Sun 8 Treasures Profound Body reached great accomplishment. In the 42nd year, you finally attained perfection, and your flesh stepped into a new realm. Demonic lifespan remaining, 184 years. Maybe it was that deducing the new martial art had consumed too much. Shun Yi looked at the scene of everything falling into place on the panel and actually felt a bit unaccustomed. It ended just like that? After so many rounds of deduction, Shun Yi had also discovered a problem. As long as it was the kind of grinding practice that didn't involve aptitude, the consumption of lifespan was almost negligible, but once it touched on comprehension, the cost had no upper limit. He decided to test Butcher Zhang's guess on himself first, though he wasn't sure if it was as exaggerated as Butcher Zhang thought. He glanced at the saber on the table, rolled up his sleeve, drew the blade, and lightly scraped his forearm. There was no reaction at all. Shun Yi gradually increased the force, yet watched the edge get bounced off again and again. Only when the blade once more carried baleful aura did he gather his whole body's qi into a stroke of the blood fiend blade art and bring it down. His fair, sturdy forearm immediately shimmered with an arcane glow, and the red mist dispersed at once. A crisp crack sounded. Staring at the saber snapped into two, Shun-Yi looked genuinely surprised. A blade that couldn't be stopped by so many demons had ended up breaking on his own body. Isn't this a bit much? Is this the foundation those martial sects of the Jianghu rely on? He bent to pick up half the blade. Though the saber wasn't cheap, he'd just pin the blame on last night's tiger demon and go to the workshop to swap for a new one. The guardroom was utterly silent. Shin-Yi clumsily picked up a brush. Though his calligraphy was poor, he still tried to make each character clear. In his past life, he'd been a ruffian to earn the right to wear the Yaman's clothes. He had once studied hard dabbling in martial fists and palms, the ways of the world, and even reading and writing. The muscle memory was still there. The writing couldn't be called pretty, but it was passable. The Bloodfiend blade art was something he had deduced from the panel with all the details in his head. Copying it down wasn't hard. At closing time, Shin-Yi put down the brush, waited for the ink to dry, then reached for the meal Chen-Ji had sent over. Huang-Ji on East Street's yellow buns, paired with the salted fish hawked by the peddler at the street corner with his carrying pole, hardly delicious, but affordable. After a few bites, he stood to stretch his limbs and pushed the door open to step out. In the yard, Zhang Dahu was drenched in sweat, miserably. At the end of the day, it's just a small county town, never been to Qingzhou, so how could he recognize what a true genius looks like? In his eyes, whether in character or skill, Shun-Yi was pretty good, indeed stronger than him, but that was about it. The horizon looked as if set ablaze. Shin-Yi knocked first, then pushed the door open. The woman was slumped over the table, black hair cascading like a waterfall, her fair little face quiet and lovely. Only the slight knit of her brows and the trembling of her long lashes betrayed a hint of unease. Shun-Yi walked over, his gaze landing on the thick stack of yellow paper pinned under her forearm. The corners were smudged with ink, and there was even a bit of ink at the corner of her mouth. With a touch of helplessness, he pinched the brush and pulled the tip from Lin Baiwei's mouth. "Don't take mine." She clenched the shaft in her teeth, mumbled as she opened her eyes. "Tutu." Then she looked at the stack with pity, hurriedly reached out to straighten it. "I'm already halfway through copying." Before she finished, Lin Baiwei saw what Shun-Yi was holding, and delight immediately lit her face. "I'll leave this to you." She took the fresh meat, turned, and dived into the backyard. Shun-Yi looked at the scattered pages on the table and carefully gathered and set them in order. He walked into the kitchen in the backyard. There was Lin Baiwei with her hair tied up, briskly drawing water and washing vegetables, waving him away without even turning her head. Out, out. Feeling he couldn't help, Shen-Yi simply sat in the courtyard, picked up the axe, and started splitting wood. Not until the sky slowly darkened did the ground pile up with stacks of neatly cut firewood. The aroma of rice and meat mingled and drifted into his nose. Shen-Yi looked back to see the woman standing behind him, carefully holding a piece of braised pork, half fat, half lean. With her chopsticks she blew on it, confidence on her delicate face. "Hey, open up. Taste the seasoning." He was, by now, a lone wolf in 2 lifetimes. He instinctively leaned back and was just about to speak when Lin Baiwei, quick of hand and eye, popped the chopsticks into his mouth. "Well?" Lin Baiwei asked expectantly. It wasn't exactly delicious, but surprisingly decent, like the canteen fare of his previous life, a bit rough, but great with rice. "Not bad at all." Shen-Yi tossed the axe aside and got up to ladle some meat soup. Naturally, Lin Baiwei gave a little hum, clasping her hands behind her back like a master chef. Just then, a sudden round of kicking at the door sounded. Bang, bang, bang. "You shouldn't get out here." Shen-Yi faltered, frowned, and turned to head out. Lin Baiwei looked puzzled, but didn't ask. She quickly ducked into the kitchen. The next moment, 5 or 6 Yamen runners kicked the door in. 2 figures stepped through one after the other. First in was an old man with hair and beard all white, dressed in a blue-green robe, his face overcast. Registrar Liu. Behind him, the skinny monk stood with his hands at his sides, looking every bit the bystander there for a show. Outside, Chun-Ji and 3 others were pinned against the wall by runners with blades pressed to their shoulders. Struggling Butcher Zhang stood off at the roadside, face dark, fists clenched tight. "The Yamen trusted you, that's why you were put in charge of all matters concerning demons." Registrar Liu's face was livid, even his fingers trembling. In just 2 nights, across Baiyun County's villages and outskirts, a dozen or so children have been snatched, and you lounge at home at your ease. The guardhouse is in chaos, and you knew and didn't report. I've treated you like my own nephew. The old man suddenly snapped, his voice shrill. You deserve to die. Our guardhouse doors are wide open. We never received any report. Chen Ji panted, rebutting in agitation. Who wouldn't be frantic when a family loses someone? And with Lord Shen's name at its height, who would go to anyone but him? Who would deliberately go to Registrar Liu? The only response was a crisp slap. Registrar Liu withdrew his hand. Still dare to quibble. Before the words had fallen, 20-odd strapping men came down the street, each carrying a bow or crossbow. Their garb was unlike the runners. They were the city garrison. Registrar Liu turned sideways to look at Shen Yi. If you don't rid us of the demon today, I'll take your head. Move out. With a wave of Registrar Liu's hand, the whole party surged onto the main street. Lord Shen, after you. The skinny monk stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling as he watched. Shen Yi casually closed the door, a glint of coldness in his eyes. These people had clearly come prepared, not only with a ready-made pretext, but having more or less gauged his strength. A dozen runners had sabers at their waists, some with spears over 10 feet long behind them. The garrison all carried powerful bows and heavy crossbows, none of which would mean much to a demon or a martial adept. But if the skinny monk tied him down, it could get troublesome. Even a couple more yellow weasel spirits would have to go down. I'd like to see just what game you're playing, Butcher Zhang said darkly, walking up behind Shen Yi. At that, the skinny monk's expression shifted slightly, but he didn't interfere. He merely arched a brow and said with a smile, "Suit yourself. I'm only here under orders to accompany." With nothing to be gained from talk, even half a sentence was superfluous. Under the startled and suspicious stares of passers-by along the street, the three moved in silence, heading out of the city. After leaving Baiyun County, roughly 30 li ahead was Shilin Village. Lu Jianli was as anxious as if on fire, striding forward with a dark expression, glancing back at Shen Yi from time to time, the killing intent in his eyes growing thicker. Are we here to slay demons, or to slay us? Even Zhang Dahu sensed something was wrong and struggled twice more with all his might. 2 long spears came up, their sharp tips pressing to his neck, carving 2 bloody lines. Wait, where exactly are you taking him? The Niu brothers didn't struggle, they just watched calmly as everyone passed Shilin Village, as if they hadn't seen it at all, and went straight into a narrow path. Go any farther, and it's wasteland. Aren't you afraid of running into fiends? Shou Tuchuo heard this, gave a mocking smile, and slowly came to a stop. Almost at the same time, everyone halted. The yamen runners and soldiers parted to form a path, and someone suddenly kicked at their shins. They staggered to their knees, and cold blades were pressed to their throats. One colleague sighed and looked away. At the edge of their sight, in the dim moonlight, a little thatched shack had appeared by the roadside. A figure stood tall by a table, dressed in coarse clothes, black fur covering the forearms at the sleeves, carefully pouring wine into a bowl. The one sitting was small and thin, wearing a straw rain cloak and a conical hat, back to the crowd, seeming to be eating a late-night snack. Damn, this is trouble. Butcher Zhang looked over, and his expression darkened as well. Only then did he understand why his senior hadn't minded him coming along. There were 2 initial realm fiends before them. The one sitting had a somewhat agitated aura, clearly having just broken through not long ago, yet the dense flavor was that of initial realm perfection. The one standing was slightly weaker, but on par with himself, even similar in build, and on top of that there was his senior and 30 to 40 yamen runners and soldiers. Butcher Zhang had drifted through the Jianghu for many years. His experience was naturally rich. In a single breath he made his decision. Go. Live to fight another day. This isn't the time to be rash. I've brought the man. Lu Jianli steeled himself and walked to the lean-to, saying, I didn't kill those apes, and I kept quiet for you about kidnapping the children. I know you want to draw him out, Ape Lord. I was over 50 when I finally had a son. Give me my boy back. The tall ape in coarse clothes set down the wine jug, gave him a cold glance, and said, Shut up. Lu Jianli bent awkwardly with a smile and replied, All right, I'll shut up, and waved a hand behind him. The archers among the troops instantly leveled their powerful bows at Shun Yi in the crowd. A dozen long spears lowered in unison, sealing off his retreat. At that moment, the old ape in the straw raincloak let out a satisfied burp, neatly stacking the things it had gnawed clean to the side. It stood and wiped its mouth with its sleeve under the moonlight. 13 small skulls on the table gleamed from its licking, their hollow eye sockets chilling. After wiping the corner of its mouth, the old ape turned and looked over, nodded with a touch of politeness, and rasped, "Thank you." After being thanked, Lu Jianli's face lit up, but soon his gaze moved to the table, sensing something wrong. He raked with his fingers and counted. Then his face instantly turned ashen. His body trembled like a sieve shaken, his legs went weak, and he collapsed inexorably toward the ground, falling to his knees. Lu Jianli's Adam's apple bobbed. He couldn't form words, only let out mute, strangled cries. Ah, ah, ah. Seeing that heap of skulls, Butcher Zhang showed a glint of pity in his eyes, spun around, and glared at Shou Tuchuo. "You scabby-headed fool, are you insane?" Shou Tuchuo furrowed his brow, spread his hands, and replied, "What's it to you? I haven't done a thing. I'm merely obeying the county magistrate's orders, accompanying Lu Jianli tonight to thoroughly investigate this matter. Honestly, shouldn't you ask Lord Shin what's really going on here first?" Shou Tuchuo wore a faint smile and turned his gaze to Shun Yi. "Fuck your bullshit. Just these four? We still have to consider the 200,000 people of Baiyun County and even suppress the news for the demons? If I were with the Demon Suppression Division, I'd have chopped off this pack of beasts' heads long ago." Butcher Zhang was about to explode from rage and wanted to curse a few more lines, but suddenly noticed one person beside him was gone. He looked up. He saw Shun Yi walking away silently, paying no mind at all to the spears and powerful bows beside him. He walked to Chen Ji's side and bent to draw the blade at Chen Ji's waist. Chen Ji hadn't finished speaking and shouted, "Go first. There will be cha." The blade flashed, and the head of white hair hit the ground with a thud. Shun Yi stared at the two ape demons. Seeing that Lu Jianli's body hadn't fallen yet, he casually wiped his blade on the blue-collared shirt. In the distance, the constables clutching their spears suddenly found their palms drenched with sweat. The soldiers swallowed hard, their bows drawn tight, with Shun Yi's slender figure in their sights, but their fingers hesitated on the strings. "Damn, he has got guts." The skinny monk froze for a moment before exploding with rage, stomping forward in large strides. Tonight, he was only here on orders, not to lead the ambush on Shun Yi, but just to keep an eye on Lu Jianli and maybe add some support. Who would be thought this lunatic would step in front of the demons, chop down Jianli first, and what's worse, the two old apes just stood there quietly watching. Anyone seeing this would assume the ambush tonight was meant for Lu Jianli. Just as fury boiled within him, a thick, muscular arm came out of nowhere and slammed into his chest without mercy. The skinny monk staggered back several steps before managing to steady himself, roaring, "You dumb mutt. Didn't you see he just killed someone?" Butcher Zhang's face twisted into a snarl as he swung his cleaver, hacking away while cursing, "Screw you." At that exact moment, the usually indifferent eyes of the two ape demons showed a flicker of emotion. The one in the straw raincoat removed its hat, revealing sparse black fur and an aged appearance. It wasn't tall, but its head was disproportionately large. Its lip curled up, exposing two sharp fangs, and it said, "Nice technique, shame about the blade." The younger, taller ape demon knelt on one knee, pulling out a silk-wrapped item from its chest. It carefully unfolded the fabric to reveal a long, elegant blade. The scabbard was straight and pitch black, gleaming with a slick shine, adorned with golden engravings. With both hands, it respectfully presented the blade. The old ape with the raincoat grasped the hilt with its bony claw, slowly drawing out the blade that shimmered with a dark luster, examining it with a trace of reverence. Perhaps it wasn't a coincidence, but Shun Yi noticed that the stronger these creatures became, the more they mimicked humans. The yellow weasel would insist on traveling in a sedan chair, though it couldn't resist its urge for flesh. Its mind constantly fixated on eating humans and giving itself crude nicknames based on appearance. These ape demons, on the other hand, insisted on wearing human clothes, flipping through books to pick refined names like Tong Tian, and even dreamed of claiming the most beautiful women. As for that Greenscale mother, she went as far as learning human grooming habits, capturing the finest artisans to craft the most extravagant jewelry. My blade is called Ape Tong Tian held its breath, fire flickering in its eyes, about to recount the history of this treasure. Shun Yi snapped out of his thoughts, swung his blade, and slashed toward the tall, kneeling ape demon. Who has time for all this ceremonial nonsense before a fight? Scarlet killing intent wrapped around his blade as he struck down with heavy force, aiming straight for the ape demon's neck. Since perfecting the Golden Sun 8 treasure's mystical body, Shun Yi felt strength surging through him like a raging river, far surpassing what it used to be. The two ape demons clearly didn't expect him to act so suddenly. The young, tall one froze for a split second before hastily raising a hand to block. But that brief hesitation was fatal. The blade sliced through its neck, as if cutting through tofu. The severed head, eyes still blank with bewilderment, rolled to Tong Tian's feet. Holding the blade, Tong Tian's nostrils flared as it let out a sharp screech. Outrageous. Outrageous. You uncultured bumpkin. Even it, before eating, would carefully wipe its hands with a damp cloth, bathe every 3 days, and burn incense every 5. And killing someone, that required proper etiquette, announcing one's name, explaining the reason, declaring how one would prevail. How could anyone handle such matters so crudely, so carelessly? In its shrill cries, Tong Tian's frail body suddenly leapt forward. The black blade in its hand slashed again and again with precision and ferocity, revealing its solid foundation from the first strike. The icy blade aura scattered in all directions, blowing apart the small thatched hut in an instant. Even in its frenzy, the trajectory of its black blade was meticulously calculated, its movements profound and precise, a masterful display of a perfected foundational blade technique. Not only had it learned human habits, but it had also mastered their martial arts. No manners? You deserve to die? Daring to kill my kin? You deserve to die? Go to hell. Hunched over, Tong Tian shrieked as it closed in step by step, its long arms flailing wildly, each strike faster than the last. Faced with this relentless assault, Shun Yi's expression remained calm, his footing steady, though inwardly, he felt a twinge of frustration. This old ape was no ordinary foe. Someone had clearly trained it. The blade technique it used was tailored to its long arms, and the weapon it wielded was no ordinary blade. The official blade in Shun Yi's hand was worth no more than 7 taels and 2 coins, and that after deducting the workshop's cut. He hadn't given it much thought earlier, but now, facing an opponent whose skills matched his own, the disparity in their weapons became glaringly obvious. If he wanted to take it down in scathe, he'd have to pay an even steeper price. As this thought crossed his mind, Shun Yi's gaze steadied. Spotting an opening, he slashed decisively. The gap between their weapons was far greater than he had anticipated. With just one powerful clash, the official blade was shattered, its broken edge flying off. Good thing he was prepared. He let go of the hilt, not retreating but advancing instead, closing the gap with sheer boldness. His long, strong fingers clenched into a fist. He was gambling on a trade injury for injury. Ape Tong Tian saw right through his plan. But instead of fear, a sinister grin spread across its face. That treasured blade it carried for years? No one knew its sharpness better than it did. Trade injuries? With what life do you think you'll survive to make another move? The next moment, the black blade came slashing down toward Shun Yi's shoulder. No blood sprayed. No sickening sound of flesh being torn. Clang. A crisp metallic ring echoed. Both froze on the spot. Ape Tong Tian gripped its blade tighter, disbelief flashing in its eyes. No matter how much force it applied, the dull black edge wouldn't budge a fraction. It looked up to see a flicker of surprise in Shun Yi's eyes too. Then, what are you still stunned about? What exactly did you dodge just now? That reckless stance of yours. All ready to counterattack, even if injured. Who was that performance for? Before Ape Tong Tian could process it, 5 strong, slender fingers clamped onto its face. With an overwhelming surge of power, it was slammed hard into the ground. Its insides felt like they were about to shatter into pieces. This power was no mere beginner's strength. This was the level it had dreamed of reaching. A physique tempered to the limits, almost at the Jade Elixir stage. But why would someone at that level stoop to sneaky ambushes? Ape Tontion couldn't comprehend. Before it could think further, a fist crushed down, shattering half its eye socket. The metallic tang of blood filled its nose, and a nauseating sweetness bubbled up from its throat. Around it, the sound of fists cutting through the air roared like death's whispers. Off to the side, Butcher Zhang threw another heavy punch. He and the skinny monk were from the same school, their techniques well matched, locked in a stalemate. But this punch, it landed squarely, smashing into the monk's nose. The skinny monk groaned in pain, clutching his face as blood poured through his fingers. His eyes darted nervously to the distance. What? Trying to trick me into looking away at your age? Today, I'm teaching you a lesson for disgracing our school. Butcher Zhang raised his fist for another swing when he noticed the monk's scarred head wasn't he looking at him, it was fixed behind him. Grinding his teeth, Zhang turned to look. An icy chill ran down his spine. Dozens of men stood frozen, slack-jawed, their spears and bows hanging limp in their hands. At the forefront, Shun Yi had one hand pressing down on the old ape, his other fist smashing down coldly. His hand was smeared with a grotesque mix of red and white, thick and sticky like paste, dripping onto the ground. Each punch sent a shiver through the ape demon's legs until they finally stopped twitching altogether. Shun Yi slowly stood, exhaling deeply. His pitch-black eyes turned toward them. Just one glance, and the officers and soldiers collapsed to their knees, their legs giving out entirely. They didn't even have the strength to beg for mercy. How long has it been? Butcher Zhang swallowed hard. He hadn't even warmed up yet, and over there, it was already over? 2 beginner-stage demon beasts, taken out without so much as a sound? He turned to look for the skinny monk. But that guy had bolted, scrambling 20 meters away in the blink of an eye, looking less like a martial artist and more like a scared rabbit. Shun Yi bent down to pick up the black, glowing ceremonial blade. Compared to his previous weapon, compared to what just happened earlier, this was already holding back. Beating a demon into a bloody pulp, man. That was way too much for these ordinary guards to handle. They're going to be shaken up for days. Stop standing there like idiots. Get the hell out of my way. As Shun Yi walked off, Zhang the Butcher started kicking at the guards sprawled on the ground. He finally let out a breath of relief. Compared to that scumbag Lu, who deserved to die 100 times over, these guys were just tools of the Yamen, following orders. After Lu got his head chopped off, they didn't dare make another move. He was genuinely worried Shun Yi might lose it and kill these ordinary people too. The Vajra sect had some ties with Buddhist practices. Zhang the Butcher didn't buy into all that karma stuff. But too much killing could definitely mess with your head, maybe even lead you down a dark path in martial arts. No point in going that far. Fix the mess in the Yamen, and someone else would deal with these soldiers. With a little discipline, they'd still be the backbone of city defense. Let us be real, if you killed them all, who is gonna guard the city? A handful of martial artists pulling all-nighters? Yeah, right. Please, Master Shun, spare us. The kneeling guards finally snapped out of their terror, frantically bowing and pleading as they watched the young man walk away. Zhang the Butcher glanced at the scar-faced guy who ran off earlier, then back at the mutilated corpse in the green robe. He couldn't even find the words. Yes, we get it. That officer got killed by a demon. These guards weren't dumb. Sure, they didn't have the guts to actually fight demons, but their sharp eyes told them everything they needed to know. They could read the room. Baiyun County was doomed. Master Shin just took down 2 demons in a row. There's no way to keep this under wraps. For 3 years straight, the Yamen's reports had been all about peace in the city, happy citizens, no demons outside, and no unrest within. But if this blew up, the county magistrate wouldn't have enough lives to pay for it, even if he had 10. Clearly, even if these demon incidents only started a few days ago, the magistrate had already sensed something was off. That's why he sent that martial arts expert along. Thinking of that bald monk running for his life, everyone understood who the real prey was now. Humph. Zhang the Butcher flicked his sleeve, a bit annoyed, and hurried after Shun Yi. The man had casually slain 2 demons without a scratch, while Zhang couldn't even handle that bald monk. Today, a sparring? This wasn't just holding back, this was like holding back an entire ocean. And the guy kept calling him senior, which only made the Butcher feel utterly embarrassed. Late at night, inside the county magistrate's residence. The old magistrate sat in the main hall, dressed in plain white undergarments. He leaned back in a redwood chair, soaking his feet in a wooden basin, his legs clad in knee-length pants. Eyes closed, his fingers tapped rapidly on the armrest. The water in the basin had gone cold, but he didn't even notice his thoughts were clearly elsewhere. The night watchman's clappers had sounded 3 times already. By now, this matter should been resolved. Song Changfeng and that Lu guy, they had a good eye for talent, each picking someone to train. But somehow, they ended up raising a ticking time bomb. They used to say with that young officer around, the demons were all satisfied. Not a single complaint. Well, now the guy's lying cold in the morgue. What is there to complain about? If Shun Yi was truly some unparalleled martial artist who wiped out all the demons around him, fine. He'd hand over the rewards, silver, beauties, whatever. But someone stuck in the middle causing trouble left and right? That guy deserved to die? You're just getting back now? The magistrate opened his eyes, looking at the disheveled figure stumbling through the door. Hurry, pack all my silver onto the carriage, I'm heading back to Qingzhou right now. The bald monk was gasping for breath, taking a few desperate steps forward. He grabbed the magistrate by the collar, his face wild with panic. What the hell is this? Your master sent you to protect me, and now, after just a few months, you're running off? Protect you? Are you kidding me? Lu hooked up with some demon, pissed off the wrong guy, and now that killing machine is probably coming to chop my head off. The monk's eyes were bloodshot. He'd come to Baiyun County just to make some easy cash, not to gamble with his life. How the hell did this backwater place churn out a martial arts freak like that? Let go of me. What is the rush? He's just a lowly officer, a servant of the court. He's not one of your rogue martial world types. The magistrate grew increasingly frantic, prying at the monk's fingers. But when he tried, he realized something was wrong. The fingers moved easily. The magistrate froze, staring as the man dropped lifelessly to the ground, a needle no thicker than a strand of hair protruding from his throat. The next moment, a scrawny young man with a candy figure pole stepped out of the shadows, grinning as he pocketed his blowpipe. Behind him, more figures followed: a coachman, a wealthy merchant, even a beggar. Over a dozen people trickled in, each silently finding a seat. The only thing they had in common was the look on their faces: aloof, detached, and utterly indifferent. The one treated with such coldness turned out to be the county magistrate, trembling as he pushed the corpse aside. Who are you, to dare trespass in the county magistrate's residence? No one answered. They merely cast their eyes toward the doorway. As footsteps sounded, someone came in over the threshold, boots in hand. The newcomer was tall and burly, wearing a long robe of jet black brocade, a white jade belt at his waist, and a ferocious wolf embroidered in gold thread on his shoulder, as if about to bite. Cloud motifs were embroidered at the cuffs, as well, 3 in all. The man strolled into the hall, took a casual turn, and said in a voice tinged with chill, "Say he colluded with demons. Check his identity." All right. Upon hearing this, the one disguised as a beggar stepped up, ran his filthy hands over the thin monk a few times, then looked up with a grin. This is the body tempering path. He practices finger techniques, divine eagle claw, a method of the Vajra sect. Not bad, old Lu. Your hidden weapon can pierce even the neck of a body tempering warrior. The youth shouldering a sugar figurine pole grinned and waved his hand. If it were any harder, it'd be something else. The man took the main seat, tapped his chin lightly, and said, "Send a letter to the Vajra sect. Let them go to the Demon Suppression Division to pick up their penalty notice themselves." At the sight of his attire, the magistrate's face went chalk white, not far off from a corpse. That was the uniform of a captain of the Demon Suppression Division, and the 3 cloud motifs on his sleeves marked him as highly senior among the captains. "Your esteemed surname?" he forced himself to ask, though what he really wanted to know was why the man had come to Baiyun County ahead of schedule. "Don't stand on ceremony, magistrate. Spare a call me Li Xinhan." The man glanced aside, a smile floating to his face. "Be so kind as to tie yourself up. We have important matters to discuss." Baiyun County, West Street. Shin Yi looked back at the crowd and said, "Disperse. Go home and get some rest." For them, tonight had been a calamity out of nowhere. Especially Zhang Da, who once he ran rampant in the county, basking in glory, And just as he thought to rein himself in, he nearly got cleaved by a colleague's blade instead. "Take care, Lord Shun." Chen Ji and the others cupped their hands in reply. Butcher Zhang opened his mouth again, wanting to continue with the question from earlier. "I didn't go easy. I've simply seldom sparred with anyone, so I gained some insight." Shun Yi rubbed his brow, a bit of a headache. "Then that's about right." Butcher Zhang smacked his lips, as if recovering a bit of confidence. After seeing the crowd off, Shun Yi finally meandered toward his own little room. Now that the dog demon and the old ape had been slain, don't be fooled by their modest cultivation. They were in fact the greatest harm to Baiyun County. In the days to come, his life would surely be much easier. He walked up to the door, about to knock, but glanced at the heavy night and drew his hand back. He figured she must be asleep by now. Lin Baiwei sat by the table, carefully transcribing martial arts chapters. Only her clenched left hand betrayed a touch of worry. She had only wanted to fool that bastard constable to save her own life, nothing more. Who would have thought that in this period, the man would come home with hardly a single garment clean, and Lin Baiwei's view of him would slowly change. In this chaotic age, those who dare to slay demons are, for the most part, not bad people. But what happened last night stirred a simmering anger in her heart. In a county as vast as Baiyun, is it really down to one person to hold back the demons? If there's the slightest mishap, it turns straight into drawn blades and bloodshed. Every day, Lin Baiwei personally scrubbed the demon blood from his clothes. Was Shun Yi the sort of lazy man who knew things yet failed to report them? Would she not know? Besides, the job itself was unreasonable. "You're back." As the door pushed open, a flicker of joy swept across Lin Baiwei's face, and she rose to look. Shun Yi was slightly taken aback, answered with a nod, took off his outer robe and laid it on the cabinet, reached out to flip the pages on the table, and asked, "So many?" Martial arts of the Jade Elixir realm involve meridians and acupoints, and the circulation of the Jade Elixir of Qi, so naturally, they can't be compared with ordinary arts. Don't rush, let me read it a few more times so nothing gets missed. Lin Baiwei gave a brief explanation, and seeing he had no injuries, she relaxed a little. "Go wash your clothes, I'll heat up some dishes for you." "No need. I don't have much of an appetite." On the surface, Shin Yi idly flipped through those pages, but he couldn't hide the delight in his eyes. A brand new prompt suddenly popped up on the screen. Jade Elixir, fourfold true astral uninitiated. It was doubtful that all of Baiyun County could produce a single Jade Elixir manual, and now one lay quietly in his hands. Even within the Jade Elixir realm, this is an exceedingly rare and overbearing technique, not to be used lightly unless one has deep foundations. It doesn't suit your current situation very well, but for now it's all I can offer. Lin Baiwei walked into the kitchen, but still reminded him, practicing martial arts must proceed step by step. Before long, she set a bowl of hot stewed meat soup and a big bowl of rice on the table, and said, "My master always said, no matter how much blood you've seen, no matter how grim the sights, you still have to eat." Normally, Lin Baiwei never admitted to having a sect, yet tonight she spoke the word master without a second thought. Shun Yi pressed her lips, didn't he turn down someone's kindness, picked up her chopsticks to mix the tender stewed meat with the rice, and in a few bites swept it clean. The piping hot food slowly chased away the gloom in her heart. Shun Yi drained the remaining meat broth in one gulp and contentedly rubbed her belly. Seeing this, Lin Baiwei's lips lifted slightly. She tidied the bowls and chopsticks and headed out. Once the room had quieted down again, Shun Yi rolled onto the bed and opened the panel again. Fourfold true astral isnt an internal art, and it doesn't T sound related to blades or swords. So where exactly is that so-called overbearing hidden? Remaining demon lifespan, 651 years. Shun Yi didn't start the deduction right away, but took out 3 beast essences, sourced from a tiger demon and an ape demon. He held one beast essence in his mouth. The demon's lifespan instantly poured into fourfold true astral. Year 1. You grit your teeth and study the methods of the Jade Liquor realm, dissecting those obscure passages one by one, while also absorbing the tiger demon's beast essence. Year 3. You finally understand this martial art. That beast essence is completely swallowed. The chi in the first acupoint all transforms into Jade Dew. Year 29. You gain a preliminary grasp of the concept of the fourfold heaven, earth, man, self, and successfully complete the first step, union of chi and body. Fourfold true astral, entry attained. Year 32. Your progress is slow. The key is that the chi within your body is insufficient to sustain this art, and each attempt drains the reserves in your acupoints. Shen paused and put the second beast essence into his mouth. Year 43. With the help of the ape demon's beast essence, you recover chi faster and also comprehend mind ape. After long cultivation, fourfold true astral reaches minor completion. Year 72. You again realize the importance of aptitude, and elixir's inborn shortcomings slow your pace, and lacking medicine makes diligence hard to make up for. Seeing this, Shen Yi didn't hesitate and swallowed the third beast essence. Year 94. Fourfold true astral attains great completion. With a wave of your hand, you can summon astral rain across the sky, like an earthly immortal, but you know full well that behind that single wave lie years of accumulation. Year 130. Years without progress bring you pain. Training in martial arts is no longer simple effort, and reward what you cannot comprehend simply cannot be comprehended. You slowly begin to resent heaven. Year 190. Time grinds your complaints away. You silently fill your acupoints, refine jade dew, and wait for the next trial. Year 260. You rise in a muddle, with no great epiphany among tens of millions of repetitions. Slight differences appear. Your numbed heart does not even know whence the change came. Fourfold true astral perfected. Remaining monster lifespan, 391 years. Shen Yi's eyes were blank for quite a while. That immense pressure and the helplessness of seeing the shape but not knowing the principal success instead made him more bewildered. All kinds of emotions flashed through his mind. It even made his stomach start to spasm, as if he wanted to vomit out all his internal organs. Fortunately, he recovered in the next instant. TSS. Shen Yi rubbed his face. Training in martial arts didn't seem much different from his work and study in his past life. Getting started by learning a few moves isn't hard, and remembering a few key points isn't a problem. But to reach perfection, you have to recite backward and integrate everything, like thoroughly digesting an entire book. To reach that level, you're at least among the top in the trade. Only someone like him, with powerful assistance, would dare to imagine perfecting every single martial art. Once those needless emotions dispersed, only the complete content of this Jade Liquor realm martial art remained in his mind. Jade Liquor fourfold, true, astral perfected. Initial realm mind ape. You have a thorough grasp of the habits of simian demons. You climb as if on level ground. Efficiency of progress in footwork type martial arts increases. Lying on the bed, Shen Yi followed that strange route and tried to circulate his inner breath. Immediately, an intense stripping sensation surged over him, one that threatened to hollow him out like it could swallow an ocean, while he was just a pool. No, not even a pool, just a cup of water. The feeling was too frightening, and Shen Yi hurriedly stopped circulating his qi. Only now did he truly taste the helplessness he suffered during martial arts deductions. A warrior at the initial realm absorbs the qi of heaven and earth slowly by nature. The inner breath within the 12 major acupoints is more like principle. Normally, you only draw the interest to sustain basic techniques. Even an initial realm martial art as decent as the Blood Fiend Saber art only consumes a small amount of inner breath. But once the loss is too great, it's like injuring the foundation, and it takes a long time to make it up again. And in this deduction, every time he ran fourfold true astral, he had to pour in several years just to rebuild it. Sheer torment for an ordinary warrior. Shen Yi thought of how he had previously condensed inner breath into jade dew. No wonder you have to condense the qi of heaven and earth into liquid, otherwise how could you withstand consumption like this? Could it be that after mastering it I don't dare to use it, and it can only serve as a desperate killing move? Use it once, and then wait to die? Shen Yi's brows knit. Then it was as if he thought of something. He shifted his gaze to the wind and thunder demon, subduing true solution on the panel. No matter how he tried to deduce it, this thing never yielded results. Even pouring in more demon lifespan did nothing, like a bottomless pit devouring gold. It would only mindlessly demand the qi of heaven and earth. Thinking of this, Shen Yi's brows slowly eased. Convenient, isn't it? He could both replenish his own consumption and, while at it, try deducing something new. One sum of money for two uses. By past experience, to fill the 12 major apertures would take about 5 years. If he used his own lifespan to fill them, that would definitely not be worth it. After the initial realm, he'd only have 46 years left. But if he used demon lifespan to tide things over first, and then looked for a path to advance, that would work. Demon lifespan remaining 391 years. Shen Yi forcibly suppressed the urge to head out and test his moves right away, and forced himself to close his eyes. Though figuring out the power of the technique was crucial, there was no need to disturb people's sweet dreams in the middle of the night. Truly not decent. Probably because he hadn't slept after tossing and turning last night. Today he fell asleep the instant his head hit the pillow. The sesame flatbread here was warm, the salted meat had bite, the bedboard was hard, the woman was soft, everything vivid and real. In his mind, scenes of mangled corpses flashed by, demons opening their mouths to madly devour flesh and blood. Shen Yi subconsciously clenched his fingers. With the martial arts he'd learned, he no longer needed to use a borrowed life to numb his thoughts, and he had the courage to draw his blade against demons. Using a life not long for this world as an excuse to charge around recklessly does work, but it won't hold up for long. Living another round like this felt like suddenly waking from a long dream. When the rooster crowed, Shen Yi opened his eyes right on time, went out, took a deep breath of the morning dew, and immediately felt clear-headed and light all over. "Why are you up so early today?" Lin Baiwei stretched lazily, came in from the backyard, and poked her head out to look curiously outside. "Morning." Shen Yi turned back, a rare hint of a smile in his eyes. "What's up? Did you pick up some money?" Lin Baiwei shook her head skeptically. "More or less." Shen Yi drew back his gaze, turned into the house, and changed into a clean set of clothes. Counting the days on his fingers, there were still about 20 days before the demon-suppressing division came to patrol. Take advantage of this gap to shore up his shortcomings. Getting a decent assignment should be 80% certain. With his current skills, staying alive in Baiyun County was more than sufficient. What he feared was unexpected incidents cropping up. For example, Lin Baiwei could casually copy down martial arts of the Jade Liquid Realm. That's not the same as just grabbing any manual. That meant she had personally cultivated them before. Before her apertures were sealed, her strength should have been a cut above his current self. The misfortunes that are bound to be encountered can't be dodged in the end. With this cautionary tale swaying before his eyes every day, Shen Yi couldn't help becoming more cautious. In chaotic times, scraping by and attaching yourself to a decent power is the sensible choice. Whether martial arts or resources, there will be a place to depend on. Even if someday demons really dragged you away, they'd mind your background and still leave room to maneuver. Then Shen Yi went out and brought back 2 portions of breakfast. He polished them off in a few bites, then headed straight for the watch house. Just halfway there, Shen Yi's steps suddenly slowed, and he glanced sidelong toward the roadside. That young man was propping up a sugar figure pole, smiling with lowered brows. "Do you fancy a bit of sweet too, sir? How about 2 skewers to try?" Shen Yi merely shook his head and moved on. "Sorry, I didn't bring any silver on me." Sugar figures personally sold by a roaming martial artist, he absolutely wouldn't dare put them in his mouth. As for why the man had come to Baiyun County, Shen Yi couldn't be bothered to look into it. He was just a constable who dealt with demons, not urban management. There were too many passers-by coming and going. He could bump into 2 or 3 oddities almost every day. It was only that his eyesight had been lacking before, so he hadn't noticed. Arriving right on time and stepping into the watchhouse courtyard, Shen Yi saw Zhang the butcher already drilling a few people early in the morning. Zhang Dahu was rubbing his waist, grabbing a knife and bolting in panic. I patrol the streets." Zhang the butcher didn't actually bother with this loafer. He's too old, no prospects to speak of. "You 3, don't slack off, still daring to glare at me. Ungrateful brats, if you can get into the demon-suppressing division, your parents will be bringing cured meat to my door to thank me." With that, he lifted his leg and landed 2 kicks in a row on the Nyo brothers' lower back. "Raise your hands higher. This fine demon-subduing saber technique, you're making it look like stage acting." Nyo Air grimaced and complained. I'm quite comfortable as a constable. I don't plan to climb upward. Going head-to-head with demons is asking for death. You really have been spoiled by comfort. Zhang the butcher snorted coldly. Just 5 months ago, Sanshui County was taken over by the Demon Suppressing Division. They sent a dozen captains to sit in town, steamrolled Demon Mountain in 3 days. Over 200 soldiers died, and they slayed just over 80 demons. Do you think everywhere is like this place, having commoners die ahead of the constables? The death stipend is only 40 taels of silver, but once you wear the Demon Suppressing Division's badge, even as a reservist, that amount of silver is just 2 months of your allowance. Hearing this, the Niu brothers did some mental arithmetic, and the hands wielding their knives slowly gathered strength. Shen Yi walked into the courtyard and asked curiously, "They even recruit ordinary constables?" Butcher Zhang, seeing it was him, smiled and said, "Otherwise, why pass down the 3 demon-subduing techniques? As long as you bring all 3 to minor attainment within the set time, or push one of them to major attainment, you get a chance to move up in at most 10 or 20 years. They can use medicinal baths to soak this lot alive into the initial realm. Initial realm warriors crop up one wave after another. Like planting rice, it's terrifying, you know?" The more Butcher Zhang talked, the hotter his face grew. Clearly, he hated the Demon Suppression Department's extravagant ways to the marrow. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow, skeptical. If there are really that many people, why still put on a show of being short-handed? Butcher Zhang rolled his eyes, gesturing twice across his neck, and said, "Never harvested rice. One crop after another grows, and one crop after another falls." He said, "If it's someone with higher aptitude like that demon hunter taken in by the Demon Suppression Department's Qingzhou commander 10 years ago, 10 years. Back then I was still doing stake stands, boxing, and hauling water, while she ate precious medicines like meals, reached perfection in the Jade Elixir realm, and when her Qi transformation sword comes out, she slaughters demons like pigs and dogs." Even Shen Yi's usual composure slipped, and he rasped, "A bastard child?" Butcher Zhang suddenly looked a bit dejected and waved a hand, saying, "A bastard child is nothing. You don't understand, demon hunters. The most coveted posts take the cruelest grinding. You need talent, but also a steady mind, able to endure hardship and solitude. They travel alone for thousands of miles, hunting demons and probing secrets, serving as the Demon Suppression Department's eyes and ears. Many of Great Qian's demon bounty orders are fulfilled thanks to them." Butcher Zhang grew more and more carried away. The outline of this vast Jianghu gradually took shape in Shen Yi's mind. The swordsman of Qingfeng Mountain, both chivalrous and tender, spurred his horse across 9 mountains and 10 rivers, cut down a bull demon to win back his beloved concubine. His clan of over 20 finally reunited, then waged pitched battles 3 days and nights without leaving the house, and his fame spread throughout Qingzhou. The flying bandit of Pingsha Valley made a night visit to the princely mansion, drank every drop of the prince's favorite nectar, churned it around in his belly, and pissed it back out, thus earning the nickname Borrow and Return. The master of the Vajra sect got hold of 2 erotic paintings of court ladies and quietly hung them on either side of a Buddha statue. The prefect who came to burn incense had his eyes opened wide, and in the end the abbot chased him out of Qingzhou with a single meditation staff, leaving him to flee in disgrace to Baiyun County. A faintly odd look crossed Shen Yi's face. Butcher Zhang smacked his lips and said, "Anyway, they've offended people and docked me my martial arts medicinal supplies before I leave. I have to mess with them a bit, discuss them if nothing else." "Makes sense." Shen Yi glanced at the courtyard gate. All morning, not a single outsider set foot in the duty room. He wasn't afraid of anyone coming after him, but the matter of beheading Clerk Liu being let go so lightly still left him a bit unaccustomed. But the feeling of nothing happening was relaxing. The two chatted about everything when they had time, and when idle they sparred a few moves. Butcher Zhang was a martial arts fanatic too, though he knew Shen Yi was much stronger than him. Once they started fighting, he was still full of hot blood. Shen Yi only used the rolling cloud long fist and 8 steps of the spirit snake against him. To be honest, he gained quite a bit. Proficiency in martial arts and real combat experience can't be lumped together. It's not just about knowing how to use techniques, you have to be able to judge the opponent's reactions. Though the improvement wasn't as fast as slaying demons to harvest lifespan, The area around Bayun County was already rife with alarm, with hardly any demons coming to cause trouble as far as Shinny knew. There were only two demon lairs, the Old Mother Qinglin and the Northcliff Fox Demon. Among them, the Old Mother Qinglin was a famed Jade Elixir Realm fiend. If he went out of the city alone, he might be going to see his lifespan, or he might be going to his death. He also asked Butcher Zhang whether there were any scattered little demons in the city. Butcher Zhang looked at him with a touch of puzzlement and said, "Even humans who hustle in the city know to gang up and carve out turf, or they can't make money. If you were a demon, you wouldn't let strange demons forage freely on your turf. Either you take them in, or you crush them to death. In such circumstances, any demon who can survive alone, how could it still be a nameless little one?" Shen Yi didn't say a word, and so Shen Yi temporarily gave up the idea. If inspiration struck, he would go back to his room under the pretext of getting a drink of water and quietly run a few martial arts simulations on the panel. As soon as court let out, he'd carry home the vegetables and raw meat Qinji had bought for him. Repeating like this, in the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. During this stretch, the duty room was cold and quiet, as if forgotten by everyone, which made Qinji a bit uneasy. But Butcher Zhang was pleased. No visitors meant no demon troubles. They just needed to have a few constables patrol the streets diligently and occasionally go out to the villages to make sure nothing was missed. Qinji returned from patrol, set the items down on the table, and said, "We've got wild rice shoots and lettuce today, up to you. I had the butcher save 2 gene of lamb ribs." He first combined Spirit Serpent 8 steps with Heart Ape and deduced it to perfection. All told, it took only 37 years. Initial Realm White Ape plays with the Python perfection. Compared to Spirit Serpent 8 steps, this new footwork is not only faster, it also grants a boost in close quarters weapons, altogether very suitable as his initial realm technique. However, what Shin Yi most looked forward to was instead the Blood Baleful Blade art he'd invested in for over 50 years, which had finally responded. Year 54. You attempted to temper Blood Baleful into Astral Baleful. This step is extremely dangerous. Fortunately, you have already mastered a true astral technique. Taking it as a reference, you only then faintly brushed that threshold. If he could deduce it through, that would count as personally creating a Jade Elixir Realm technique, and one honed for years, custom made for himself. Unfortunately, the demon lifespan remaining was already not much. Shun Yi sighed and turned his gaze to the Wind and Thunder demon, subduing true explanation. He figured the problem still lay in the Wind and Thunder treasure scroll. He had only obtained the upper volume, and by resorting to the stupid method of self-harm, had forcibly carved out a side path, relying on that path to break through the initial realm, only to stray further and further. Truly spectacularly stupid, pour in over 100 years of lifespan, and end up with nothing but the line demanded from heaven and earth. Couldn't he be bothered whether heaven and earth get tired? Remaining demon lifespan, 185 years. I'll try again tonight. Keep 100 years in reserve first. Shin Yi put away the panel, picked up that rack of lamb ribs, and walked out of the guardroom. He tried quite a few meat dishes that went well with rice these days, and his palate had grown picky. He praised Lin Baiwei's cooking all the more, and so was willing to spend money on good cuts. He couldn't even muster much interest in the salted meat flatbread sandwich Qinji brought at noon. Set against the bowl of hot rice and soup he had at home every day, that unleavened flatbread was somewhat hard to swallow, and the meat was overly salty. It's hard to go from luxury back to frugality. Thinking of this, Shun Yi felt a twinge of self-reproach and quickened his pace. When he reached the door, he pushed it open in passing. He didn't see that familiar figure by the back door. Shun Yi felt a bit puzzled and stepped inside. Suddenly 2 arms slipped out from behind his waist and hugged him, 10 fingers clasping tightly at his lower abdomen. White sleeves, tender wrists, and wisps of body fragrance brushed past from behind, distinctly familiar. "Why are you only just back?" Her delicate face lazily rested against his arm like a kitten. Her eyes were dewy, tinged with playful reproach, her red lips parted, breath fragrant, and she said in a small, soft voice, "I missed you." Shun Yi lowered his eyes without a word and lifted the lamb ribs in his hand. Lin Baiwei pressed her heavy chest tight against his straight back. She didn't even look at the ribs, only stared into his eyes and asked, Why aren't you talking? What are you thinking? Hearing that, Shun Yi casually let go of the rack of lamb and let it drop to the ground, his tone a bit impatient. I did want to keep playing along, but your acting is too poor. Having you pretend you didn't know just makes me look stupid. And also, what else? Lin Baiwei widened her eyes, smiling as she looked up at him. Shun Yi raised a brow, a trace of contempt in his voice. That foxy allure of yours is choking me. As the words fell, his 5 fingers closed on the black hilt at his waist. The blade flashed as it came free, inky light flowing, and thick blood baleful chi surged along its length. The blade's cry was like resentful spirits keening, hair raising to hear. The woman's pupils shrank, she hurriedly drew back her arms. But she was still no match for that ebon blade. In an instant, razor edge tore her sleeve and opened a line in her pale skin. This strike was heavy and fierce, as if to cleave that delicate body clean in two. Just then, a crisp jingle of bells sounded in the room. 2 wavering copper bells appeared before Shun Yi's eyes. At their chime, the black blade seemed to sink into mud and halted in midair. The fox demon's figure turned, and she leaned back against the bedhead. One hand covered her arm. She lifted her eyes with lingering fear, then showed a cold smile tinged with shame and anger. Well, I thought the Lin family had tricked me. Turns out it really was you who killed Yinlang. Before the words finished, the fox demon flung back the quilt. Lin Baiwei was clad only in thin underclothes. Bare shoulders exposed, there were a few bruises on her pretty face, and dried blood crusted at the corner of her lips. Her gaze was hazy, and she was struggling to remain conscious. The fox demon pinched her neck, sharp nails digging deep into flesh, and a moment later, though weak, she still forced a faint smile and said, "You never shut up." "Enough, I'm still hungry." His gaze settled on Lin Baiwei's closed eyes. The fox demon's eyes slowly grew cold, and it sneered. "So you do have someone to back you. Even like this, you're still so calm. Why put on this act again? If I can't kill you, does that mean he can't kill you either?" As soon as it finished, Lin Baiwei finally showed a ripple of emotion, pressing her lips in silence. The fox demon cast a contemptuous glance to the side. "Got bought off for a little benefit? You really think she's acting out of kindness? Your brain's waterlogged. With her master's status, do you think she'd let you off just because you tied her up that day?" Shun Yi quietly stared at the string of copper bells before him. The fox demon had never paid it any mind, yet the bell swayed on its own with no wind. Even with the blood fiend blade technique driven to consummation, the black blade still couldn't cut even half an inch. Rather than a weapon, it looked more like the protective artifact he'd imagined. So the demonic arts of this world are bizarrely ingenious to such an extent. As expected of a famed demon clan power, even some random second-generation scion can widen your horizons. Are you even listening to me? The fox demon flicked its hand, recalled the copper bell to its fingertips, its tone and expression harsh. Though uneasy, Lin Baiwei still pressed the corner of her lips. It was clear this person's indifference wasn't aimed solely at her. Shun Yi casually sheathed his blade and walked toward the 2. "Stop. Don't move." That last slash had probably been too vicious, leaving a bit of psychological shadow. Seeing him approach, the fox demon reflexively tightened its grip. Scarlet blood ran down Lin Baiwei's neck, and she couldn't help a muffled groan, her brows knitting tight. The young man seemed not to hear, still striding to stand before her, unmoved. The fox demon stared at his indifferent face and suddenly felt something was off. It seemed they weren't as close as she had thought. Never mind lovers in perfect sync, it wasn't even as deep as a fleeting master-disciple tie. If you don't care about her, why not be direct and clean about it? I can send you to North Cliff to lie low. As for Yinlang, let it go. The fox demon hesitated, then threw out an offer no one could refuse. Shun Yi had long since offended the Demon Suppression Division. Where was there any turning back? We were all in the same boat, and those damned Demon Suppression Division captains had already slipped into the county. She'd grown bored of playing in the Lin household. The game should end. Hearing this, Lin Baiwei silently opened her eyes to look at the young man. Her lips moved as if to argue a couple of words, but she felt powerless. She had planned to wait until they were more familiar before confessing her identity, but now the fox demon had broken the game. Given Shun Yi's cautious nature, no matter what she said, it would be hard to win his trust. As she was thinking that, she suddenly saw Shun Yi raise his hand. Smack! Those long, powerful fingers struck the fox demon's unguarded cheek. A force at his fingertips erupted, far beyond the initial stage. Flipping the fox demon's seemingly slender body, the young man seized its nape and hurled it toward the doorway. If you don't dare to truly do it, why pretend to be tough? Shun Yi rubbed his wrist and turned to look over. The fox demon lay on its side on the ground in disbelief. Features distorted, long fur in disarray, it puckered its mouth and spat out a few broken teeth. That seemingly casual throw had actually snapped several of its ribs. When it looked up again, its face was full of venom. You're dead when I go back and report to Third Grand Uncle. He'll have to skin you himself. Now that he'd offended both the Demon Suppression Division and the Northcliffe Fox clan, there was no way to survive back in Qingzhou. Lin Baiwei's small face froze, and she stared straight at the tall back before her. She had thought he would at least ask about her background. After all, she'd hidden it for so long. What she feared most was that once he learned the truth, he'd turn on her and kill to silence her. Now that things were exposed, Shun Yi's manner of striking was far from what she had imagined. Only then did Lin Baiwei's taut nerves ease, and that forced smile slowly faded. Her lips were split. Smiling did hurt. She steadied her breathing and said hoarsely, "Ignore her. There's something wrong with her head." As long as she remained in Baiyun County for even a day, the Third Grand Uncle, the Fox Demon, mentioned wouldn't casually come here, otherwise they wouldn't have merely sealed her acupoints and let her go. Even the idea of killing her was nothing but this little fox acting on its own. Of course, Lin Baiwei didn't want to see Shun Yi and the Fox Demon tangled too deeply. With the Copper Bell artifact entrusted by an elder protecting it, even an ordinary Jade Liquid Realm martial artist couldn't do anything to it without some real ruthlessness. That strike just now didn't injure it fatally, and the Fox Demon had no time to react. Only then did the Copper Bell fail to be triggered. If you really push a Fox Demon into a corner, it's no joke when it fights for its life. Just then, Lin Baiwei suddenly saw Shun Yi walk forward. She grit her teeth through the pain, reached out to grab his sleeve, and said, "I'm really fine. There's no need for this." Shun Yi turned back and gave her a glance, with a faintly unreadable look. Under that gaze, Lin Baiwei pressed her lips together and suddenly felt a bit awkward, as if she had misunderstood something like the Fox Demon had. "That's not what I meant. You're no match for it at all." The more she spoke, the more flustered she became, as if she'd lost her usual composure and wit. The Fox Demon slowly pushed itself up, stared coldly at the two, then raised the bronze bell in its hand. The bell's ring was crisp, and for a moment even the air seemed to freeze. Compared to before, this time it actively urged the bell. The Fox Demon's aura suddenly withered, but the power of that bronze bell increased more than tenfold. The Fox Demon couldn't understand why it, and that woman looked exactly the same and even dressed the same. Yet that woman was always so lucky. Even when she ran into Third Great Uncle, she came away unscathed. When she was seized by the vicious constable back then, she still hasn't suffered the slightest injury, even now not even a scratch. At the very moment it was about to choke her neck, she could still squeeze out that hateful smile. Jealousy in the Fox Demon's eyes grew thicker and turned to spite. It hissed, "Even you, mangy cur, favor her. She can't be killed, then I'll wipe you out first." Gripping two short daggers, it lunged at Shun Yi with the bell's crisp ringing. Lin Baiwei felt her body suddenly go rigid, and her expression changed slightly. Even when she encountered that core formation great demon back then, she could remain calm, but now rare panic spread across her face. Suddenly, she noticed Shun Yi quietly flick her hand away. In this quagmire of nothingness, he could still move. That startled her. The next instant, intangible breaths converged in the room into streams, actually condensing into substance at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were like countless flying swords, hanging motionless in midair. A frigid chill spread, and the surroundings were so still it felt unearthly. The Fox Demon gripped its daggers, staring blankly at the young man standing with his arms at his sides. Shun Yi stood quietly, his face somewhat pale, but his eyes as calm as an ancient well. With a mere thought, the Fox Demon immediately felt its chi locked, as if someone had clamped a hand around its throat, leaving it unable to breathe. In an instant, Countless true astral torrents poured down like rain, crashing at the fox demon with brutal force. Under the invisible astral strikes, the bronze bell began to shudder violently. In the span of a single breath, the bell's body was already riddled with fine cracks. Terror filled the fox demon's eyes, but it was powerless, forced to watch as the object it depended on slowly shattered. It turned to run, but couldn't even twitch a finger. Fourfold True Astral. This is the signature art of the Demon Suppression Division's Qingzhou commander. Damn that woman, she even taught such a formidable martial art to someone else. While its thoughts churned, the myriad true astral strands suddenly pierced through its body, like a tattered banner riddled by countless arrows. Uft, uft, uft. Horrific blood holes spread all over its body, and under the continued astral bombardment, they linked into sheets until the entire figure became a mangled mass of flesh and blood. The only thing left intact was the beast core Shun Yi had deliberately spared. In the end, it died without even getting to see that thing. Lin Baiwei was badly shocked. For a moment. She stood agape, as if she'd seen a ghost. Shun Yi stepped forward and picked up the beast core. He looked back at the bed, that peculiar meaning in his eyes deepening. Do you want to cover up with something first? Granted, the Demon Suppression Division wages war on demons and doesn't fuss over decorum. But can't you spare a little thought for other people? He's just at a hot-blooded age. If he keeps seeing scenes this racy, it will affect his mindset. Lin Baiwei came back to herself and casually pulled the quilt over herself. She was a bit embarrassed, but she didn't put on the act of a delicate damsel. Besides, the scene just now left her no time for anything else. How could she have been thinking about other matters? If she remembered correctly, this fourfold true astral was something she'd only passed on 6 days ago. Though constrained by his cultivation, the array of astral chi wasn't complete, but the fact that Shun Yi could wield it was shocking enough. He took in the woman's expression. Shun Yi didn't say much. He'd done it deliberately. With the fox demon dead, Lin Baiwei would naturally return to the Lin estate and likely wouldn't have much contact with him in the future. After hearing Butcher Zhang's introduction, Shun Yi knew well that the difference in treatment brought by differing aptitudes would be worlds apart. Compared to those demon hunters who reached perfected jade liquid in 10 years, he'd only reached the initial realm 12 apertures in his 20s. Aside from the fake aptitude stacked on the surface, he really had no dazzling genuine skill. This was no time to hold back. Rather than handing things over to strangers, it would be better to lay them out in front of someone a bit more familiar like Lin Baiwei, then leverage her connections to give himself a steadier start. Looking at it now, the aim should be more or less achieved, right? Shun Yi felt a bit unsure. After all, no one could guarantee that once she returned to the Demon Suppression Division, she wouldn't bring up this embarrassing stretch. It could only be left to fate. Shun Yi rummaged in the cabinet, fished out the black shirt she had worn before, and tossed it onto the bed. There aren't any medicines here, but your place shouldn't be lacking. Do you want me to take you back? So we're just going to steer the topic away like that? Lin Baiwei clenched the black shirt, the corner of her mouth twitching. How could it be? Someone at the initial stage, in 6 days, learned the deepest martial art of the Jade Elixir stage and could use it casually. Such a shocking feat. And he not only did it, but acted like it was nothing. If not for Shun Yi's complexion still being so weak that it couldn't be hidden, she would have almost suspected he wasn't initial stage at all. Fortunately, he was still at the initial stage. At least in realm, he still counted as ordinary. Otherwise, those self-important fighters of Qingzhou would probably be ashamed out of their wits. No need. I can go back myself. Lin Baiwei took quite a while to steady herself before speaking. Remember to have your father send over the silver he owes me. Shun Yi turned, giving her time to change. What silver? How much? 790 taels of demon-slaying silver, with 10 taels counted as your meal money. Shun Yi folded his arms and leaned against the wall. Since the monsters had all been eliminated, he could finally take this money with a clear conscience. Lin Baiwei swiftly finished changing, staring at his back, both annoyed and amused. Even the small change was tallied so clearly. She wiped the wound on her neck and said, I serve in the Demon Suppression Division, in a post equivalent to a deputy general. As soon as the words left her mouth, Lin Baiwei saw Shun Yi silently turn around. She thought he would press for details. Unexpectedly, the young man rolled his eyes and said, somewhat helplessly. "Knock off the change, 700 taels will do." "I didn't mean it like that." Lin Baiwei stamped her foot. She clearly just wanted to use her real status to thank him for the care over these days. No amount of silver could compare to the sentiment. Then there's nothing else. Shun Yi didn't feel she owed him anything. The money was settled, the items handed over, and he even casually obtained a jade elixir stage martial manual. She also, incidentally, shouldered quite a bit of suspicion for his monster slaying. For instance, this time, the fox demon would very likely pin the account on her master. The only thing that left him a bit regretful was Shun Yi looked at that rack of lamb ribs on the floor. He really couldn't cook before. He could feign ignorance, but now making his future superior do it would be somewhat impolite. "How about I stay for dinner before I go?" Lin Baiwei followed his gaze and swallowed. "You lie down and rest for a bit, just wait and see." Before the other could respond, she had already picked things up and headed into the kitchen. Shun Yi was slightly taken aback. This actually surprised him. After a while, he cast his gaze toward the doorway, and an interface popped up rapidly. Slain a fox demon at initial stage completion, total lifespan 602 years, remaining lifespan 472, absorption complete. Remaining demon lifespan 657 years. This fox demon was among the most gifted Shun Yi had seen, and indeed had the most remaining lifespan. But he wasn't in the mood to ponder it slowly now. Rather than flaunting that fourfold true gang technique, it was more important to hide the method of using lifespan to fill out the 12 great apertures. Taking advantage of Lin Baiwei's absence, he injected 5 years of lifespan into the wind and thunder demon, subduing true cannon. In the next instant, though his face was still pale, those hollow great apertures within him were instantly filled. So long as he willed it, he could unleash the kind of gang chi like before. Another 131 times. Shun Yi slowly placed his hand on the hilt. Night deepened. On the long street of Baiyun County, only a few pedestrians remained. As soon as the man in the ink-black long shirt stepped onto the street, a dozen figures in varied garb quietly converged, the murmured discussion stuffing his ears. A beggar said gravely, "I went to the Lin residence and took a look. That person didn't seem like Lord Lin. Should be a demon disguise. Not sure if they spotted me." A young man holding a sugar figurine pole followed with, "Rumor in the streets says Lord Lin once went out of the city to subdue a demon and returned to the residence grievously wounded. It was a constable surnamed Shun who brought him back." A few more edged closer and interjected, "Shun Yi, born on the outskirts of Baiyun County, once did odd jobs in an inn kitchen. At 14, he was already running the streets. Later, he caught the eye of Song Chongfeng, head of the criminal office, entered the Yamen guardroom, and left behind quite a bad name. Addicted to gambling, some even say he colludes with demons to cause trouble." Li Xinhong turned his head and glanced over. "A vicious constable?" Another person beside him shook his head. "Not necessarily. According to the villagers of Sixley Temple, he once single-handedly slew 13 demons. Moreover, someone in the county confessed that when we came that day, disciples of the Vajra sect and the Dongshan ape demon were exchanging messages, ambushing Shun Yi on the wasteland. The next day, the ape demon and a court clerk were both dead. I asked around in private. Quite a few families' daughters had been abducted by constables, later returned by him, and he even made amends with rice and flour. Checking the timing, it landed right on the days he was slaying demons. Put these bits of information together. Li Xinhan gazed into the distance, looked toward the nearby door, and, with a hint of mockery, said, "Endure for years, attain your payoff, and conveniently clear your name?" The beggar understood he was joking, but still hesitated and said, "There is a token patrol, kind of like a last-minute scramble, but what you said isn't without reason." He was sidelined by the Yamen before. If this is a performance, it's way over the top. Li Xinhan slowly put away his smile, his expression darkening. He had only been here a few days and already seen that Baiyun County was rotten to the core. The authorities colluded with the demon den to oppress the people. It couldn't stand up to scrutiny at all. So he groaned, even more prejudiced against the constables here. "Don't make a sound. Take him down first, haul him back for a proper interrogation, and we must find Lord Lin's whereabouts." "Got it." A dozen or so people quickly spread out, quietly sealing off the exits along the long street. Old Lu, skilled with hidden weapons, dropped the sugar figurine pole, and silently edged toward the thatched side room. The beggar stayed close. The calloused palm protruding from his tattered sleeve showed how seasoned his grappling skills were. The two had partnered for years, often opening with poison darts, then swiftly applying binding techniques. Ordinary fighters of the same level couldn't withstand them for a single exchange. Suddenly, the beggar noticed old Lu had stopped. What is going on? He furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The door opened. A handsome young man stood at the door, expression calm, one hand resting on the scabbard at his waist, quietly looking out, clearly already prepared. Even this slight noise can't fool him. The beggar was a bit surprised, but didn't he mind? Who hasn't he seen a few experts? He'd seen plenty over the years. Besides, Li Xinhan standing in the distance was a true Jade Liquid Realm expert. What the beggar didn't expect was that old Lu slowly put away his blow dart and smiled at the youth, saying, "Sir, we meet again." They had crossed paths that morning in the street. Both sensed something was off, but the other party hadn't exposed him on the spot. The other had seen at a glance that the sugar figurine seller on the street had been replaced. With that kind of keenness, it would be ridiculous for him to keep feigning meekness to launch a sneak attack. "Gentlemen, what business do you have?" Shun Yi gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the two. He couldn't recall having any dealings with those Jianghu folk. He hadn't exposed identities that day simply because he didn't want the trouble, not out of fear. "We have urgent questions. We respectfully ask Master Shun to come with us." Old Lu politely stepped back half a pace. The beggar caught on instantly, his figure suddenly darting forward, both palms like a dragon piercing the clouds, fingers like golden hooks, aggressively lunging at the opponent's shoulders. In a split second, his palms clamped onto the other's shoulders, 10 fingers digging in with force. With a heave of both arms, he tried to slam the man to the ground. "Huh!" the beggar bellowed, yet his face quietly flushed. The man stood steady as bedrock, feet nailed to the ground. Even if his predecessor had luckily withstood old Lu's cudgel, he probably wouldn't have lived to see today. "As long as your conscience is clear, no ghost will come knocking." Shun Yi let out a small breath, lowered his palm, and replied calmly, "Reporting to my lord, the blood of a demon." He loosened his grip on the hilt, and everyone couldn't help but breathe a little easier, then looked at one another. Toward the counties and towns under Qingzhou, the people of the Demon Suppression Division might not say it, but they all carry a bit of pride in their hearts. Today, facing a mere Yamen runner, they actually felt a tension as if confronting a great enemy. If word got out, who wouldn't laugh? "Why would there be a demon in your house?" Li Xinhong spoke stiffly, his gaze sharp, with a hint of interrogation. Shun Yi wasn't quite used to this manner of questioning, but he could understand these people who fight demons day in and day out, heads tied to their waistbands. Asking them to seem amiable really is a tall order. He angled his body slightly aside, stepping away to open a path. Li Xinhong frowned again and was about to bark in anger when old Lu beside him bumped him with a shoulder. "Just shut up." He looked up, and like the others, it was as if he'd been struck by lightning. He froze where he stood, dumbstruck. The room inside was cramped and narrow. Lin Baiwei came out from the backyard carrying a wooden basin of washed greens, blinked, and looked curiously toward the doorway. The loose, ill-fitting long robe on her was plainly a man's. It was particularly conspicuous. She asked with a slightly surprised smile, "What brings you here?" Li Xinhong opened his mouth, wanted to ask, but swallowed it back, and could only clench a fist and bow. "Your humble subordinate Li Xinhong pays respects to Lord Lin." The others followed suit. Old Lu smacked his lips, first cast Shun Yi a glance of disbelief, then explained, "It's been a month since Qingzhou received any letter from you, so we were sent out to look for news. You've worked hard, I'm fine." Lin Baiwei shook her head with a trace of guilt. "We'll escort you back to Qingzhou at once." Li Xinhong could tell her chi was off. "I'd like to go home and have a look first also. Could you let me finish my dinner? The mutton soup has just finished stewing." Lin Baiwei pursed her lips a bit, embarrassed. "At your command." At that, the people of the Demon Suppression Division couldn't help but laugh. This famed demon hunter really was, as the rumors said, unassuming, treating people as warm as a spring breeze. But soon, as Lin Baiwei busied herself in and out, and that young man stood there in silence with his hands lowered, the smiles on their faces slowly faded. until a bowl of steaming meat soup was set on the table. Shen Yi had never imagined that eating a meal could be this uncomfortable. A dozen people stood at the door, their cold gazes staring straight in, like death hounding ghosts. Sorry. Lin Baiwei also felt something was off. The two exchanged a glance, and chewing on the tender mutton felt like chewing wax. She sighed, set down her bowl and chopsticks, and said, "Take care. You too." Shen Yi cupped his fist and watched her walk into the crowd. The dozen or so people soon melted into the night. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the empty house. After a moment of silence, he shook his head with a bitter smile. He'd only transmigrated here a few days, and he'd already picked up a bunch of nasty habits, all from being spoiled. After sweeping the food off the table, Shen Yi washed up the dishes, then laundered his outer robe and hung it up. He lay down on the bed and slowly opened the panel. Shen Yi hadn't expected the plan to go so smoothly. Originally, he planned to take a month, step into the initial realm before the Demon Suppression Division's patrol came through, resolve the trouble left by his predecessor, and by the way, wash his reputation clean. Now barely a dozen days have passed. Not only is his initial realm cultivation perfected, but most of the demons implicated have been cut down. As for reputation, even for a trifling matter like a dropped money pouch, the common folk dare to come block the door to ask for help. I guess that can't be too bad. Looks like joining the Demon Suppression Division is almost a sure thing. Shen Yi looked at the panel again. Remaining lifespan, 46 years. His lifespan had increased twice in a row, from mortal body perfection and breaking through to the initial realm. If he could enjoy his natural span, that would be 72. With the rotten habits from his previous life, cigarettes and booze never out of hand, living to that age would be enough to thank his ancestors. His genes must have been tough. He wasn't someone who didn't know contentment. But to truly die a natural death, how could it be that easy? In just these short days, he'd run into so many life-threatening things he hadn't even truly left the county seat, and the farthest he'd gone was the wasteland outside Sherlin Village. If not for martial arts guarding his body, he'd have died without even bones left. Shen Yi had also thought about simply quitting this line of work, becoming a retained expert for some wealthy household, taking heavy silver, marrying a plump, soft beauty, shutting the door and pulling the quilt tight, and living steady, safe days. Only who can guarantee you won't become the next Lu Qi after falling asleep. Granted, his realm was much higher than Lu Qi's, but among a host of demons, what did old Seventh even amount to? Staring at the panel, Shen Yi felt his desire for demon lifespan flare even hotter at the thought of a chance to leave Baiyun County. Demon lifespan remaining, 652 years. The Bloodfiend Saber art was just one move short tonight. He had to smash through it no matter what. Lifespan flowed into it accordingly. Lines of text floated up before his eyes. First year, following your earlier plan, you continue trying to use the Qi to Gang method to temper the blood fiend clinging to the blade. Seventh year, seeing the red mist around the black saber slowly condense, you feel greatly assured so-called one method leads to 100, turns out not to be false. 12th year, due to impatience your blood gang collapses and your meridians are damaged. You start thinking that one method leads to 100 is utter nonsense, off by a hair. Missed by a mile. There aren't two identical leaves in the world. The stabbing pain all over made Shen Yi a bit speechless. After simulating for so many years, why was he still like a brute, always risking his body? If brains don't work, just pile on courage? Could you be a bit more patient? He slightly quickened the injection of lifespan. 33rd year, you repair hidden injuries within, steady your mind, and let the blood fiend first merge and familiarize itself with the true gang. 59th year, after years of experimentation, your gang Qi mutates, and you vaguely feel your state of mind growing more irritable. Lost, Yuya fourfold true gang perfected. Comprehended, Yuya heavenly gang blood fiend perfected. 97th year, you completely suppress the killing intent surging within. Feel the power of this mutated art far surpasses before, and can't help but sigh that your original idea was indeed correct. 120th year, after years of suppressing demonic nature, your control over this path deepens. You purge its demonic taint and enhance its slaughtering intent with a thought. A layer of invisible gang fiend quickly blankets the blade. Comprehended, Yuya greedy wolf slays evil. remaining demon lifespan, 432 years. If not for those last few lines appearing, Shen Yi almost thought he misjudged the trajectory of the martial art. The newly acquired fourfold true gang had turned into something entirely different, no longer that former upright dominance after being tainted by Blood Fiend. Even the name carried a ferocity. Conversely, the previously demon-heavy Blood Fiend saber art had returned to simplicity, thoroughly cleansing the demonic flavor. Greedy wolf slays evil. Shen Yi casually picked up Arei, and the glossy black long saber flashed from its sheath. As the major aperture chi circulated, the entire blade inexplicably grew darker in Shen Yi's eyes. The feeling was hard to describe, as if merging with the night, almost devoid of presence. He was silent. Shen Yi hesitated for a moment and reached out with his index finger. The edge cut into flesh without the slightest obstruction. The blood bead didn't drip outward, but was eerily drawn into the blade, turning into an almost invisible blood thread that faintly flowed along the long saber. Shen Yi stared wordlessly at his fingertip. Since the Golden Sun 8 treasure profound body reached perfection, this was his first time being injured. What unsettled him most was until the skin was split, had he not kept his eyes on it. By feel alone he hadn't sensed a thing. That black glinting saber seemed born for slaughter. Shen Yi slowly slid the blade back into. In her current position, she shouldn't have had any interaction with those elegant and beautiful ladies, especially since she was part of the Demon Suppression Bureau. We're not deaf, you know. The vendor looked around cautiously before lowering his voice. They arrested a bunch of people last night. All officials from the Yamen. You're not one of them, so don't worry about it. Hearing this, Shen Yi took the pancake and glanced down the long street. That was fast. Based on memories from her past life, this kind of swift action meant the Demon Suppression Bureau was about to take full control of Baiyun County. At the same time, it was also the time to pick people. Whether she could secure a promising future depended on today. Shen Yi slowly walked to the courtyard outside the station. There, Butcher Zhang was squatting on the stone steps, yawning repeatedly, looking utterly drained. When someone approached, he glanced up and teased, "What took you so long? Don't tell me you're stalling to give those captains a surprise." Shen Yi paused slightly at his words. Noticing her expression, Butcher Zhang stood up casually and reassured her. "Hey, back when I joined the Vajra sect, I had the same thought. But the Demon Suppression Bureau folks have seen it all, traveled far and wide. They won't freak out just because someone else got some skills. Don't be disappointed. If someone really was that gifted, they wouldn't have sent them alone." "What do you mean by that?" Shen Yi stopped in her tracks. Butcher Zhang hesitated for a moment before replying seriously. "Last night, barely 2 knocks into the watch, and all the soldiers and officers were called to the west of the city. They've already picked their people and are briefing them at the Yamen. Did they forget about you? Those idiots, their standards must be ridiculously low. I was hoping to tag along with you to Qingzhou to visit some old friends." Cursing under his breath, Butcher Zhang grabbed Shen Yi's arm and bolted toward the Yamen. The Demon Suppression Bureau was always meticulous in their operations. They wouldn't just overlook someone. Most likely, this was intentional. Shen Yi's level of skill might not be extraordinary in Qingzhou, but in Baiyun County, it was rare. No sect would easily turn someone like her away. So why was she being treated like this? On the surface, Shen Yi remained calm, but deep down, she was puzzled. She had considered many possibilities, but not this. The Yamen was eerily empty, with only soldiers guarding the premises. Butcher Zhang charged forward without hesitation. With his solid physique and training, no ordinary guards could stop him. He didn't stop until they reached the main hall. 2 young men in black robes with jade belts stood there, arms crossed. The golden threaded ferocious wolves embroidered on their shoulders exuded a menacing aura. One of them coldly barked, "Halt!" Butcher Zhang obediently stopped, forcing a smile as he said, "Sirs, there's one more here." No matter how fierce the Demon Suppression Bureau was, they wouldn't mess with someone for no reason. But the sight of those black uniforms still made Butcher Zhang's heart race, even though he had a clear conscience. He mustered his courage, nudged Shen Yi with his shoulder, and whispered, "Why are you just standing there? Go on in already." "TSK, what is so exciting about scolding people?" One of the Demon Suppression captains shifted his gaze from Butcher Zhang and, spotting Shen Yi, His cold demeanor softened slightly. Rolling his eyes, he sighed. Got nothing better to do than stir up trouble here? We're dead tired and still stuck standing guard while you wander around. So much for being bored, huh? Old Lu didn't have his usual sugar figure-making rod today, and even his patched-up clothes had been replaced. He stepped aside to make way and grumbled. Fine, take a look if you want, but don't get too close. The captain's words left Butcher Zhang momentarily stunned. He instinctively glanced sideways. Shen Yi stood there looking like an honest, quiet person, her eyes giving away nothing. Do they know each other? In the main hall, Li Xinha sat at the head seat, his eyes slightly closed, exuding an air of cold arrogance. 6 young men with sturdy builds stood in a straight line, hands clasped behind their backs, their postures rigid and bodies tense. They were dressed as soldiers and officers of the Yamen. The beggars who had donned uniforms were unrecognizable from the day before. Though their features were plain, there was now a sharpness and vitality in their expressions. Li Xinha walked slowly to stand before them, his gaze falling on the dazed Qin Ji. Without warning, he kicked him hard. Just as he was about to deliver a scolding, he caught sight of a familiar figure at the door. His mouth opened, but for some reason, the words wouldn't come. Instead, he said dispassionately, "Stand firm. Stop daydreaming." Seeing this, Old Lu could only offer a helpless smile. Every time they picked new recruits, the routine was the same. Establish the Demon Suppression Bureau's image as mysterious and authoritative to crush any arrogance the recruits might have. But that beggar, who had just been kicked the day before, lost all his bravado the moment he saw the boss. 800 soldiers, over 100 officers, and only 6 were chosen. And of those, half might still get sent back, Butcher Zhang remarked, a hint of emotion in his voice. Don't be fooled by the numbers. Those who earned an imperial salary had already been screened once, and at the very least, they were in decent physical shape. They picked only 6 people from the entire Baiyan County. And even after joining the Demon Suppression Division, most of them end up as mere fighters soaked in medicinal baths, with very few ever standing out. Those wearing cloud-patterned cuffs, like the ones in front of us, were selected from a young age and trained according to their special talents. They're far stronger than ordinary martial artists at the same level. No other sect in the martial world has such a solid foundation. Li Xinhan finally opened his eyes and said calmly, "Go pack your things. We leave for Qingzhou tomorrow morning. Each of you can bring only one family member or attendant. Report the names, and arrangements will be made. Your personal belongings can't exceed 80 pounds. As soon as he finished, the 6 of them, who had been tense, finally relaxed a bit. Among them, 2 faces were familiar. Nyoda scratched his thigh nervously, muttering with a conflicted expression, "Only one person? Should I take my brother to broaden his horizons? Or my wife, but then no one's left to care for my old mother at home." Qin Ji, after 3 years of hard training, finally had his moment to shine today. Not only had his skills in swordsmanship and boxing shown progress, but his mastery of the Serpent's 8 steps technique was also nearly perfected. Even the Wind and Thunder manual appeared to be on the verge of a breakthrough for him. Even the captains from the Demon Suppression Division gave him a second look. Unlike Nyoda, Qin Ji had no such dilemma. Aside from his younger sister, he had no other close relatives. Yet he still frowned. Ever since he was summoned from the military barracks, he hadn't seen Lord Shun. Could it be that the man had overslept as usual? Just then, Li Xinhan slowly stood up. He strolled to the doorway. Every movement of his carried a heavy, imposing aura. Butcher Zhang instinctively stepped back half a step. The fake smile he had earlier forced at Old Lu now carried a touch of genuine respect. Those with 3 cloud patterns on their cuffs were almost all master-level experts in the Jade Essence realm. Each cloud pattern represented countless battles and victories against demons. And on top of that, this guy was still young. Given time, he might become a general guarding one region someday. Just one glance from Li Xinhan made Butcher Zhang break into a cold sweat. Li Xinhan reached for his waist. He locked his gaze on Shun Yi in front of him. His cold, expressionless face slowly twisted, a mix of frustration, jealousy, and confusion. It was almost surreal to see so many emotions on one face at once. After a while, Li Xinhan looked away and slapped a silver note and a stamped letter into Shun Yi's hand. With this seal, You can cash it at any major bank in Qingzhou. With that, he walked out the door without looking back. The people from Baiyun County and Butcherzhang were left standing there in stunned silence. It wasn't uncommon for the government office to send money to the Demon Suppression Division, even if it seemed like they'd grown tired of living. But for the Demon Suppression Division to hand money to a government clerk? That was unheard of. A few captains who were in the know smirked and gathered around, clearly enjoying Li Xinhan's awkward moment. Old Lu patted Shun Yi on the shoulder. Don't mind him. That's just his personality, no malice intended. Go pack your things. We'll escort you back to Qingzhou. Escort. Shun Yi stared at the silver note worth 1,000 taels, feeling something was off. The beggar smacked his lips, but didn't he bring up being beaten yesterday? Instead, he spoke with a hint of melancholy. For someone about to join the commander's forces, do you think they'd let you go back alone? The title slipped casually from the beggaress mouth. Chen Ji and the others didn't seem to react much. Butcherzhang, however, snapped out of his earlier shock. He twisted his chubby belly in disbelief. He hadn't misheard. But why? Butcherzhang wasn't the type to envy his friends. He just couldn't wrap his head around it. He usually didn't care much about court politics and such. But the Qingzhou commander was on par with the heads of major sects, and the Demon Suppression Division was already a prestigious institution. In Qingzhou, this man's word was law. For ordinary martial artists, such figures were more like legends told over tea, characters in storytellers' tales meant to entertain. But how did they suddenly connect to the people standing right here? Stop with the nonsense. Old Lu frowned and shot the beggar a glare. Spreading unconfirmed rumors was infuriating. Beg long enough, and even your mouth can't stay idle. Shaking his head, Old Lu turned to Shun Yi and smiled wryly. The secret letter to the commander did mention something along those lines. But that man is always on the move, and no one knows when he'll return. Even if he does, don't get your hopes up too high. Old Lu was a practical man. He didn't want to see someone's spirit crushed by disappointment, wasting the potential of a promising talent. Glancing to the side, Old Lu signaled with his eyes. Butcherzhang understood, scratched his head, and wandered into the main hall to chat with Chun Ji and the others. Master Lin has been afflicted by a demon's curse. He's already been escorted out of Baiyun County to meet the commander. He won't be returning to Qingzhou anytime soon. Old Lu lowered his voice and said, once you join the Demon Suppression Division, you're brothers in life and death. These guys will take a hit for you, but don't expect them to be thrilled about you skyrocketing to the top. Especially for someone new like you, it's just normal. Try to be more understanding. His words were sharp and straightforward. It wasn't so much a warning as it was a reminder. Shin Yi paused for a moment and quickly grasped Old Lu's point. The talent he deliberately showed in front of Lin Baiwei had indeed worked. But everything has its pros and cons. Don't be fooled by the smiles on their faces deep down. They might not be as happy as they seem. These people are all risking their lives for glory. If he acts like someone climbing the social ladder, he'd better have a solid background to back it up. If not, he's just asking for trouble. Old Lu added, according to Li Xinhang, we'll send you back for now. Everything stays as it is. Don't spread any rumors. Wait until the two lords return before making any big moves. With that, Old Lu stopped talking. Li's temper might be rough, but his heart isn't bad. If Shun Yi has other plans or feels bullied, this would be the point to let him go his own way. I've got no objections, Shun Yi replied, shaking his head. Joining the Demon Suppression Division had two perks. 1. Having backup when dealing with monsters, and 2. Getting access to martial arts training and rare medicines. The first would give him more intel on these creatures, unlike now, where he's practically blind outside the county. With martial arts skills and medicinal boosts, his growth would skyrocket compared to going it alone. Compared to these real benefits, fame seemed more like a headache than anything else. Shin Yi didn't care much for reputation. As they said, even if there are rewards, you'll have to wait for someone to bring them back. No point in rushing things. Old Lu observed his expression closely. Seeing Shun Yi's clear eyes and genuine indifference, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Everyone knows you can't survive on empty promises, but when such a big opportunity lands in your lap, how many people can truly brush it off like it's nothing? Unless, of course, he's already got the prize in hand. Damn, Don't tell me you actually scored with Lady Lin? Old Lu thought about Lin Baiwei's oversized robe from yesterday. He clenched his teeth, and his earlier convictions started to waver. The guys behind him quickly pulled him to the ground, cursing, "Don't be an idiot." If he dared to spread rumors about demon hunters, and the hardcore cultivators lurking in monster dens heard about it, they'd probably skin him alive. Someone explained, "We're just here on assignment, making a quick stop in Baiyun County. Time is tight. You better pack up and come with us." The beggar pressed old Lu's face into the ground and gave Shun an apologetic smile. Outside the county office, the young men who had been chosen clenched their fists in excitement. In this chaotic age overrun by monsters, having some martial skills was undoubtedly the fastest way to rise above the masses. Don't mind the fact that they were just errand boys or soldiers now. If they could pass the Demon Suppression Division's trials, they'd be treated with utmost respect when they returned to Baiyun County. Even the county magistrate would have to be polite to them. Thinking about this, they couldn't help but glance at the young man ahead. They weren't stupid. Even though they couldn't hear what the captains were saying to him, the tone alone made things clear. Captain Shin wasn't here for some trial run like them. Unfortunately, they hadn't had much interaction with him before. Trying to cozy up now felt awkward, but at least they shared the bond of being from the same hometown. That'd still count for something once they joined the division. "Boss Shun, I gotta head back and check on my mom. Maybe comfort the wife while I'm at it." The two who were closer to Shun weren't as sentimental. Nyoda was itching to dash home, patting his pants as he prepared to sprint off. Shinji, on the other hand, had long suspected Shun wasn't ordinary. Even if the general did take him as a disciple, it wouldn't be surprising. Whether he started with trials or jumped straight into the job, it was just a matter of time. "Master Shun," he greeted with a bow. Shin steadied himself, waved his hand, and said, "That's enough." Finally, he could take off this constable uniform and put a period on the mess of the past few years. Since he wouldn't be working in the county office anymore, there was no need to cling to the title of master. But as he watched Nyoda's figure fade into the distance, he felt a little bitter inside. Leaving one's hometown was always a bittersweet thing. Shun tried to muster some melancholy, but when he thought about it, he had no family to bid farewell to. No home worth missing. His shabby little room was owned by the county office. As for friends, he only had two. One was heading the same way as him, and the other. Shin glanced back at Butcher Zhang, who was grinning as he trailed behind. He remembered Zhang's earlier plan to visit an old flame in Qingzhou. All right, so the other one might also be tagging along. No way was he going to bid farewell to Qing Lin's mother. "Let us go grab a bite to eat." Shun flicked the silver banknotes in his hand. Count me in, count me in. I've hardly tasted anything decent these days. Let's get 3 more to play some flutes and sing a tune." Butcher Zhang hollered, slapping his belly. Who on earth uses silver notes just to eat out? Shinji pulled out a silver ingot from his waist and sighed. 2 are enough. I don't need more. Don't be shy. I'll cover 2. Butcher Zhang said boldly, patting him on the shoulder. The sky was just barely light, with white mist swirling around. Outside the quiet county, a line of about 10 carriages stood in formation. The ebony carriages weren't carved with auspicious patterns, but with lifelike, ferocious beasts. Just one glance made your heart skip a beat. The horses pulling the carriages were robust and muscular, their legs long and powerful, their coats jet black, standing taller than ordinary fine horses. Their heads were covered with dark red velvet like fur, and when they raised their heads, you could see their vertical pupils as they snorted to the side. Nyoda, clutching his bundle, took 2 steps back in fear. Never seen horses with eyes like that. They look like leopards. A beggar stepped forward, gently patting a horse's neck with a smile. These are called half-demons. They're fast, steady, and can even travel at night. At most, they'll have us back in Qingzhou in 2 days. Half-demons referred to livestock whose bloodlines had been tainted by demons. If they gained intelligence, they'd turn into true demon creatures. But through specialized breeding and generations of taming, their demonic nature was suppressed, making it almost impossible for them to gain sentience. After calming the demon horses, the beggar returned to Li Xinhong's side and whispered, "From what I can tell, he's learned a mix of things. He's trained in body-strengthening techniques like those from the Vajra sect, knows a bit about blade techniques, and even the bailiffs say his strikes carry a clear demonic aura. I watched him closely yesterday. He walks light and nimble, with traces of the 8 steps of the spirit snake in his movement. Whom he has learned too much and too chaotically. Doesn't he seem like someone who has had a formal master? Just from the surface, body-strengthening martial arts, demonic blade techniques, and the Demon Suppression Division's light-footed skills were 3 entirely different paths. The beggar said helplessly. With such scattered skills, he'd go down in one move against me. For martial artists, the worst fear was learning 7 or 8 random techniques. After all, life is limited. Dabbling here and there might seem advantageous in a fight, but every skill requires time, draining one's energy. He might not be any less talented than you and is probably around your age. That's likely why he is a bit behind you in terms of cultivation level. Hearing this, Li Xinhong's expression remained calm. That's just perfect. Being scattered actually indicates he has no backing and a clean background. Also, we're not the same age. Li Xinhong's eyes shifted to the man approaching from afar and remarked coolly, I'm a year and 6 months younger than him and entered the Jade Elixir realm 2 years earlier. If it were me at his doorstep the other day, he wouldn't have lasted a single move. It was clear he felt some irritation but tried to mask it with indifference. The beggar muttered under his breath. If it had been Lord Lin opening the door, you wouldn't have lasted a move either. What's the big deal? Why get so worked up over nothing? Li Xinhong's lips twitched, letting out a cold snort as he turned and mounted his horse with a flick of his sleeve. Old Lu stretched, yawned, and decided not to get involved in their bickering. They were all from Qingzhou, with clean family backgrounds. Another batch selected into the Demon Suppression Division. While Li was exceptionally talented and rising fast, he never acted high and mighty around his brothers. Stabbing each other with words was common, and no one took it to heart. He rubbed his neck and approached the group. Are we ready? Family members and servants will take the rear carriages. Chun Ji nodded, helping Chun Jinyu, who looked a bit nervous, onto the carriage packed with women. Old Lu turned back and glanced at the big-boned butcher Zhang. Forget it. You take a carriage to yourself. He then led Shun Yi and Chun Ji onto the first carriage. Li Xinhong lightly tugged the reins and rode at the front, while the other demon horses, surprisingly, followed in an orderly line without needing to be led. When we get to Qingzhou, train hard. You've got potential. Someday, you might earn the right to add a cloud pattern to your sleeve. Sitting steadily in the carriage, Old Lu glanced encouragingly at Qin Ji. Understood, Qin Ji replied with a bow, fully aware that the comment was for Shun Yi's sake. Well then, I won't hold back. Old Lu looked at Shun Yi, rubbing his hands together. So what do you think? Interested in joining us? Captain Li S got a few beautiful ladies under his command. You're not married yet, are you? Shin Yi lifted the curtain to gaze outside. He saw only Li Xinhong and the beggar on horseback. Whereas everyone else. Hearing that, Old Lu sighed. The rest stayed in Baiyun County, waiting for the internal division to take over. Internal division? Shin Yi asked, intrigued. Old Lu didn't really want to explain everything at first, but when Li Xinhong let out a cold snort outside the carriage, he reluctantly started talking. The Demon Suppression Division in Qingzhou is divided into 3 camps. Besides the rookie quarters like yours, there is also the inner camp and the outer camp. The inner camp? Well, they mostly hang around Qingzhou City. Their main job is patrolling the counties on schedule, but other than that, they're just strolling the streets, drinking, and guarding the city walls. They rarely leave the city, so it's honestly pretty dull. Now, the outer camp? That's where the real deal is. Big shots like the General and Lord Lin all started there in their younger days. It's more liberating, and you get to roam the mountains and rivers, soaking in the beauty of the land. Life is a lot more carefree there. Qin Ji, utterly confused, whispered, but if they're always outside the city, don't they run into demons a lot? You. Old Lu glared at the kid, opened his mouth, but couldn't quite come up with a convincing answer. If Brother Shin wants to join the inner camp, that's not hard either. Just have Captain Li put in a word. His family is loaded in Qingzhou, they've got plenty of connections. And hey, the girls in our squad aren't bad looking either. Think about it. Shin Yi pulled the curtain shut, but in his mind, Old Lu was basically acting like a brothel madam. A safe job with a steady paycheck, No demon attacks to worry about. Who wouldn't he want that? It's the kind of gig anyone would jump at. But not him. Without the borrowed longevity from demons, Shen Yi's so-called talent would be utterly exposed. Truth is, this body's real strength barely qualifies him as competent with a blade after a lifetime of hard training. Forget competing with the demon suppression officers, he's not even on Chun Ji's level. The outer camp sounds great. I'll just follow the officer's arrangements. Shun Yi shifted his gaze, acting as if he actually bought into old Lu's nonsense. As soon as he said it, Li Xinhong, riding alongside the carriage, didn't show much reaction on the surface. But the way his fingers loosened slightly on the reins gave him away. See, told you he's got good judgment. Old Lu clapped his hands, grinning ear to ear, and gave a thumbs up. One look, and you know we've got a bright future ahead. At the Demon Suppression Division, achievements are everything, and competition runs fierce. For Captain Li to climb the ranks, he needs his own squad. Compared to the seasoned squads under veteran captains, his young age puts him at a disadvantage when picking people. Someone like Shun Yi, who has some actual skill, maybe not impressive enough for the other captains, but here, he has a hidden gem. Chen Ji stood to the side, feeling a mix of emotions. They all came from Baiyun County, and while the rest of them were still stressing about their futures, Lord Shen here had suddenly become someone the demon suppression officers were scrambling to recruit. In times like these, folks living far from cities kept their heads down, avoiding attention as much as possible. Only the carriages of the Demon Suppression Division dared parade openly with empty compartments down the roads. Before long, groups of merchants started trailing behind, some even sending guards on horseback to offer supplies like dried food and meat. This reputation sure beats ours as lowly workers, Chen Ji said, his young face lighting up with excitement as he clutched an armful of food. They hadn't slept for nearly 2 days, rushing on the road nonstop. When the carriage finally rolled to a halt at the base of towering city walls, the words Qingzhou carved boldly above the gates were strikingly majestic. Li Xinhong tossed his waist token to the city guards, dismounted, and led his horse forward. Old Lu stifled a chuckle. Looks like the last whipping taught him something. The two men froze briefly, and Old Lu explained, the Demon Suppression Division has rules. Riding a horse inside the city without urgent business? 3 lashes and 2 months pay docked. It was dusk now. Back in Baiyun County, the streets would been nearly empty by this hour. But here, the wide, cobbled avenue large enough for 8 carriages side by side was packed with people, bustling and noisy. Shun Yi stepped off the carriage, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu, like he'd traveled back to his previous life. Except for the lack of skyscrapers, this place was even livelier than a modern city. The group followed Li Xinhong slowly until they stopped at an odd-looking area in the city. Tall walls, about 2 stories high, stretched endlessly, as if enclosing a smaller city within the larger one. This is the 2,800 acres personally approved by the governor, reserved exclusively for the Demon Suppression Division's headquarters. Follow me. The beggars took their families and the 6 new recruits away, while Li Xinhong entered through a small gate nearby. There are a lot of rules inside, but they don't really concern us in the outer camp. Just remember where to eat, sleep, and collect your pay. That's all you need. Old Lu guided Shun Yi through the place, explaining the rules and facilities as they went. Their first stop was the administrative office to register. Li Xinhong personally handled the process, and soon returned holding a uniform, a medicine bottle, and a black waist token on top. Handing the items to Shen Yi, he said, I noticed your blade looks special, so I didn't issue you a new one. If you need anything else, just come here and ask. If you're unsure about anything, go directly to Xiujia. Lu Xiujia smacked his lips and asked, where is he staying? Li Xinhong hesitated for a moment, then turned and replied, as Master Lin instructed. Hearing this, Lu Xiujia's expression shifted slightly, and he muttered, why make things harder for people? Shun Yi silently stared at the two of them. To be honest, he didn't fully understand what they were talking about. Then Lu Xiujia sighed, grabbed him by the arm, and started walking inside. Normally, the outer camp captains stay in the west courtyard. After burning an incense stick's worth of time, Lu Xiujia stopped in front of a quiet courtyard and gave a bitter smile. Take care of yourself. What is this place? Shen Yi frowned and looked over. This is where the general lives. Also, his 5 disciples, 2 demon-suppressing generals, a deputy general, a demon hunter, and a newbie who's only been here for 5 months, also a 3-pattern captain. Guess why there's no guard posted here? You probably don't get how the Demon Suppression Bureau works yet. Lu Xiujie took a deep breath, rubbed his temples, and explained differently. Besides the general, the other rooms are occupied by 2 core formation masters, 2 peak jade elixir cultivators, and 1 mid-jade elixir cultivator. And you? Besides that letter, you've got no backing, yet now you're moving in here. I can't tell if this is good news. You know what they say, the tallest tree catches the wind. Lu Xiujie frowned, completely unsure of what Master Lin was planning. He understood the thoughts of other regular captains much better in comparison. All right, come with me. Lowering his head, Lu Xiujie marched inside, as if stepping into a lioness' den. Hearing all this, coupled with the rumors Zhang the Butcher had mentioned before, everything started to surface in Shun Yi's mind. His suspicions about Lin Baiwei's identity were now completely confirmed. What he couldn't figure out was what exactly she was trying to do. Stepping into the courtyard, they saw an old locust tree and an ancient well. A burly man with a muscular physique sat shirtless on a stone stool, his body looking like it was forged from steel, each muscle line clearly defined. He was meticulously peeling beans in his hands, while across from him, an elderly woman with white hair was pinching vegetable sprouts with her fingers. The scene was unexpectedly peaceful and serene. Outer camp Lu Xiujie, paying respects to Master Fong. Old Lu forced a smile, pulling Shun Yi next to him. Master Fong, this is... I know. Senior Sister's letter has already arrived. Fong Hung continued peeling beans, not even looking up, but the old granny curiously glanced at Shun Yi. Good, good. Lu Xiujie kept up his smile, but unlike when he dealt with Li Xinhong, he wasn't as relaxed. He threw a glance to the side. You haven't met Fong Hung, have you? Upon hearing this, Fong Hung calmly said, no need for formalities. Just call me by my name. As soon as these words fell, Lu Xiujie looked a bit awkward but couldn't help sighing internally. Sure enough, a single letter wasn't enough to secure such a massive opportunity. You brat, can't you look at people when you talk? The granny smacked the young man on the head. Fong Hung seemed used to it. He looked up and pointed to the smallest side courtyard. Stay over there. Whatever senior sister owes you, I'll repay. Now it was Lu Xiujie's turn to look utterly confused. Shun Yi silently let out a breath of relief, so that's what this was about. To say he had no expectations at all would be a lie. But having such a big opportunity drop out of nowhere made him hesitant to accept it recklessly. Now that he finally understood the reason, he felt much more at ease. Back when Lin Baiwei promised him 2 Jade Elixir level martial arts techniques, counting for Essence True Steel as one, he thought that after all the trouble was over, she might not take it seriously or just hand over some random Demon Suppression Bureau technique to settle it. He didn't expect her to be this thoughtful, since this man in front of him was also the General's disciple and seemed so earnest. The martial arts being passed down likely wouldn't fall short of for Essence True Steel. Seeing that his part was done, Lu Xiujie cupped his hands and took his leave, throwing a sympathetic look at Shun Yi as he left. Though he had given a heads up earlier, Fong Hung's blunt rejection must have left a bitter taste in Lu's heart. Shun Yi rolled his eyes at him and turned to step into the small room. The new outfit was made of silk, with a smooth texture, and even the regular captain's belt was embedded with a gemstone. No wonder Zhang the Butcher was envious of the Demon Suppression Bureau's extravagance. He tried it on briefly, it fit well enough. Too bad there wasn't a mirror in the room. After adjusting his sleeves, Shun Yi reached for the small medicine bottle. Lu Xiujie hadn't explained it clearly when he left. Was this the so-called treasure medicine? Hanging his waist badge on, Shun Yi grabbed his black blade and was about to head out. But then he heard the old granny outside calling, "Young man, come eat." Dressed in an ink-black robe with cloud patterns and a white jade belt around his waist, his figure appeared all the more upright and poised. Shun Yi slowly stepped out of the room. The old granny beamed and said, "Oh my, even more handsome than Hanger? Come, sit down." Fong Hung moved a table to the courtyard, brought over a few plates of light dishes, and finally glanced at the cloud patterns on Shun Yi's sleeve. He didn't say much, just grabbed the ladle and quietly served 3 bowls of thick porridge. Helping his grandmother sit down, he said, "It's just me and my grandma here. The food is simple. If you don't mind, have a bite to eat. Thanks for the hospitality." Shen Yi hadn't eaten much other than dry rations for the past few days, so he didn't hold back. He sat down at the table and started wolfing down porridge and side dishes. Seeing how much he enjoyed it, the grandmother chuckled even more. "You're from Baiyun County, right? Bai Wei mentioned in her letter that you're a good kid. Got a family yet? Want me to set you up with someone?" Before she finished, Shen Yi choked on his porridge, coughing and unable to speak. Fang Heng seemed used to it, staying silent and continuing to eat. When he finished his bowl, he set down his chopsticks and said, "My master wants to be back for at least 2 months. Until then, you'll stay here." He then walked into the house and returned with a book about 2 fingers thick, placing it on the table. "My master made a name for himself in Qingzhou when he was young, thanks to 5 unique techniques. Mastering just one of them can suppress demons of the same level. These techniques were passed down to us. They're not official Demon Suppression Bureau martial arts, so teaching you doesn't break any rules. However, you're not one of us, so you can learn it, but you can't teach it to anyone else." Shen Yi, after spending time with Butcher Zhang recently, wasn't as clueless as before. He knew the consequences of sharing martial arts without permission, whether it was from the Demon Suppression Bureau or a martial sect. The person teaching would face severe punishment, and the one learning wouldn't escape either. Best case, they lose their limbs or have their meridians destroyed. Worst case, they lose their life. No wonder things went so badly back then. Even Lin Baiwei had to make up martial arts to try and cover it up. In the end, the only thing she could genuinely teach was that 4 harmonies true strength she copied down. "The technique I'm going to teach you is called Meridian Severing Dragon Grip, a deep-level fist and palm technique within the Jade Liquid realm. I'll take a month off, demonstrating it 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night. If you don't understand something, come ask me." Fang Heng stood up slowly and said indifferently, "Until you master it, don't leave the courtyard and don't hang out with Li Xinhao and his bunch of spoiled brats. The cloud patterns on their sleeves aren't something you get just by pulling strings." Hearing this, Shen Yi slightly raised his gaze, his expression unreadable. He had once thought Lin Baiwei was hard to get along with because of her scheming nature. But after his trip to Qingzhou, he realized that whether it was Li Xinhao or Fang Heng standing in front of him now, they all carried the same unyielding arrogance in their words, as if cut from the same cloth. That calm, yet commanding attitude beneath their composed faces it was hard to get used to. The grandmother, growing more annoyed as she listened, suddenly bent down, picked up a twig from the ground, and lightly smacked Fang Heng's calf twice. "Look at you, scaring people. Can't you just let him eat in peace? Can't you wait until he is done eating? Bai Wei said he is a good kid, not whatever nonsense you're saying." Fang Heng lowered his gaze, quietly taking the light hits, and then softly said, "All right, my bad." Once the grandmother calmed down, Fang Heng walked over to a tree about as thick as a bowl, his muscles slightly trembling. His fists and palms moved like arrows, striking the tree trunk seemingly at random. The tree, which Shen Yi could easily snap with one hand, didn't even tremble after Fang Heng's repeated strikes. "Everything has its veins. Find the vein, and you can cut it." Fang Heng slowly drew back his hand and turned to ask, "By the way, did you get a bottle of meridian opening pills?" Shen Yi pulled out a small bottle and asked, "This one?" Besides the ones you get from herbal baths, every officer in the Demon Suppression Bureau is allotted 3 of these when they join. Chew and swallow them raw, refine the medicinal power, and it'll relax your meridians and widen your apertures. Take one every 3 months, and once all 3 are refined, it'll expand the 12 major apertures in your body by 90%. After that, whether it's refining or storing energy, it'll be nearly doubled." Fang Heng explained briefly. Shen Yi looked down at the bottle in his hand. After fully understanding its significance, he was still shocked. Doubling the efficiency of refining energy meant that for a beginner martial artist, 1 day of hard practice would be like 2 days before a complete game changer in terms of potential. The other effect was even more remarkable. The amount of energy an aperture could store was usually capped. Shen Yi had figured this out through draining the life force of countless demons. Even over 100 years, the best one could do was slowly condense energy into jade liquid. But if the apertures could be expanded by 90%, wouldn't that mean having nearly double the stamina in a fight? What amazed him even more was that such a miraculous pill was distributed to everyone. Is this pill common? Hearing this, Fang Heng retracted his gaze and replied, it was originally a secret medicine of the Qingzhou sect Songhe Gate, called the Meridian Transforming Pill, reserved only for a few inner disciples. Later, when Songhe Gate colluded with demons and was wiped out by the Demon Suppression Bureau, the recipe was confiscated. Other sects have similar medicines, but none are as effective at most, 50%. He added, the Demon Suppression Bureau doesn't pay much in salary, but the benefits are decent assuming you survive. With that, Fang Heng turned and went back inside. The tiny, unmoving tree came into view. Shen Yi stared at it silently. It was still the same tree, but the leaves were no longer lush green. The trunk had lost its vitality, and the entire tree exuded a deathly stillness. It was eerily unsettling. He didn't fully understand the intricacies, but this martial art, capable of rivaling the four-harmony true qi, couldn't be anything ordinary. He reached out casually, flipping through the book on the table. A moment later, a line of text appeared on the panel. Jade Essence. Vein Sealing Dragon Capture not yet initiated. Hey kid, stop flipping through those books. Why not eat first? How is the taste? Once you're full, you can take your time reading in your room. The old lady nudged him, urging him inside. No worries, there is plenty of time. Shen Yi glanced at the little old lady with a touch of helplessness, a hint of warmth in his eyes. He closed the book and bent down to help clear the table. Sure, he could have easily asked Qin Ji or Lin Baiwei to do the chores, but letting an unrelated old lady handle it for him felt a bit too shameless. Besides, after being surrounded by so many so-called geniuses lately, Shen Yi, who used to dread relatives nagging him in his past life, found himself oddly more comfortable with the latter kind of company. Even being asked about relationships or income felt less suffocating than being arbitrarily labeled by others. Fang Heng stood in the room, first looking at his cheerful grandmother, then turning to Shen Yi with a colder expression. Back when Senior Lin was in danger, Shen Yi had been bold enough to demand 2 Jade Essence level martial arts manuals, the rare 4-harmony True Qi and Vein Sealing Dragon Capture. Even with the innate talent of the senior disciples, they could only master one of these techniques at best. Yet Shen Yi, with his current situation and cultivation level, dared to covet both. Upon joining the Demon Suppression Division, he quickly ingratiated himself with Li Xinhong's group of spoiled rich kids, donning their signature cloud-patterned robes on his very first day. Even his grandmother, who had no notable background and was only staying here for care, was someone he fawned over like a schemer, probably trying to guess if she was some hidden master. Greedy and clueless, just looking at him was infuriating. Trying to stay here to soar to new heights? That's understandable. But he couldn't even bother to hide his intentions. If this isn't shameless opportunism, then what is? After clearing the table, Shen Yi noticed the old lady was about to bring up matchmaking again. He quickly found an excuse and retreated to his room. As the saying goes, build a family, then a career. But right now, he couldn't even find his footing, let alone face life or death challenges. How could he have the time to start a family? He shut the door behind him and sat down by the bed. Popping 3 meridian opening pills into his mouth, his tongue was instantly overwhelmed by a sharp bitterness, like biting into a piece of raw bitter gourd. Luckily, having swallowed the foul-smelling beast essence in the past, this bitterness was nothing. Shen Yi's gaze remained calm as he summoned the panel. Jade Essence. Vein Sealing Dragon Capture not yet initiated. Remaining demon lifespan, 300 years. This lifespan reserve was meant for emergencies. If it ran out and he encountered a ferocious demon, given his current foundation, even unleashing a single heavenly fiend bloodkill technique could leave him utterly drained. Besides, after entering the Demon Suppression Division, he had gained access to the means to break through to the Jade Essence level. Once he got familiar with the environment, obtaining these techniques shouldn't be a problem, but they likely consume a lot of lifespan too. In this scenario, having just 300 years of demon lifespan on hand felt a little stretched thin. Shen Yi shook his head, dispelling unnecessary thoughts, and gradually infused the demon lifespan into vein-sealing dragon capture. No matter what, gaining more strength meant a better chance of survival. First things first, staying alive. Year 1. You read the books thoroughly and refined the medicinal power within you. Having never consumed precious pills before, you were extremely frugal, refusing to waste even a trace of the medicine. Year 3. You swallowed the second pill. Your meridians and acupoints expanded further. The book's content was etched into your memory, and countless insights on meridians flooded your mind. Your gaze remained clear, untainted by the burden of knowledge. Year 9. The final pill's effects were fully absorbed. Your major acupoints widened by a full tenfold. You felt a slight sense of achievement, though you still struggled to grasp the essence of meridians. Undeterred, you continued observing the world around you. No wonder the general only passed down one ultimate technique to each disciple. The four-harmony True Qi emphasized the flow of energy, while vein-sealing dragon capture focused on the pinnacle of physical techniques. The two had little overlap. Each technique demanded years of dedication to master. Fully mastering just one was already an extraordinary feat. To achieve even a single move was enough to dominate others at the same level, because those capable of learning it were exceptional in their own right. For someone with average aptitude, they might never grasp its essence in a lifetime. I want it all. Shen Yi pulled out decades of demon lifespan and poured it into the technique once more. In year 26, you reached out your hand, gently brushing against the rough tree bark. Your fingertips danced along the trunk, and as you leaned in closer, it almost felt like you could hear the tree's heartbeat. By year 48, you lifted a massive boulder. It resembled a stone egg, as if a life was hidden inside. A crazed grin spread across your face. You seemed to have had a revelation. In year 69, you slumped to the ground, utterly dejected. That so-called revelation? Nothing but an illusion. You'd really lost it. Forcing yourself to your feet, you unleashed your frustration on the weathered boulder, striking it over and over. After a while, you muttered to yourself in a daze, "This rocket feels dead." The art of vein-sealing dragon capture. By year 71, your punches and strikes started to show real results. Your movements became more precise, and you had made noticeable progress in the art of vein-sealing dragon capture. By year 73, when you finally understood the veins of all things, all that remained was mastering the timing of your attacks. The technique reached completion. By year 75, vein-sealing dragon capture was fully perfected. One moment of enlightenment. What followed was an explosive leap forward, and Shen Yi suddenly remembered that he had once been a natural talent in martial arts. The time he spent on the cloud-piercing long fist back then wasn't he entirely wasted after all. 5 years. That's all it took to master a set of Jade Elixir-level martial arts from beginner to perfection. This is what raw talent feels like. Turns out, as long as he wasn't dealing with those baffling moments of so-called enlightenment, he was actually pretty damn good. Closing the system panel, Shen Yi shut his eyes to savor his gains. The most noticeable change was the overwhelming surge of energy in his major acupoints, far surpassing the turbulent flow from before. For most people, this kind of improvement would simply mean doubling their stamina. But for Shen Yi, it meant he could finally unleash a stronger version of his Tiangang blood shard technique without being held back by his weak foundation. No more low power mode. And his Qi refinement speed had doubled. It would still only take 5 years of a demon's lifespan to replenish his deficits. So, vein-sealing dragon capture is really just a technique for imposing restrictions. Shen Yi spread open his pale, slender hand, each joint well-defined. No external wounds, but his palm was like a blade, severing the veins. Seal the meridian points, cut off vitality. He still remembered how Lin Baiwei had fallen victim to a similar demonic technique back then. She was at the peak of Jade Elixir, yet she suffered terribly. The demon who had done that was likely in the condensed core stage. To think that with Jade Elixir-level martial arts, one could already touch upon higher-level methods. 75 years. Not wasted. The days that followed were relatively peaceful. In Baiyun County, you always had to watch your back, lest a demon take your head. But here, in this quiet courtyard, there was a rare sense of calm. After all, just beyond the walls was the Zhenma department, sprawling across 2,800 acres. Every figure in black cloud-patterned uniforms radiated an aura so sharp it felt like blades piercing the heavens. This was the safest place in all of Qingzhou. Even Shen Yi couldn't help but relax for a few days, giving his long tense nerves a much-needed break. He had the martial arts he came for, and his agreement with Lin Baiwei was fulfilled. The old lady's pickled vegetables were also a treat. Paired with porridge, it wasn't exactly filling, but it sure was appetizing. Since no one seemed to mind his presence, Shen Yi didn't mind staying a few extra days. Still, he wished Master Fong would stop looking at him with that constant expression of disdain every time he demonstrated vein-sealing dragon capture. Shen Yi couldn't figure out what he'd done to offend the guy. Not that he cared to figure it out. Flattery wasn't his thing, he wasn't interested in kissing up to anyone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up the way he did in his past life. Share your insights, Fong Hung said coldly as he retracted his fists, his gaze distant. Shen Yi stood with his hands at his sides, thought for a moment, then blurted out, "Not bad." Fong Hung's vein-sealing dragon capture was probably just beginning to show results. There was some finesse in his strikes now. Considering Fong Hung's age, and comparing it to the 70 years it took Shen Yi to grasp the technique's intricacies. A little rough around the edges, but honestly, it was already impressive. Shen Yi admitted he wasn't as good. Huh. Hearing such a dismissive response, Fong Hung's lips curled into a faint, mocking smirk. Without another word, he adjusted his clothes and turned to leave. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the courtyard. "Brother Shen, come quick." Lu Xiujia poked his head in, speaking in a low voice. "Pack up, it's time for business." "Got it. Give me a sec." Hearing this, Shen Yi flexed his wrist. He felt about ready anyway, couldn't let himself get too complacent. No matter how comfortable this place was, it wasn't a permanent refuge. It couldn't protect him forever. He turned and headed back to his room to grab his blade. At that moment, a sturdy figure slowly turned back. Fong Hung's cold eyes bore into him, his brows raised slightly. His calm voice carried an icy edge. "Who said you could agree to that?" The words hung in the air, and Shen Yi's movements paused for just a second. The two locked eyes. After a brief silence, a faint smirk crept onto Shen Yi's handsome face. In his eyes, a subtle, dangerous glint began to flicker. At the entrance of the courtyard, Lu Xiujia froze for a moment, then forced an awkward smile and stammered, "Lord Fong, you're he." He pointed at Shen Yi, fumbling for words like a kid caught sneaking into a friend's house by their parents. Apparently, the woman beside him couldn't stand him embarrassing himself any further. She yanked Lu Xiujia back with one hand. Leaning against the outer wall, Li Xinhong's face was expressionless. He straightened up and walked toward the courtyard gate. Both of them served as captains of the Demon Suppression Division in Sanwen Town, so they should have been pretty familiar with each other. But Li Xinhong frowned tightly, hesitated for a moment, and reluctantly cupped his hands in a formal gesture. His tone was cold as he said, "I've been ordered to investigate a demon case and must leave immediately. Shen Yi and I had already arranged to travel together. I hope you'll make an exception, brother." Lu Xiujia silently stepped back, joining the other three. Besides the beggar, there was a scrawny man who looked like a child and a curvy woman with a ponytail. Including Captain Li, the five of them were all that was left of their team. Everyone else had stayed behind in Baiyun County and wouldn't be back anytime soon. Because of this, even though Li Xinhong didn't want to face Fong Hung, he had no choice but to hold back his temper and step forward. Fong Hung didn't turn around or even glance at the people by the gate. He simply spat out one word, cold and sharp. "Scram." The moment he spoke, Li Xinhong's hands clenched involuntarily, and his breathing quickened. Coming from a family of martial artists, he had always been talented and clever. He'd never endured such blatant disrespect. The energy radiating from him grew restless. Taking a deep breath, Li Xinhong suppressed the turmoil within him and said, "I just want to take my people and leave. I don't want any trouble. Don't kid yourself. Don't give me that crap about not wanting trouble. If the commander blames you, go home and have your daddy apologize for you." The ponytailed woman yawned, casually smacking the back of his head as she bluntly said, "Let us just snatch him." Before her words even faded, A few poison darts had already appeared between old Lu's fingers. The beggar tensed his whole body, and the short man hunched over, his gaze fixed on Shun Yi. Of course, if you need anything, just go ask your family. Like when you just stepped into the Jade Liquid stage, and they got you a mid-level subordinate to help you climb to Vice General. Meanwhile, I'm just a regular guy who soaked in some medicated baths. Fong Hung turned around slowly, his face mocking. That mockery quickly turned into cold disdain. But sure, go ahead. Step through the gate and see how little your family's clout means to me. Ugh, I'm so scared, Li Mujin said sarcastically, lightly patting her ample chest. Her tone was flirtatious yet lazy. She stepped forward, crossing the courtyard gate with a short sword suddenly in her hand. She shouted, "Hey kid, where are you going? Get over here." Her shout drew everyone's attention. Only then did they notice that while they were all locked in a standoff with Fong Hung, Shun Yi had somehow made his way to the house door. Calmly, he went inside and returned with his blade. Under Fong Hung's chilly gaze, Shun Yi fastened the jet black scabbard to his waist, walked past Fong Hung, and stopped beside the group. In a flat tone, he said, "I'm ready. Let us go?" Li Xinhong froze, muttering to himself, "Wait, that's it? Could it be that he was overthinking things? Maybe there was no need to report to anyone. After all, Fong Hung had just arrived at the Demon Suppression Division and wasn't he assigned any tasks yet. Naturally, he could come and go as he pleased. Li Mujin. Crap. There's a big difference between a casual sparring match and thoroughly pissing someone off." She turned her head to glance into the distance. Fong Hung's expression remained utterly calm, but his muscles were subtly shifting under his skin. In the next instant, his figure vanished from where he stood. Even Li Mujin, who was at the mid-stage of the Jade Liquid realm, was momentarily stunned. When Fong Hung reappeared, he was less than a foot away from the group. He reached out, aiming to grab Shun Yi by the back of the neck, like one might snatch a chicken. No fancy techniques, just pure dominance. Effortless yet undeniable. Li Xinhong's pupils contracted. He knew there was a gap in their strength, but he hadn't realized just how vast it was beyond anything he could imagined. "I told you before, you're not stepping out of here until you've learned your lesson. Are you deaf?" Fong Hung's hand shot forward. Shun Yi slightly shifted his body, his right hand hanging at his side suddenly lifting. His fingertips twisted in an odd motion, brushing past Fong Hung's palm and lightly tapping his arm. It didn't look powerful. In fact, it didn't even seem like a proper counterattack. The moment Shun Yi raised his hand, a flash of inexplicable familiarity flickered in Fong Hung's eyes. But he hesitated, unwilling to admit it. The instant Shun Yi's fingertips touched him, that hesitation turned into frustration and rage. He realized just how much he was about to pay for his earlier carelessness. Huh. With a roar, Fong Hung abruptly withdrew his force, stomping his foot hard. His entire body shot backward like an arrow snapped from its string. Stepping back about 30 feet from Shun Yi, he quickly steadied himself and adjusted his breathing. Everyone looked a bit puzzled. What was that all about? First, he charged in, then he leaped back out. No one said a word. Fong Hung stood there, head bowed, completely still, not uttering a sound for a long time. Only Li Mujin noticed something odd. She curiously glanced at him. What's the Fong family kid hiding? Though Fong Hung tried his best to cover it up, the slight trembling of his deliberately tucked right arm didn't escape Li Mujin's sharp eyes. His arm appeared unscathed, but it hung limp, like it had no bones. Any other questions? Shun Yi tapped the hilt of his blade, as if to say, if you've got more to ask, I can keep going. Hearing this, Fong Hung's face flushed red, the result of his blood surging with frustration. He clenched his teeth so hard his cheeks puffed out, even tasting a faint metallic tang of blood on his tongue. Fong Hung wasn't afraid of fighting. Even with his entire right arm sealed, he still had about 60% of his fighting ability left. But what was the point? His greatest pride, his talent, had been crushed under Shun Yi's calm precision. In just 7 or 8 days, Shun Yi had learned to pinpoint weaknesses in an instant. That kind of skill wasn't something any beginner could achieve. If not for Shun Yi's slightly weaker palm strength, Fong Hung's right arm might not just be temporarily sealed, it could be been rendered completely useless. Faced with something so terrifying, Fong Hung realized he had no choice but to fake unconsciousness. Even raising his head to look at anyone was too shameful to bear. When are you coming back? Fong Hung asked in a hoarse voice. When did I ever say I was coming back? Shun Yi replied, looking at him with confusion. You. Fong Hung suddenly lifted his head, anger mixed with a hint of panic. This courtyard was sacred ground for the Demon Suppression Division. Who wouldn't he want to stay here? If he really didn't stay, how would Fong Hung explain it to his senior sister? Someone with such extraordinary talent couldn't he be allowed to slip through his fingers? This was senior sister Lin's idea. Don't you dare go too far. Looking at Fong Hung's furious expression, everyone was taken aback. When had this rude, arrogant guy ever put down his fists and started arguing with words instead? Only Li Xinhong nodded thoughtfully. It vaguely reminded him of when he was a kid. Whenever he faced something he couldn't handle, he'd always drag his older sister into it. But the real question was, what exactly couldn't Fong Hung handle? Surely it wasn't Shin Yi. He turned to glance at the young man standing beside him. No one spoke. Shin Yi calmly looked back at him and raised a finger. First, she's your senior sister Lin, not mine. I might be benefited a little, but in the end, it was mutual consent. Fong Hung's eyes widened upon hearing this. Second, Shun Yi raised another finger, his voice suddenly dropping cold. Bring your senior sister Lin here. I'd like to see if she can draw a boundary at the courtyard gate. The moment those words fell, Fong Hung was left in a daze. Meanwhile, everyone else, except for Li Mujin, couldn't help but purse their lips in disappointment. That embarrassing, awkward memory came flooding back. In that rundown house in Baiyun County, senior sister Lin had been bustling around in his clothes while that insufferable man just sat by the table, waiting. Given the circumstances, Shun Yi's words weren't entirely baseless. But whatever had strengthened his position likely wasn't pure skill, it was probably something else entirely. One last thing. Shun Yi's gaze shifted to the elderly woman who had been startled awake and was timidly clutching the doorframe. With a faint smile, his tone softened. He started it. The old woman nodded, speaking softly. I saw it all. It's Hung, who was being immature. You're a good kid. A little discipline to teach him a lesson better than letting someone else do it out there. Hearing this, Li Xinhong and the others couldn't help but shake their heads. This old lady really thought a warrior's duel was just kids squabbling. Neither of them had even gotten a scratch. This wasn't even a real fight yet. But seeing Fong Hung take a loss, now that was a rare sight. Thank you for your hospitality these past few days. I'll take my leave now, Shun Yi said with a slight bow before turning and walking out of the courtyard. Li Xinhong noticed Fong Hung still standing frozen in place. Since no one else was stopping him, Li Xinhong finally let out a sigh of relief and led the others to follow. After walking for a while, he still felt puzzled. What just happened back there? Why did he suddenly stop and back off? Li Mujin slowly caught up from behind, sheathing her short sword as she casually replied, who knows? Maybe he ran too fast and pulled something. But before she finished her words, her gaze lingered curiously on Shun Yi. Though she hadn't seen it herself, she'd heard of the 5 legendary techniques the general had mastered in his youth. Among them, the most understated was the vein-sealing move known as Dragon Lock. Piecing together Fong Hung's earlier expressions and actions, she stole another glance at the hand resting on the blade's hilt. Fair and slender. Definitely nice to look at. Hey, won't this affect your relationship with him? Li Xinhong rubbed his temples, looking a bit annoyed as he said, after all, that guy was personally chosen by Father to be your husband. Sending you to the Demon Suppression Division was also to let him get familiar with the place first. What kind of bullshit husband is that? Li Mujin retracted her gaze, scoffing. The moment something happens, he throws senior sister out to deal with it. Just a bunch of immature brats. Hearing this, the others exchanged awkward glances. Li Xinhong's face darkened slightly as he replied, I didn't ask for your help, all right? If my people hadn't been stuck elsewhere, I wouldn't have had to let you step in this time. As he spoke, he glanced toward Shun Yi, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Just the calm demeanor Shun Yi had shown while facing Fong Hung was already leagues ahead of himself. It was baffling that someone with such composure could come from a small place like Baiyun County. We're leaving soon. Is there anything else you need? Shun Yi didn't hold back and nodded. I need a manual on internal techniques for the Jade Liquid Realm. What the? Captain Li meant practical stuff. like weapons or armor, Lu Xiaojie clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, what kind of brain does this guy have? What is the point of dragging a book along on a demon-slaying mission? If you're willing to tie yourself to the Li family of Qingzhou, I can set that up for you right now. Li Xinhong paused, dropping a bombshell that left everyone stunned. You could become a family guardian, or even marry into the family. A direct daughter might be tricky, but if you're okay with a branch family girl, I can help make it happen. Now, the marriage bit wasn't too crazy. Even a lower-ranking officer marrying a branch family girl from the Li clan wasn't unheard of. But becoming a family guardian? That was a whole different ballgame. Unlike hired help, a family guardian was essentially part of the clan protected for life, with ties closer than even some branch family members. The problem was, no matter how much potential or talent Shun Yi had, at the moment, he was only at the peak of the entry-level stage. Even if he broke through to the Jade Liquid Realm tomorrow, which was a big if it wouldn't matter until he actually made the leap. Martial arts might seem like just one step away from a breakthrough, but in reality, many people stay stuck on that one step until the day they die, their foot never quite making it across. So why not a direct daughter? Li Mujin tilted her head curiously. Li Xinhong's eye twitched. That is not up to me. Father has to approve that. Huh. Li Mujin casually placed a hand on Shun Yi's shoulder. Just joking, don't take it seriously, buddy. Shun Yi brushed her hand off, looking steadily at Li Xinhong. What about the martial arts techniques of the Demon Suppression Division? Li Xinhong looked a little disappointed. Even such enticing offers hadn't swayed him. Still, he held back his frustration and explained patiently. Even though you are wearing the cloud pattern robe, you're not officially one of us yet. This place isn't like the family clans or sects outside. Out there, young talents are treated like treasures, nurtured with care. That's because joining a sect is like becoming part of a family. The stronger you become, the stronger the sect becomes. It's a shared destiny. The Demon Suppression Division is different? This was the first time Shun Yi had heard such a perspective. Of course it's different. Li Mujin waved her hand dismissively. The Division South backed by the court. It doesn't care about expanding influence, it only cares about keeping Qingzhou stable. Whether it's demons or rogue martial artists, they're all just threats to stability. Of course, the division needs to maintain enough strength to intimidate all sides. But first, you have to prove you're the blade that can slay demons, not some useless leech draining its resources. The beggar chimed in. To put it simply, you work first, then you get the perks. At the very least, when you're wearing that cloud pattern robe, you'd better have some achievements to back it up. In return, the benefits you get from the division will surpass what any sect could offer. For example, the Wind and Thunder Fusion Sun Manual. It can help someone break through to the Jade Liquid Realm and seamlessly transition into the Wind and Thunder Scroll. Across all of Qingzhou, there are only a handful of internal techniques stronger than this. Even counting the rumored ones, there wouldn't be more than 3. The beggar glanced at the Li siblings nearby, carefully choosing his words. The Li family is prestigious in Qingzhou, but their core internal techniques only connect to 126 acupoints. The Division-S techniques activate 270, doubling, and then some the efficiency of cultivation. Hey, Li Xinhong couldn't help but kick him. You think you know everything, huh? Shun Yi withdrew his gaze, his grip on his blade tightening. The Qingzhou Demon Suppression Division's External Affairs Hall. Gray tiles and white walls stood quietly. The lacquered red doors were wide open, with people bustling in and out, their faces all carrying a sense of urgency. Shun Yi quietly observed his surroundings. Although everyone wore black brocade robes, over 60% of them didn't have the cloud pattern on their sleeves. And judging by their looks, the average age was about 40. His aura was indeed at the beginner's level, but it felt kind of unstable, like he barely stepped over the threshold. Could this be the so-called demon suppression officers that Zhang Butcher mentioned, the ones who reportedly soak in medicinal baths? Occasionally, a few younger folks in cloud-patterned uniforms strolled by, their gazes sharp as blades. In Qingzhou, WVE got 3,000 in the inner camp and over 8,000 in the outer camp, just about 11,000 troops in total. And they're supposed to protect 12 prefectures and 342 counties, the beggar remarked with a tinge of emotion. If you take out the 2,500 martial artists who must guard the inner camp, On average, that's about 20 people defending a single county. So, yeah, the numbers more or less add up. When a lieutenant heads out on a mission, they might bring 20 or so officers. If they face an unbeatable crisis and everyone dies, at least the overall loss isn't too severe. After listening for a while, someone finally learned the beggaress name. Shun Yi glanced at Ma Tao's indifferent expression and couldn't help raising an eyebrow. To them, a complete wipeout seemed like a daily occurrence. At this rate, if you want to lead a team as a lieutenant, you'd need to be at least at the Jade Liquid level, basically a local overlord in Bayan County. How could they say the losses wouldn't be significant? But don't stress too much. As long as you're not completely off the grid, within 2 weeks, your family will avenge you, Ma Tao said with a wide, rueful grin. He continued, take that demon suppression general in Yushan Prefecture. The local 3 major sects plotted against him, thinking their plan was flawless. But then the commander's second disciple showed up with 1,000 men and, in just 6 days, took 23,000 heads. Heard they're still piled up at the city gates. This story was even more shocking than the usual brutal reputation of the Demon Suppression Division. Shun Yi pressed his lips together, silently noting this down in his mind. He had thought that with his current skills, he'd be fine staying alive, forget about promotions. But clearly, the world was even messier than he'd imagined. Even the most famous names weren't safe from sudden death. Hey, what is your specialty? Li Mujin stepped out from the office, scanning the group as she asked, tracking? Long-distance raids? Wait, are you particularly good at close combat and capturing demons? She recalled the scene where Shun Yi embarrassed Feng Hung earlier. Her tone carried a hint of curiosity. Hearing this, Ma Tao shrugged, awkwardly cracking his knuckles. If 2 people in the same team had similar combat styles, but one was far superior, the other would end up feeling redundant. Seeing Shun Yi hesitate, Ma Tao sighed, adjusted his mood, and said, I'll jot it down. Just in case Captain Li meets some accident and you happen to make it back alive, it'll give other lieutenants a reference when picking people. Don't overthink it, just tell me which skill of yours is at the highest level. All right then. Shun Yi pondered, mentally calculating as a conflicted expression crept onto his face. The others noticed and frowned slightly, curious about his hesitation. How could this be unclear? Your main discipline, your secondary focus, which one is beginner level, which one is advanced, who wouldn't know? After a while, Shun Yi looked up, half doubtful, and said, slaying demons? Techniques like the 8 treasure mystic body, the greedy wolf demon slayer, the heavenly gang blood fury, and the meridian cutting dragon capture flashed through his mind. Honestly, it was hard to say which was better, they all seemed pretty useful. Hearing this, Lu Xiuji and Ma Tao froze in place. Huh. Li Mujin paused, then burst into laughter, clutching her stomach as she turned and walked inside. Fine, write it down. He says his specialty is slaying demons. A moment later, Li Xinhong finished the registration and strolled out leisurely, throwing a helpless glance at Shun Yi. Back in Bayan County, he already knew this guy dabbled in too many disciplines, but he didn't expect him to lack even a clear primary focus. He wondered if they should invite a family elder to assess his innate talent and map out a proper path forward. Xiao Air, arrange a carriage to Shuiyun village in Linjiang Prefecture. Get it done quickly. Snapping out of his thoughts, he nodded. A short, childlike man bowed and left without saying much. Li Xinhong led the group out of the Demon Suppression Division. Captain Li seems a bit on edge, huh? Lu Xiuji noticed his unease and whispered, his rank is low, so all the good assignments get snatched up by other lieutenants. If he can rescue Master Lin, that'll count as a merit. But until the person's back, he has to keep the matter under wraps. If he racks up enough achievements and handles a demon case tied to the Jade Liquid level, Captain Li could finally get promoted to lieutenant. But whether this mission will pay off is still up in the air. At the mention of merits, the eyes of the 2 long-time partners lit up. After all, they came from prestigious families. Joining the Demon Suppression Division was all about making a name for themselves. Shun Yi finally took a closer look and noticed their sleeves bore 2 cloud patterns, proof that Li Xinhong was indeed desperate for achievements, as even his subordinates were starting to benefit from his ambition. Don't be envious. Participate in 5 Jade Elixir level demon calamities or take the lead just once, and you can earn another stripe. By then, Granting you internal skills will be a given. The two men stepped out of the Demon Suppression Division's gate, their practiced smiles fading as they walked onto the bustling street. Wherever they passed, pedestrians stopped in their tracks to make way. Once they were gone, the crowd resumed their work as if nothing had happened. Reaching the towering city gate, Li Shower was already there, holding the reins of a demon horse, waiting for them. This is our scout. He can push himself to travel back and forth between Baiyun County and Qingzhou City in a single day. If you've got a message to deliver, count on him. He won't let you down. Lu Xiuji leaped onto the carriage and chuckled, tossing out a playful remark. Li Shower shot him a glare, then nodded curtly at Shun Yi. Fast delivery. No problem. Once everyone was seated, Li Mujin yanked the reins and rode ahead on horseback. Sitting inside the carriage, Shun Yi slowly began to piece things together. Even the choice between riding a horse and sitting in the carriage had its meaning. Those at higher cultivation levels could stay alert for extended periods and were always ready to handle any sudden trouble. Li Xinhong leaned against the carriage wall, hands folded, his fingers tapping anxiously on the back of his hand. He looked troubled. Come on, it's not that serious. Ma Tao waved a hand in front of him. We're just short a few hands. All we're doing is heading to Shuiyun village to find some people, right? Lu Xiuji casually explained the task to Shin Yi. A few captains went to Shuiyun village to oversee matters. By protocol, they're supposed to send a report back every 15 days. It's long overdue, but honestly, it's probably nothing major. Shuiyun village has a river god. If it was causing trouble, the villagers would fled to Qingzhou by now. Li Xinhong stayed silent for a long moment before pulling a blood-stained badge from his robe. This came from Linjiang County's magistrates. The affairs hall just handed it to me. He finished speaking and glanced at Shun Yi. Originally, this was meant to be a chance for you to get familiar with things you've never faced a true demon in combat, so you need to be extra cautious. Hearing that, Lu and Ma both froze, their breathing halting for a beat. Everyone knew Shun Yi had already taken down a dog demon and an ape demon in Baiyun County. How could that not count as experience? Wasn't he that Jade Elixir level? Ma Tao thought back to his earlier joking remarks about avenging deaths and awkwardly glanced over. Ugh, I really jinxed it with my mouth. Shun Yi tilted his head slightly. Li Shower, expressionless, wiped the spit off his face and silently stared at Ma Tao. Linjiang County, Shuiyun village. With the river running through it, the villagers lived off the water, and the bustling fish market was especially lively. The carriage slowed to a stop, and Li Shower got off to lead the horse toward the magistrate's office. Standing amidst two rows of fish baskets, Shun Yi took in the damp, fishy air. Around him, fishermen with pants rolled up to their knees carried on chatting and laughing, paying no mind to the demon suppression captains in their presence. Every now and then, Shun Yi felt a few gazes sweep over him, carrying a faint trace of hostility. That's just how it is here. Saves us the trouble of disguising ourselves, Lu Xiuji said with a smile. Anywhere else, people run to the magistrate at the first sign of a demon, but here, they pray to the river god instead. Pray to a god. Shun Yi couldn't help but recall the broken, worn statue back in Liuli Temple Village. Yawning, Li Mujin teased. Demons that don't want their names on the imperial bounty list and don't want to hide in the mountains need to give themselves some kind of title, don't they? 400 years ago, Shuiyun village was just a little fishing hamlet, entirely dependent on the river god. Lu Xiuji sighed. Small offerings every June, grand sacrifices every 3 years. It became a tradition. Livestock, fish, grains for the small sacrifices, and even young boys and girls for the big ones. It never stopped. Hearing this, Shin Yi clenched his fist slightly, his voice low. No one put a stop to it. On the outside, he seemed calm, but inside, a wave of discomfort rose unbidden. And how would you stop it? Speak out of turn, and these villagers will be storming Qingzhou City with fish spears by tomorrow night. Are you going to kill them all? Lu Xiuji shrugged. All the Demon Suppression Division can do is send a few captains during the grand sacrifices to keep an eye on things. It's like a silent warning to the river god, remind it that we're watching, so it doesn't get too bold. And even then, they watch us like we're thieves. Following Li Xinhong, the group left the fish market and soon arrived at a riverside village. Oddly enough, this remote place was livelier than the city. Rolls of precious silk hung from poles, bamboo effigies of the river god adorned rooftops, and the occasional burst of firecrackers made it feel like a festival. As they approached the village entrance, an old man in a white tunic stood there with a cane, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Are the esteemed officials here to witness the grand offering? This is the village head, the one in charge of the grand sacrifices. Even the Shuiyun County magistrate treads carefully around him, Ma Tao whispered. Li Xinhong took a slow look around the village and then asked, "Where are the people from the Demon Suppression Division who came here earlier?" The village chief froze for a moment, then turned back and said, "Weren't you the ones who came to pay respects this year? I was wondering why you were so late." Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Li Mujin's eyes. She stepped forward with a smile and said, "Let me remind you, you can worship whatever you like, but if you dare lay a finger on the officers of the Demon Suppression Division, you know what'll happen." "You're joking, right?" The village chief chuckled, leaning on his cane. "We wouldn't dare. And besides, what could we do with just a few lousy fish spears?" Li Mujin said nothing more and simply walked into the village. The young men standing on both sides, holding fish spears, stared at her figure with expressionless faces, licking their lips without any attempt to hide their intentions. Shun Yi silently took in the scene before him. It was hard to reconcile these people with the lifeless villagers on the outskirts of Baiyun County. Back in Lu Temple Village, those people were hopeless, trembling, and didn't even dare to entertain the thought of escape. But here, these ordinary villagers openly cast greedy eyes at the officers of the Demon Suppression Division without a shred of fear. This absurd contrast seemed to come from the so-called God that gave them their confidence. For a moment, even Shun Yi felt shaken. Could it be that, in the eyes of the common folk, demons were more trustworthy than the Demon Suppression Division? The River God Temple stood in the center of the village. The interior was spacious, and in the middle stood a gilded statue of a woman in her 30s or 40s, dressed in a long flowing gown resembling waves, her expression kind, hands clasped in front of her chest. On either side of her were two children with pigtails, one holding a fish basket, the other a flower basket, smiling innocently. "This statue feels off," Ma Tao said, shaking his head, and then smirked under the gaze of the others. 3 years per pair. For 100 years, why are there only 2 kids? Shouldn't they be spilling out of the village by now? Li Xinhong glanced at it and replied, "Don't think people out there are fools. You really think they're offering their kids to the river god as attendants? They know full well they're doing it for personal gain." Li Mujin sat cross-legged and closed her eyes, pretending to nap. Not long after, their runner returned from the county office, his face a bit pale. "No news. Everyone says they haven't seen them. And that badge, it wasn't delivered to Linjiang County by them. Could those officers have been ambushed by demons on their way?" The people in Linjiang County said the badge was left at the office at dawn. "It doesn't seem like something demons would deliberately deliver," Li Xinhong said, frowning. Li Mujin opened her eyes and glanced at Shun Yi, who stood silently before the statue. In a low voice, she said, "The waters of Yangchun River flow fast. If you could gather a school of fish underwater, cast a net, and pull in a full catch, they worship you as a god too. Some things are better left alone," she added, sensing the faint dissatisfaction beneath Shun Yi's indifferent exterior. She was curious, though. Wasn't this man raised in hardship? He should be used to seeing things like this by now. Why did it still bother him? Time passed quickly, and the sky turned to dusk. Everyone fell silent. According to tradition, when the Demon Suppression Division came to pay respects, the river god would usually show up. But so far, there wasn't even a shadow of it. Could it have been killed by another demon? Li Xinhong asked, looking up. Demons were highly territorial. With a river god guarding this area, it wouldn't let other demons run amok unless it didn't care about maintaining its rank. Plus, its presence would deter other demons from encroaching on its domain. If that's the case, it should be left already, Li Mujin said with a small smile. Otherwise, how could we be sitting here safely? According to records, 300 years ago, this river god was a demon at the early stages of the Jade Liquid Realm. After so long, even though demons grow slower than martial artists, it should be reached the later stages of the Jade Liquid Realm by now. And being a water-based demon, With the vast Yangchun River as its domain, even someone stronger might not be able to defeat it once it retreated into the waters. Honorable officers, the village chief called from the doorway, leaning on his cane. We've been busy preparing for the grand festival and don't have spare rooms. Please feel free to pick a house you like and make do for the night. Lu Xiujie rolled his eyes. Only a place like this would make officers of the Demon Suppression Division share rooms with others. Fortunately, none of them minded such trivialities. They got up and headed out, pairing off to stay in the villagers' houses. Li Xiao'er, Li Xinhong's personal servant since childhood, went with him, while Lu and Ma, longtime comrades, paired up. A woman welcomed Li Mujin into her home, waving as she said, "No need to stand on ceremony while you're away from home. Come on in. I'll just look around," Shunyi said, deliberately staying behind and strolling slowly through the village. He wasn't particularly tired, just faintly irritable. Not exactly angry after all. It was just a few offhand remarks. He'd heard far worse in his past life. In the year of great famine, there were even rumors of people eating their own children. In a chaotic world overrun by monsters, survival itself was a struggle. Expecting ordinary folks to uphold high moral standards? That's just asking for trouble. Just then, a small argument broke the silence. "Where the hell do you think you're touching? Try it again, and I'll gut you." Shunyi glanced over, curiosity piqued. At the edge of the fishing village, there was a run-down bamboo courtyard. A man, shirtless with a gray vest, sneered as he spread his arms wide like a hawk cornering a chick, blocking a young widow in a blue floral blouse. "A widow can still have kids? What a disgrace to my brother Yang's name. Screw you. Who the hell is your brother Yang? You and that village chief dad of yours are cut from the same rotten cloth. Get your filthy hands off me." The young widow, clutching a child barely 2 years old, gritted her teeth like a lioness protecting her cub. Instead of getting angry, the man seemed to find more amusement in her insults. "Oh, so you think just because someone else slept with me, I can't touch you? Let me tell you, even if you stripped naked in front of me, I wouldn't be interested. Filthy woman. Now hand over that kid." With that, Meng Xian reached out to snatch the child. The widow's face twisted in fury, and without hesitation, she bit down hard on his arm. While the two struggled, a young man sat outside the bamboo courtyard. His face was caked with dirt, his clothes patched and tattered, with grass sandals so worn they were barely holding together. His fingernails were packed with grime, and his legs were wrapped in layers of black filth. "Haha, fight." The young man stared blankly at the commotion, slapping at the mud on the ground while grinning like a fool. It was clear something wasn't quite right with him mentally. Hiss. Meng Xian's face froze as he yanked his arm back, revealing a deep bite mark oozing blood. He instantly flew into a rage. No more games. He slapped the widow so hard she stumbled back and fell to the ground, dazed. "Yes, hit her." The filthy young man clapped excitedly, his face lighting up with glee. "Shut up, you idiot." Meng Xian shot him a glare, then took 2 steps forward, snatched the crying child, and held him tightly. With a cold sneer, he said, "This cursed brat. Let us see if the river god will take him. Maybe one day he'll ride the waves back to fetch you for a better life. Why don't you take a dive yourself?" The disheveled widow rammed her head forward in defiance. Meng Xian's eye twitched, and he was just about to kick her over when someone grabbed his arm. Annoyed, he turned around, only to freeze in shock. "Dad." The village chief stood there, his face dark and unreadable. Without a word, he slapped Meng Xian hard across the face, snatched the child back, and returned him to the widow. "Get home. Now." Humiliated, Meng Xian clutched his face, ready to curse, but when he turned around, he flinched and bolted, disappearing in no time. As he ran, he muttered, "Damn it, these dog-skinned bastards." From around the corner, a shadowy figure emerged, cloaked in black. His hand rested on the hilt of a blade at his waist, and though his face was handsome and clear, his eyes held a faint, chilling edge. Shunyi weaved through a few fishing huts and found the source of the commotion. He soon stood at the bamboo courtyard's entrance, glancing into the empty yard. Closing his eyes to listen for a moment, he then took a step forward. The widow emerged from the yard, soothing her son as she walked. She tidied her hair, her face bruised, her cracked lips tugging into a bitter smile. No wonder that old dog suddenly backed off. Turns out the commander's here. Please, come in. Before she could finish speaking, she casually positioned herself in front of Shen Yi, as if blocking him on purpose. Shen Yi stared at her silently and asked in a flat tone, "Does it hurt?" If it really hurt, if she was truly angry, why block me? Is the river god more important to you than your own child? The widow blinked, caught off guard by the question. She lowered her eyes for a while before forcing a faint smile. Aren't you new to the demon suppression division? What makes you say that? Shen Yi tilted his head, looking at her. Come in and sit. The widow carried her child back into the yard, dragging a bamboo stool over with one hand. Everyone in Linjiang County knows the Demon Suppression Division slays demons and protects the people. You're the best of the best. Shen Yi hesitated for a moment, then accepted the invitation and sat down slowly. The widow looked up, a glint in her eyes. But to most people, they're the real people. She let out a bitter laugh. My late husband and I were the villains. The moment she mentioned her late husband, Shen Yi instinctively glanced at the child in her arms. Something felt off, but before he could look away, the widow spat on the ground, unfazed. I had him with a dog. She placed the child down and walked to the well, wringing out a rag. Stepping outside the yard, she kicked the foolhardy young man in frustration. Seeing his arms and legs covered in mud-caked, swollen wounds, she crouched down and began wiping him clean. As she cleaned, she muttered curses under her breath. You worthless piece of trash. The moment we actually need you, you vanish without a trace, gone for 7 or 8 days. Somehow, you didn't starve to death out there, which honestly makes no sense. What good is that stupid brain of yours even for? Go wash your hands and get ready to eat. Hearing this, Shen Yi paused, his thoughts stirring as he glanced over in that direction. The widow spoke casually. He used to be just a regular villager. Got married at 10, maybe 11. But when it came time for his family to send someone into the river, they forced his wife to bear a child. She was young, and the delivery was tough. Barely made it out alive. She sighed. Then the village chief took her. She wasn't exactly an innocent girl anymore, so they just treated her like a child and offered her to the Yanchun River. Ever since, he has been insane. The widow gave him a mocking kick before continuing, her tone turning somber. No family wants to send someone, but if others have done it, you can't just sit back and reap the benefits. This tradition has been passed down for generations. It's less about worshiping the gods and more about taking revenge on the families who drown their own children in the river. Like my late husband, she said bitterly. He refused to have kids at all, only to be swept away by the waves. Not even a body left behind. Karma, I guess. Why doesn't the Demon Suppression Bureau do something about it? It's all just pitiful people doing hateful things. Over 400 years of grudges piling up. Even if the river goddess gone, they're still hell-bent on holding the grand sacrifice. Sacrifice. Kill. Kill. The madman's bloodshot eyes gleamed as he grinned maniacally. Start with me. Kill me first. He screamed as he scrambled on the ground, crawling to the young man's feet, reaching out to grab the blade at his waist. Shen Yi didn't flinch. He just watched as the filthy hand gripped the black blade, leaving greasy smudges on its polished scabbard. Then he moved. His long, slender fingers threaded through the madman's matted, nest-like hair, gripping it gently but firmly. The widow, who was about to turn back inside to fetch the fish soup, froze at the sight. Her expression shifted, fear flickering in her eyes. She quickly pleaded, Sir, he has already lost his mind. He is no ordinary villager, but he is not truly evil either. Please let him go. Let him live as a mad dog. Kill. The madman's eyes bulged, veins popping as he roared, saliva dripping from his lips like a rabid beast. Shen Yi stared at him, silent and unyielding. Slowly, the strength in his fingers softened. He smoothed the man's hair, like calming a wild dog. The madman shuddered, his body trembling before finally quieting down. Then, he heard a faint voice, and it was like lightning struck him. Thanks for the reminder. Shen Yi's thin lips curved slightly. His pale face carried an icy air of menace, but his eyes remained clear and calm. He spoke evenly. I won't let you down. The madman disappeared for 7 or 8 days. Somehow, a blood-stained identification tag made its way to Linjiang County. All they ever wanted was to deliver one message to Qingzhou. There's a demon here. And not just any demon, it's a big one. Right here in this village.